I'm sorry to disappoint anybody who tuned in expecting a look at that time DSP showed his bills the first time, because I know that he's since done it again. But yeah, the basically 1,000 subscriber video part 2. It is on its way, but this is one of those moments where I think you should put what you're doing to one side for a little while and deal with this, because it's more mental, you know. And I know that because when people message me about, did you see the meltdown? Did you see the pre-stream? Did you see what he said? Often there's like, yeah, material there. I'll put it on the list. I'll come back to it at some point in the future. But when multiple people message me about the same incident and go, have you fucking seen this meltdown? I think it's sometimes worth like putting it to one side and dealing with the meltdown straight away. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to need this, but I get the feeling. Also, it's a great album by The Provenance. Gone before their time. Also, just before we start, it was my birthday recently, and my friend Josh got me this card, and it says, you know, it's pretty bad when you get to an age where your back goes out more than you do, and then you open it, and on the inside there's so, you know, give some love to my mate Josh in the comments. I'm sure he'd like appreciate the the kudos and respect to everybody, from everybody. Because I did piss myself when I opened it, and then I thought, oh shit, it seeped into my private life. I had hoped to keep it separate. Also, I do mention this in the part 2, but I just, because I've mentioned Josh, I now feel compelled to say sorry to my cousin Kirsty, because her partner Amy's fallen down this rabbit hole now because of me. So I'm really sorry, Kirsty. But I'm also really sorry, Amy. I tried to keep you all safe. I tried to like not tell people. Like my dad asks about these videos, and I say don't watch them. You know, these are the ones I don't want you knowing about. I'm trying to keep you safe. I had to talk about this over Christmas. Like in my Christmas dinner with my aunt and my cousins. My mum. That's how I found out that Amy knew. I'm sorry. But yeah, anyway. This is DSP spending 40 minutes being ass mad about trolls. Get comfortable. It's 40 minutes. Oh, you up? Okay, just going to get a drink. That is fresh, by the way. I put it out before. So, you know, don't complain. Alright, let's get on with it. Big ups to my boy Aqua Teal.
Now, let's talk about support, okay? Because this seems to be the heavy area of contention, and I hate to say it, but...
Oh, right, like right as I'm about to make my first point. You want to go out. Right, we're already starting off with a fair bit of that. Now, obviously this is going to be like some minutes into his pre-stream podcast. This is not like just the moment it starts. So it's probably not... I don't want to say it's an indicator of upcoming deception, as some behavioural tics might be. See, the thing is, you need to establish a baseline a lot of the times. Pretty much all the time, if you're going to be using this sort of level of behavioural analysis. You need to establish a baseline of normal physical mannerisms and behaviours, you know, and there may be reasons why somebody's certain behaviours might be elevated. You know, it could be that somebody sort of scratches like behind the ear and the neck a bit when they're nervous, or if they have like generalized anxiety disorder, and it doesn't necessarily mean to say that it's an indicator of deception in that person. So, you know, establishing an individual baseline is always essential here, and obviously with DSP being DSP, it's difficult to determine what baseline is just sort of like regular fidgeting, what baseline is excessive, what baseline is because of his what baseline is there to be normal, and then what on top of that is considered excessive, and then what on top of that is considered because of his personal hygiene, and then what on top of that is considered to be an indicator of deception, because you have to eliminate all the other possibilities before we can infer that, yeah, every time he does that he's about to lie. And it also, one specifically for Anybody who tends to grow out their facial hair and be lazy with it, like me, he's got a fair bit of stubble, so it could just be that his hair is at that point where it's itchy. Mine's just gone through that, so a couple of days ago it was really doing me head in. Kick the pin. A couple of days ago it was really doing me head in, so it could just be that. It looks like it's been a while since he shaved, given the stubble on his neck around. So it could be that. It could be that these are long enough now. His mustache and goatee hairs are long enough to just be itching. So yeah, but I'm glad that we've now finally got camera, because it does mean that I can sort of look at these. We as a community can now look at these things and sort of keep an eye on them and sort of like say, hey, look, he's being particularly finicky here today. He's very fidgety about this, or not finicky. Fidgety is the word I'm after there. Because I know what words mean, Phil. So yeah, it's keep an eye on it, but also we are working with a very skewed baseline here, because he could be manky. His hair looks particularly greasy. So yeah.
This should not be a factor at all. Yet for some odd reason, there's obsessive people out there that they think this is their business, and they made it like the obsessive focus of the stream. All right? So I'm streaming Dying Light 2.
Right. But you see, the thing is, you can't really complain. I mean, this is just my personal opinion, but you can't really complain about other people making your finances and the state of your streams and how much you make per stream their business, considering you make it such a huge part of your business, And I don't just mean in terms of having it displayed along the bottom either. I mean, you regularly stop to say, guys, it's been so long since the last tip. Any support would be greatly appreciated. As you know, it's my day off tomorrow and I need money to survive, because otherwise how am I going to DoorDash and stuff? And I will starve. So, and again, just the number of times you've said on like a podcast, or you've even stopped streams, you've stopped playing a game and gone, support has been low for the last few weeks. This game just isn't pulling in the support. People just don't seem to be tipping. So I'm just going to stop this game. So yeah, you're gonna have other people notice that, because you keep doing it all the time. If you want people to not make your finances their business, shut the fuck up.
I'm enjoying it. I'm getting through the tutorial stages, the intro or whatever. And admittedly, support with tips wasn't astronomically good. Actually, with super chats, it was quite good for a stream.
He has to cut that off there. Not cut that off. He has to specify there, doesn't he? He's being semantic again. He's playing a very narrow definition game. See, now I'm thinking, is it really a red flag, or is it just Phil being Phil again? Because I do feel like semantics is going to play a big part in this. Although it might not be, because you know how often the opening preamble is completely unconnected to where the meltdown eventually ends up. So, but yeah, he made that distinction. He made that distinction. Support was like, actually, no, support with super chats was great, but with tips it was low. So he makes that distinction. You want to come back in? You coming up? Oi, leave it. It's my cup of tea. Oi. I said leave it. There's nothing for you there. But yeah, I think that he makes that distinction primarily because, well, you've got the importance that he puts on tips as well. Obviously, tips are like the thing that he needs, so that he has to stress that that's the support that was low. Obviously he's grateful for super chats. He's really grateful for super chats, but tips help immediately. So he's always going to be stressing the immediacy of his needs. And anything that serves them is going to be more important than anything that might give him long-term benefit or, payment down the line. But it's also a good way to head off anyone going, yeah, but Phil, you earned say $50 through super chats. He goes, support through super chats was great, but tips were low. But it's like, either way, you don't need to conflate those two. You don't need to conflate, sorry. You don't need to distinguish between those two, because at the end of the day, you're still getting money. This is a very infuriating thing that I don't know if I've seen it spoken about that much, but it is one of those things where, because we're so used to him splitting the two and considering them differently, that we have to class them differently. Super chats are tracked differently to tips. Tips have he constantly knocks off 30 cents from the tips goal or the tips total, but that all mounts up over a night of $1.30 tips constantly, or $4.20 tips. It mounts up over a long period of time. So by the end of the year, you are talking about a couple of $1,000s, I think it was. I remember Piece telling me and shitting myself at how much it is. I think it reaches into the thousands. But either way, because we're so used to him distinguishing between the two and considering them differently, you sort of still forget that it's still money. Like, you might have made, say $100 in super chats and only $30 in tips, but it's still $130 you've made for playing a game for 2 hours. And it's one of those things where I think you should just still be called out on it more. You should have people, like, every time you go, support has been low, tips are low, people are loving this content and they're telling me that, it's really fun, but, support has been low. People aren't tipping. People should be going, yeah, but you're still making money through super chats. And just really making, like push the, yeah, guys, super chats really help me later, but I need help now. Because at some point you get paid the super chats that you got like 6 weeks ago when you needed tips then. So what happened to that money? Super chats get paid later, but it means that there's super chats that you have been paid recently for past streams. Just, yeah, I like seeing people push him on his finances, because it stresses him. It really stresses him. He thinks you should accept the vagueness of his answers and his statements to your questions. You should accept that it goes on bills. I'm treading on the toes of the other video because I've been editing it so much, but the one where he flashes his bills. So yeah, I talk about his money a little bit there, and I'm treading on that. So yeah, I should get back to this, but it's been on my mind since I've been editing that him distinguishing between the two really does my head in, because it's still money. It's still money that people are giving you, regardless of whether you get it now or in a fortnight or a month. You're still being given money. Oh no, I have to wait a period of time before I get paid, like every other fucker in a job.
I think we were at, I don't even know exactly off the top of my head, but I know we were above $50 in super chats. So it was good. And plus we had members too. Like I told you guys, we had hit a new record for members, 359. So I know overall the stream was successful. The stream went good. All right. Now.
So then, great. You've got nothing to complain about. We can stop here. Thanks, everybody.
I guess what it is that we have this artificial expectation that whenever I'm playing a brand new game, especially a game that's maybe hyped and or people are wondering if it's any good, that I'm going to get an overabundance of support on that particular stream. Okay.
Oh, I wonder why people might have that expectation. I wonder why there might be that sort of expectation. I wonder who might possibly have given them that idea. See, we could do this as well, Phil. We could do the, I wonder if it's this thing, or I wonder if it's that thing, when the answer is extremely bloody obvious. It's because of you, because you keep saying, don't worry guys, support will come. People will come to the stream when I play the new game. See, she's fucking off now because she's fed up of hearing this. But it's like, how many times? Fuck. I can't even be asked to expel the mental effort required to recall a list. So Editor Steve put like a list of games that he's said that about in the last few months alone. Just scroll up. Say like 6 months, 8 months, whatever. Pick a date and in post and just have it scroll up now. That's why people do this, and that's why when the reality doesn't happen, people on the periphery of the cult start questioning the the statements of the cult leaders, because you've been saying this thing will happen on this day, and when it doesn't happen, the people who are really invested in you can accept the explanation that you're probably about to give now, whereas the people who are not as intimately associated with you and haven't invested so much in you can just start going, hang on a minute, this isn't adding up. He said that people would turn out for like Grand Theft Auto, and people didn't, because by the end of the Grand Theft Auto streams, people weren't giving a shit. And he said people would be turning out for this and Elden Ring and all the others, and they're not. And all right, this is filmed before Elden Ring was released, but you know, he's using them now as he used like Grand Theft Auto and Halo Infinite and other games previously, because that's what he does. He just keeps kicking the can further down the line. He's like a prophet predicting the day the world will end. He's like a prophet with a Profit, prophet. Because that's the only sort of prophecy Phil cares about. He definitely should concern himself more with when prophecy fails. I pulled it all together. Years my life in university have not been wasted.
In general, I would argue that is actually a true statement.
Hi, it's Editor Steve here with a quick update from the future. Are you coming to join us in this one? I noticed while I was editing that Phil literally described the concept that when he has a Premiere stream... Yeah, I'm telling them, don't worry. That when he has a Premiere stream, that support will be high because turnout will be high, as an artificial expectation.
We have this artificial expectation.
And that was literally seconds ago, and he's now describing it as... He's now arguing even, not just describing it as, he's arguing that, in general, that's a true statement. So it can't be both, can it? It can't be an artificial expectation and a true thing that happens. It's just like, for fuck's sake, Phil, you know? Can you not contradict yourself within the span of, like, 10 seconds? Anyway, yeah, because I felt like there might be things that I would miss during the watch and the review, I thought, if I spot anything during the editing, I'm just going to add it in. So, yeah, sorry for interrupting. Let's get back to the rest of the video. We've got a lot. Gonna say bye. Bye.
If you're here for a big new release and attendance is higher than a standard stream, typically support comes with that, okay? And typically for a big premiere, yes, I would probably get a lot of tip support on a stream. As you know, I have goals on my streams. If I raise $50 in tips, I do a reward goal.
Oh God, no, I can't. Oh, I can't. There is not a person watching this stream, either in his chat or on another person's stream, that does not know this. It grinds you down. It grinds you down. It stultifies you. It makes you... It slows down your mental processes. Repetition grinds you down. Is there more to it than that? See, sometimes I think that this might be almost ritualistic. Like he has to perform this because it's part of his identity. And so, you know, we all have rituals associated with our identity. And they're all, you know, they're all like sort of socially influenced to some extent. You know, you might have a ritual before going out where you start singing Return of the Mac. Or Total Eclipse of the Heart while you're getting ready, depending on how single you are at the time. But you'll also have let's say that, you know, you're in the mood and you want to cop, so you tie yourself up. You've got a pair of lucky boxers. God, this is going to make it sound like I've got a pair of lucky boxers now. I am not smooth enough to even like necessitate the existence thereof. But what I'm trying to get across is that there are sort of, right, okay, yeah, my bracelets. I have a lot of bracelets because I personally don't like wearing jewellery, but I do feel like I should have something around my wrists. I don't like necklaces or rings, they get in the way, but bracelets I'm fine with. So, you know, I also don't have like tattoos or piercings. But yeah, tattoos and piercings, people have them as social markers and cultural markers, and they're identifying markers as, you know, depictions of your personality or who you are as an individual. They will be culturally bound. They're either part of the culture that you are part of, or they're going to be a rejection of that culture and something else instead. So, you know, you might not be Japanese, but you'll have Japanese script on tattooed on you, and you know, that's a rejection of your culture because you've not gone for, you know, the English word or the German word or the French word or whatever language you speak. But we'll also have behaviors like, you know, you've got like a handshake with your mates, you know. Those are markers of identity. That's how you two communicate to each other. Yeah, we're, you know, it's good to see you again, man. So basically, what I'm sort of thinking is that maybe these are ritualistic at this point because they are such a part of his identity, because they have to be. These are how he makes his money now. He's made these things his goals, and that's how he convinces people to give him their money. Because I wonder what just like the psychological impulse is to repeat, and I don't necessarily think it's as malicious as repetition to grind down the audience into complacency implies in terms of how other cult leaders do their thing. I feel like it might be an insecurity thing. It might be that he feels the need to do it to remind you all, because he worries that if he doesn't remind you all, you might suddenly forget, and then you'll forget, well, does Phil have $50? Oh, well, I don't need to tip him because nothing will happen if I give him money. So he has to remind you that, you know, something will happen if you give him money. If you give him $100, you can vote along with 200 and odd other people about what vest you want to see him put on or what hat you want to see him put on. But if he doesn't tell you about that, then you might forget. So I wonder if that's why he does it as well. I wonder if there's an insecurity to it rather than a malevolence. Or, you know, maybe he just thinks so little of his audience that he feels like they have to be reminded, which is maybe fair enough, given how some of his audience can be. But even then, I doubt anyone would... By this point, if you're in his audience, you know what this is. I question why he does it all the time. It could be that. It could be delusional. It could be maybe he's delusional about the number of people watching that are new. You know, how many of them have suddenly discovered him because he's getting better in the algorithm, because all of a sudden he's encouraging people to give every video a thumbs up and every stream a thumbs up. So he's trying to get for 100 thumbs up a stream to help in with engagement. And, you know, new people are coming in all the time, and I'm getting a members goal and it's getting higher. And maybe it's that. So I better remind them. I better let them know, because they might come in here and be like, I have subscribed to this person and I have waited the 24 hours it takes for me to be able to take part in his chat. What's this about the glasses? See, I don't. At this point, nobody is unaware of this. So why does he do it? Is it habit as well? It could be habit. He's a creature of habit. I don't think habit would compel you that much, though. I feel like at some point you just stop. I feel like there is a motivator to it. It's not just a case of like... Let's say me having Lucozade with it on a stream, you know. It's just that habit. Because it's cheap energy, it's good for the throat. You know, it's normally cheap at the shop nearby. It's convenience more than habit, that then. But even, you know what I mean? I don't think it's anything malicious. And I don't think it's... I don't necessarily think it's a habit. I don't think he is a creature of habit. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think this is it. I think there's a more conscious motivation behind his constant repetition of this. You know, it's not habit in the way that he would, or routine. Routine is probably better. It's not habit or routine in the way that he used to open his pre-streams previously, where he would be like, hello everyone, good morning, today's this day, you're listening to Phil Stream, blah blah blah, here's how you can donate. Now, before we go any further with today's gaming news and the content and the topic of today's pre-stream, I'd just like to remind you all that this is how you can tip me. You know, that sort of vague spiel that he would give had a structure to it, because it was routine for him to say it. So I don't think this is, though. I think that this is less routine and more a conscious reminder, a conscious motivation to remind or explain. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's because he feels the need to explain to make himself sound smart. So he just likes to be able to explain anything. I know that feeling, Phil. Like, I get you there. I know where that's coming from. You know, it feels good to be able to explain something to somebody, and especially in a way when you get feedback that shows that they understand what you've explained. There is a great joy to imparting knowledge and sharing knowledge with other people. But this is not on the same level as me explaining what, like, say, social facilitation is, or who Phineas Gage was, you know, or why there's never going to be a Festival Part 2. I'm joking about that, Necro Swanson. So yeah, anyway, let's. Why did I talk for that long about him telling us? It does my head in. We don't need this. Let's skip on.
Cool. I get it. Makes sense. So people are expecting that on a first stream. Okay? Guess what? It didn't happen. I played the first hour of gameplay, and we were only at like $28 in tips or something like that. I went on break. I came back. There was a few more tips. Got us above 50.
Shout out to 1 minute, man. It's fucking like clockwork. You can predict. The fact that he's this predictable is... it's astonishing. It really is. The fact that it's like this easy to see what's going on. I went on break. I'll bet that break was at least 20 minutes, if not 25 to 27. I did all right with another bet in another video when talking about Left 4 Dead 2. So yeah, I'm going to go with 27. I'm going to say that break was 27 minutes long. And yeah, 1 minute man will have definitely given him $25. Yeah, that'll probably be it for a while. So, support was low, was it, Phil?
And all the way by the end of the stream, we're only at like $60 in tips. Okay? Now, is this the end of the world?
I feel like there was something there to that one. I feel like that was a subconscious thing, because that scratch coincided with him talking about the final tally of that stream, that, and how, you know, considering that we're talking about how low it is, that strikes me. The word that Observe uses, which I'm going to start using a bit more because he's, you know, I highly recommend checking out his channel for far superior body language analysis than this, is desynchronization. And it refers to stuff like the when the content of your speech and the expression on your face doesn't match up. So you can be saying something apologetic, but you could have a contemptuous or dismissive look on your face, or you can, say, no, I really feel like this, but you're like the way you are when you're talking about, when you say, no, really, I'm fine. The disconnect between your intent and your statement and your body language, that's what desynchronization means, and that's what I'm sort of like thinking of here. I don't think there's that much desynchronization. I think that was because I think the tone that he's suggesting here is that it's fine that it wasn't low. It's fine that it wasn't a big success. It's fine that it was a low support stream. He seems to be like right now, like I've just paused it here. He's saying, is this the end of the world? No. So when he's saying that it was $68 or whatever it was, he's saying it in a, no, it's fine. It's fine. I know it was low, but, you know, it's fine. You're bound to have a low stream every now and then. But this, the behavioural tick as he did, strikes me as this is a nervous thing. It strikes me as, oh, fuck. Oh, I've got to do this thing. Shit. The dentist appointment. You know, something like that. It's something that you might have nerves or anxiety about. Oh, fuck, that bill's coming up and I've not got enough money in my account. That seemed like a more nervy tick. Oh, I need a different word. That was another nervy behaviour. Yeah, let's go with that. So yeah, but anyway, yeah, check out Observe for really, really good body language analysis, especially the 3-parter on Prince Andrew, and also the stuff with Big Ed and Rose. And he does some 90-day. So if you like shameless trash like me, I've got a degree in forensic psychology and I watch fucking 90 Day Fiancé. And Too Hot to Handle. How come none of you told me how good Too Hot to Handle was? Fuck me, that's such a bad show. It's so good. Getting off topic here. It helps to cope. That's why I'm doing it.
Absolutely not. Is it disheartening? Well, it makes me wonder, is this a game that's not very entertaining for my audience? That, because in general, the rule of thumb that I use is thus, okay? If I'm putting out an entertaining stream, and that could mean any of a million things. It could mean that I particularly am entertaining during a stream for whatever reason. Maybe my commentary, maybe the way I'm acting, the gameplay I'm putting in. Maybe the game itself is entertaining, right? And you guys are enjoying just the game in general and experiencing it with me. Maybe it's a combination. Maybe it's me and my commentary and my gameplay combining with the great game. Or, on the flip side of that, there could just be a stream that it's just really great interactions between us. We're talking, we're having a lot of fun interactions, and that's what I would call a more interactive late night chill stream. Usually those are the kind of streams that are like that.
Right. Another thing that really sticks out to me is that he can conceptualize those aspects when they are positive and they bring him money, when they are the reason for people giving him money. So he can understand that when he gets money, sometimes it's because he, as the person who is hosting the stream and playing the game and providing the commentary, has been particularly entertaining. He can understand that sometimes if people give him money, I mean, we might say, nah, you know, they're trolling him, or yeah, they're idiots and imbeciles. That's neither here nor there. From Phil's perspective, he sees that people are giving him money and saying, Phil, I love this chill stream, and Phil, this is for, you know, beating that boss, or Phil, this is for, you know, the passing the next gate and clearing the next level or whatever, or Phil, that was really funny and really witty, or, you know, for whatever reason, people are giving him money and giving it with a positive message. So he understands and interprets that as, the reason people give me money is because and one of the reasons, because like he's just said, there could be other reasons. People could be enjoying the game, not him. It's highly unlikely, but still, he's hearing people saying, whether they're lying or not is neither here nor there. To him, he's hearing people saying, the gameplay's great, the game's good, I love this style of game, I love the combat, I love the, you know, whatever, here, have $25. So he can understand that these are aspects of a stream that are responsible for bringing him money. But when it comes to looking at why his stream doesn't make money, he will consider few of them. He won't consider all of them. He might look at the game and say, is the game bad? You know, that's an external thing. That's something somebody else is responsible for, not him. The game's bad, the game's buggy, the game's broken. It's somebody else's fault, not his. So he's okay with considering that, because it's nothing he's responsible for. If the game's bad, it might mean that you can't make the best commentary. Or maybe he's getting frustrated, so he's not being as chill, so the stream vibe doesn't feel right, and it's not a fun, chill, relaxed atmosphere. So he can consider that, again, because it's able to be externalized to, yeah, well, I was mad because the game was shit, and the game's broken, and Kojima's a fucking cocksucker. So anything that allows an external force that responsibility can be placed upon is able to be considered. But his commentary, him as a person, how entertaining he is not considered without the game. He can't consider that the game is neither here nor there and people are coming for the chill interaction with him and he's not providing that. He can't consider that maybe the reason that money isn't great is because he's boring and stopping gameplay every 10 minutes to check a menu and to wait for tips to come in isn't entertaining. It's fucking boring. And these are things that he can change because they're behaviours that he is responsible for. But he's not going to consider that. Firstly, because if it's a behaviour he's responsible for, changing it requires effort and you don't want to do that. And secondly, because he's perfect. He's a narcissist. His ego won't allow him to consider any alternative viewpoint that says, actually, something might be your fault. So, yeah, it's interesting that he can consider it when it's a positive thing, when it brings in money, when people are saying, you know, that stream was great, you were really entertaining, you were really funny, played the game well, it was a great time all around. But you can't consider it when he's looking at why are tips low. Has that anything to do with me? Am I boring? Can I be more entertaining? Or should I just buy another hat?
So, yes, in general, my rule of thumb is have your stream be entertaining for whatever reason, and the support's just going to naturally come. Okay? Just being honest, I feel that. Like, that's kind of my deal. I don't want to sit here and advertise to you constantly and say, hey, do this, do that, pay, you know, support this way, support that way, do this. I just want to have a fun stream.
You do that. You fucking do that. Fucking hell. Did he actually just say? I need to hear that. Did he actually just say that?
Have your stream be entertaining.
Right, yeah.
Whatever reason, and the support's just going to naturally come. Okay? Just being honest, I feel that. Like, that's kind of my deal. I don't want to sit here and advertise to you constantly and say, hey, do this, do that, pay, you know, support this way, support that way, do this. I just want to have a fun stream.
He did say that. He actually, like, you can't not know. He just can't not know. It's getting to the point where when he gets up for a break, people know there's a tip incoming. People know he's going and messaging someone else. It's at the point where people know when he's begging is incoming. People sort of see that, you know, hey guys, it's been half an hour since the last tip, so expect him to pause and say, by the way guys, if you're enjoying the content, please support the stream. He actually said that. He actually said that. I don't want to advertise to you guys. I don't want to tell you what to do. I can guarantee you this stream started with him telling you how to tip. I don't want to tell... He just fucking told you what happens when you give him money. I don't want to be the guy who advertises to you and says, if you do this, do this, and do this. Like, seconds ago, he was holding up his fucking glasses going, if you give me $50, I'll put these on. And he's just... How? How does he not have that self-awareness? I know he's not introspective, but... to, like, not know that about you, that aspect of you, that part of how you are seen and how you put yourself across. It'd be like me going, oh, I really don't want to make really long videos. Like, when I complain about it, it's because I'm seeing, like, loads of editing and the fact that I'm about to spend the next 4 hours shouting. But I don't, like, lean into it that way. I roll with it as a meme and I'm really happy that it's a thing, and it's... I'm my hand on my hands like that. How does he not know? That has to be a red flag, a complete lack of self-awareness. I'm still not sure what I'm tracking, but I'm fucking tracking that. Maybe symptoms of how malignant is narcissism. No, see, I've actually been using malignant narcissism incorrectly. Malignant narcissism is actually a term when narcissism has blended over with several key components of, I think it's psychopathy. It doesn't mean what I mean it to mean, which is that Phil's narcissism has developed beyond the majority of narcissists. Phil's narcissistic tendencies and his behaviours have developed further beyond what most normal narcissists would display because of how isolated and how his isolation has allowed it to sort of develop that way. So I mean, like, it's grown malignantly, you know, but I don't mean malignant as in it's like, it probably qualifies though. He probably does qualify. I might do a bit later after I've recorded this.
And in general, if you haven't noticed, on a stream where we hit goals and stuff, I never mention it again. Once we hit the goals, you're not going to hear me say, oh, by the way, guys, you can tip and you can do this and that. I just chill and enjoy the game.
You do. He has said, I am sure I have seen him going, by the way, guys, since we've hit the goal, you don't need to stop tipping. I know we've made 150, but you can still... I know I've seen that. I know he said that. He fucking well done. This is just... I am 3.5 minutes in, and I can see why people message me about this already.
We have such sights to show you.
You see? So, yesterday,
I was one of those lonely people, but now you're in my stream chat, sending tips to me. Oh, I believe in donations. Where you from? You super chat, you. Sorry, that one's a personal one because my Uncle David used to know Errol Brown from Hot Chocolate. So, yeah. So, yeah, there we go.
I was basically really focused on the game because I was interested in the intro segment. Did I mention a few times, hey, you can contribute by doing this or that? Yes, a few times.
Oh, that is going to be more than a few times then, isn't it? He's definitely wanting you to think, oh, he might have mentioned it once or twice. A few times carries connotations. Actually, contextually, it can carry very different connotations, especially if you're British and you sort of like are fluent in sarcasm as like 99% of Brits are, and can understand that a few times will often refer to a fucking load of times. You know? A few already I've just seen it. There's an extra doubt the chat display's catching up to when he's like, oh, I don't want to be this sort of person. I don't see there's some people in there that are seeing this. That's why I feel like the use of terms like that are sometimes appropriate, because there are sometimes incidents of it where, even though it's in a different context to where you would normally see gaslighting as in terms of intimate partner violence and mental and physical abuse, in other contexts, the same mechanisms are still at play, and it is still the same phenomena going on. It's just, you know, out of its usual context. It doesn't mean that it's any less valid here. So, yeah. Fucking hell. We're off to a great start already. A few. See, I missed Dying Light. I didn't want to sort of watch the Dying Light one. It was like right after my video was really... as I was finishing off the video and uploading and doing all that anyway. And then I thought, yeah, I've uploaded my video. I want a quick break before I get back to editing the next bit of it. And also it was my birthday, so you know, I had that as well. And so I'm assuming he complained about it a lot. And he doesn't want you to know that he complained about it a lot, so he says, I might have mentioned it a few times. See, again, right, his statement as an American, that statement reads different to me as a Brit, because over here we really would go, I might have mentioned it a few times. You would use that to say, I have told you a lot. I have repeatedly reminded you of this thing. Is it your birthday? It might be my birthday. I might have mentioned it a few times. Did you know I make long videos? I might have mentioned it a few times. it carries that connotation here for me, and I don't think that he intended that. But it does come across like that to me. And I have a feeling that that's closer to the truth than what he intends you to believe with that statement. I think he means a few times to be 2, maybe 3. But to me and to a lot of fellow Brit detractors, we will read that as, I told you a lot, I begged you a lot, I asked you a lot for money. So that's a fun little extra bonus to watching DSP every now and then.
But I wasn't heavily over-mentioning it or anything like that. I was just enjoying
I wasn't heavily overly mentioning it. What was that? Overly heavily.
But I wasn't heavily over-mentioning it or anything like that.
I wasn't heavily over-mentioning it or anything like that. That's what you say when you were heavily overly mentioning it. And who speaks like that as well? Those you wouldn't normally say. I wasn't heavily overusing or heavily over mentioning. You wouldn't put those words together. You would use different words to get across that point. I wasn't excessively mentioning it. I didn't over mention it. I wasn't heavily mentioning it. You would use one or the other. You wouldn't use both. You would use different suffixes or prefixes depending on which one you used. You wouldn't put them together. His use of language is so clunky and awkward. Feels like it's because he doesn't go out and hear it spoken that much, and most of the time he's reading it back, and he's reading what people are saying in a text form. He's reading words, and these words are written under the duress of a 200 character limit in chat. So sometimes certain like grammatical bits get lost or shuffled, and he would misinterpret and or misunderstand them, and so it's starting to affect his like active vocabulary at this point and the way he structures sentences. So maybe it is that. Maybe that's why his language sticks out to me so much. Maybe it is another thing that's a consequence of his long-term self-imposed isolation.
Like that. I was just enjoying myself and enjoying the game. And by the end of the stream, the last like half hour, the actual main discussion of the people in the chat itself was, Phil, why were contributions so low this stream?
Why were contributions so low this stream? Like literally 2 minutes ago-ish. Probably. Literally earlier on in this segment, like probably not even 2 minutes ago. When you talk for as long as I do, time tends to lose all sense of meaning. Literally 2 minutes ago, you were saying, is there that expectation that support will be better on a new release? Yes, I would argue yes. He literally said there is that expectation. It's true that there's that expectation, and now he's annoyed, isn't he? I was going to say he's perturbed, but this is a far more primal response. This is a far more aggressive response, because I can see that there's still another 36 minutes of this. So this feels like it's going to be a massive like backlash to what he sees as provoking, what he sees as disruptive. He sees it as trolling. But it's, again, assuming some of these are his legitimate fans, they will also have these concerns, because you are telling them all that, yeah, when we have a new game, support is great, because that's what you always tell them. And then when you get a new game and support isn't great, they're going to notice. And so, you know, they're going to question it, especially if they're not in... Right.
And I'm like, you know, is it true that contributions were on the slower side compared to what would be a typical new release? Yes. Do I necessarily want to fucking talk about it during the gameplay of the new release? No, not really.
But this is your fault. This is your fault, man. You've made this part of your stream. You may not have intended to make it part of your stream. I can also have just noticed that these are sort of slowly moving this way, so the next one's going to be like here. You've made it part of your stream. The side effect of repetition in this manner, of constantly saying, guys, this next game will save this stream. When this new release comes up, people will come out to support it because they'll be here to see the hot new releases. The side effect of repeating that so much is that people come to expect it. There's only so many times you can kick the world is ending can down the road. There's only so many times you can push back the date of Armageddon before people start going, maybe the world isn't going to end next week. So there's only so many times you can go, this next release is going to save the streams. And then have people go, yeah, no, it's going to be fine. Don't worry. There's nothing to worry about. I'm sure the next release will save the stream. See you all for Skyrim later. This is your fault. This is entirely a consequence of your behaviour. Sorry, I'm really uncomfortable right now. It's entirely your fault. This is you reaping what you sowed.
If I wanted to, I would. You see? But what was happening was people were actually in the actual chat of the stream itself.
You mean the stream chat where the people who are viewing your stream chat with each other in the actual place where you want your stream viewers to chat and talk about the stream, where they're all talking about the fact that there's not been that much money given to you on this stream. Right. Why would you emphasize that this is taking place in the stream chat? Because it's a given that it's taking place in the stream chat. You've said people were talking about it. People are not going to be talking about it in a private Discord, are they, Phil? People are going to be talking about this thing in the stream chat because that's where they chat. That's where they talk. That's where the people who are viewing your stream are going to discuss what's going on your stream. And when they've noticed this thing happening on your stream, they're going to talk about it there. You may have to deal with that because it's your stream chat. And dealing with that does not mean telling them off and telling them to shut the fuck up and that you're just trying to have fun and you don't want to see all this shit or whatever's coming. It may be that you have to address what they are talking about because it's your stream chat and they're talking about it and you are responsible for that chat. Just as you're responsible for that chat if they were using slurs and a moderator came in and saw that racial slurs were common in your chat, for example, or homophobic slurs were common in your chat, for example, you would be the one on the hook for that. You are responsible for this chat in multiple ways. Responsibility does not just mean one thing. It encompasses a broad variety of aspects when it comes to streaming and producing content. And one of the responsibilities that you have as a content creator who depends on an audience, a stream, an active stream. It's not like how I depend on views post recording this because I'm going to record this and then edit it and then I'm going to upload it. So I have more control over what goes into it and what I say because I can cut out things that I don't want to say. But I'm also responsible for the content of the comments underneath it. And while I'm generally fine to let my comments do as is because I think that's how you should in a comment section, you should be able to say whatever. But I can also understand that maybe there's maybe YouTube doesn't want you having racist or sexist or homophobic stuff in your chat, in your comment section, sorry. So I would have to be the one who removes them. So I fortunately avoid all that responsibility by just marking myself as not for kids, adults only. So, fucking swear if you want to, whatever. But yeah, you are responsible for that chat, and so when they are talking about something that you don't like, you can either tell them to knock it off or you can deal with it by addressing it straight on. So don't get mad that they're talking about it there though, because that's where they're supposed to talk about the thing that they're talking about, which is your stream. It's your stream chat. They're talking about your stream in the chat, in the actual chat. Why would you emphasize that? Or if you didn't want to distinguish it from something else, Why would it be so important that it's actually happening in the stream chat during the gameplay? Because we all assumed it was. Because you said it did. You said it was during the last half hour in the stream chat, and then you went on to emphasize that. Why? What's going on in your head that produces these behavioral compulsions?
Turning the stream into, why is this number so low today? And that's not cool. That's, if I want to talk about that, that's my prerogative to do that. It's my stream, it's my business.
But it's your members' money. It's their money. That number represents money that they have given you. That number represents money that you have said would be incoming on this stream, and that money did not come in that stream. And as the people who give you that money, they are at liberty to talk about why they have not been giving you that money and why that money has not been given to you. Again, he wants to have his cake and eat it. He wants to have it door dashed to his house so that he doesn't have to get out of his pajamas, and he wants to be able to eat it while having it at the same time. You can't make these things part of you and your, I don't want to say identity as a streamer or a content creator or whatever, but these are part of your brand. These are part of who you are. You have used your bills, your financial state, the financial wreck that you are in, to plead for sympathy from others. You have asked them to give you money because you are in such a state. You have multiple times said, I need this much by this date because I have bills to pay. And you've been frustratingly vague about how much and what bills exactly. So putting that to one side. But you have made it part of your brand. You may not have intended to, again, but it is there because you've hammered it home so many times. So when anything to do with your finances comes up, when anything to do with a donation goal or a tips goal or an amount of money that you've said will be coming in and not coming in, the people who watch your show, the people who watch your content, the people who watch your streams are well within their rights to notice it and to comment on it, because it's them you want that money off. So you don't get to go, this is all my responsibility. If I want to talk about this, I am the one that gets to decide to talk about this. You should just shut up and give it to me unquestioningly. For someone who's got a business degree, you're a really bad salesman. Because you're like, give me money, but I'm not going to tell you why you should. I'm not going to, and you're not going to get to talk about it when other people don't give me money. People donate. You got $60. You got like over $60. Was it 68? I think. I don't know. Again, I'm assuming. I think he mentioned that before, but it's probably just gone in one ear and out the other because I'm bad with numbers, and that's why Piece of Peace keeps track of everything. It's also why I did qualitative analysis and a qualitative experiment for my dissertation, and not a quantitative one. So yeah, he got money for that stream, and it wasn't as high as he kept telling everybody it would be. And the people that were talking about it are the people who gave you that money. Some of the people there gave you that money. Yeah, well, I'm assuming 1 Minute Man fucked off the moment he'd given his money. You coming up? No? I'll move off the money, don't worry. I'm just, trying to make a point here. The people that you are telling, that you are saying you can't talk about this, are the people that you want to give you money. So you can't. You just can't. This is an intense level of entitlement. This is an intense level of expectation here. This is an unreasonable demand from an audience. I feel like that counts in terms of relationship, because he has this relationship of the audience. Parasocial, yes, but still. He has a relationship with an audience, and relationship can be used to refer to that context. So, it doesn't necessarily mean anything romantic or intimate. It just means an interaction between two people, a recurring or a consistent interaction between two people. So, yeah, he has that, relationship exists. And I feel like that counts.
But it shouldn't be up to anyone else taking it upon themselves to say, let's just turn the entirety of the chat into talking about this number here. He's
couching it funnily as well, isn't he? considering how serious he's about to be, and I'm assuming he's about to go off the deep end because it looks like it's boiling up. But he's skirting around saying it's about low tips. He's skirting around saying he's saying instead it's about this number here. It's about this low number. Nobody in chat should take it upon themselves to talk about this here, even though I will stop gameplay to tell you this number needs to be higher. This number has not gone up for a period of time, and I'm not happy about that. Remember, guys, if you want to see me in a hat, you need to make this number go up. But don't you dare say that this number is low. Just give me your money to make this number go up. He's avoiding saying it's money. Yeah, I know. He's avoiding saying it's donations, it's tips, it's support. He's just saying that it's this number. He's not saying money. Because he's talking to the people whose money he wants. He's talking to the people who he expects to give him money.
That number is important to me, but it doesn't matter if that number is 0, 150, or whatever. The stream is still the stream. The stream isn't going to not happen. The stream is not going to... You know what I'm saying?
The stream is still the stream. That number's important to you, yeah, but it's also important to the rest of your audience because it's their pissing money that makes that number go up. Accept that. You need to accept that. I know you don't like accepting that. You expect that this money should just be given to you because your early days on YouTube established a baseline that you thought would be consistent forever. And the fact is that you have not adjusted your spending to compensate for the fact that that baseline fluctuates as you do stupid shit like get kicked off YouTube or get kicked out of Twitch's partner program. The fact is, that number is their money. You want their money, but you don't want them to have any say in the fact that you're getting all this money and what happens when you get a lot of it and what happens when you get little of it. You cannot ask them to give you their money and not expect them to take an interest in how much you get. Because I'd want to know if me and a group of mates were sort of like donating random amounts to somebody, we'd say this is how much I'm giving him. Really? So he's making this much overall? Fucking hell. I can't imagine being in a lottery syndicate and giving, like, you'll chip in a tenner a month and we get so many lines or whatever. And then, like, not seeing, so we got 5 numbers, how much did we get? And how much does that work? When money's involved, people are more inquisitive because it's fucking money. And again, when people are being sold something, they're automatically on the defensive because they're aware that they're being sold something. And you could make the argument, he is ruined, I would argue, for me. And thus. I liked thus. I used to use it a lot. It's a good word. But anyway, you could make the argument that when he's doing the $50 for the Gunner glasses, $100 for the hat, and then $150 for the vest, is a sales pitch. That could be why he does it a lot. It's a sales pitch. He's trying to sell you something. He's selling you the reward of donating to him. So his audience is automatically, well, in other, context, with other streamers, and if anybody else was doing this, your guard would be up because you'd be aware that you're being sold something. So it's a difficult enough sell as is to think I could give this man the cost of groceries for a week to see him put on a hat. But either way, the fact is, you expect your audience to give you money, their money, and not mention the counter of their money at the bottom of the screen. And that's fucked up to me. That's an unreasonable expectation of the audience. It's a refusal to accept that they have that say in the matter. It's a refusal to concede that point to them. Because you just think so little of them that you're not even going to do them the sort of the grace of knowing what their money goes on. Or even saying, I gave him money, why didn't you? Fuck.
Just because this number wasn't hit doesn't mean that the stream was bad. But that's what people were acting like. Like, seriously, like, by the end of that stream, people were like, wow, Phil, your tip support was low today. And I'm like, and?
Do
And what? So big deal, you know?
you mind? Just knocked my pen off my desk. Right. Yeah, thank you. Where were we?
Just because this number wasn't hit doesn't mean that the stream was bad.
Right, so a good stream is one where you get a lot of support. Therefore, a bad stream would be one where you don't get support. Again, he can see these concepts as worth considering when they are positive, when they bring him money. It was a good stream because we got a lot of support. Support was good because it was a good game, or I was particularly entertaining, or, you know, it was a chill time and we had a lot of interaction. It was a positive, fun stream with a lot of support. But when it's the other way around, he can't, because it involves some accountability on his part, and he can't.
But that's what people were acting like. Like, seriously, like, by the end of that stream, people were like, wow, Phil, your tip support was low today. And I'm like, and?
They're telling you it's a bad stream. That's what that means. You cannot live in this comfortable delusion for much longer. That's what this is. It's reality. Reality, again, like repetition, reality will grind you down. There are only so many things a narcissist can do to avoid having to consider contrary opinions and having to consider fault sometimes and having to do things like that. There are only so many times a narcissist can block out reality, especially if it's something as significant as this. The more this happens, the more he's going to be snapping, and the worse he's going to snap. The more times he has slower streams with less support, and the more times that people in his chat mention this and make it a thing, force him to address it like he's doing now, the more he's going to snap. Because it's constantly pushing at him, and there's only so much he can push back. There's only so much that he can do to deny it, that he can do to externalize the responsibility for it onto something else. Phil has what's known as an external locus of control. Locus of control is, I think it's a psychological concept. It might be a philosophical one, but it basically refers to how much control you feel you have in your life and the circumstances that you're in. So if you feel like you have a lot of responsibility, like say you've got a driving test coming up and you do badly on it, and if you have an internal locus of control, you might think, well, I didn't study as much, I should have gone over the exam more, and I should have paid attention when I took that turn, and I should have paid attention, and I got this fault because I wasn't looking in the mirror at this point. Or you would internalize the responsibility for it yourself. Whereas if you were if you had an external locus of control, you might say that the weather was bad so I didn't drive well, or the instructor had it out for me and he was an asshole and he docked me 5 points already, so I'd already failed by the time I sat down. And you would blame external factors for it. So Phil has a very external locus of control. Anything that might be going wrong for him at any given time is usually the result of somebody else and not him. So that's what we're seeing here. He's not taking responsibility for it. People are telling him straight out, this is low, this is bad. And he's not seeing it, and he's not accepting it. There's some other reason. I'm sure there's going to be an excuse coming up in the next, oh God, I've got another 35 minutes of this and I've already done an hour. At least it's not going to be 10.
Like, and what? So big deal. What I've found over the years, especially now that I'm a full-time streamer, is that you can never predict how things are going to go when you're crowdfunded, okay?
True. You can do a lot, though. You can do a lot to compensate for the fluctuations in funding. But again, you set your early days as YouTube as your baseline, and you expect that. That's why you have an ultimate goal of $150 per stream. That would be higher if you could get away with it. If you thought you could get away with it, you would put that at 200. But either way, you have that expectation. You have set that baseline to accommodate for the fluctuations that come with being crowdfunded. Which, by the way, you're not. It's not crowdfunding. Isn't that the one in the YouTube terms of service? It's not crowdfunding. Yeah, would you check for me? I don't remember. Thanks. So yeah, but there are things that you could do to accommodate that. And one of them is to put aside money when you are doing particularly well. When you are earning more. When you are earning above your means. When you have a net positive at the end of the month. When you have money left in your account. Put some of it aside. So that you can compensate for the days when the money is low. I believe this is called a rainy day fund, Phil. You could also try, like, giving the people who give you money something back so they feel like they could get more. Because there's no difference between... Fuck, they're onto me. They still don't know I'm here. There's no difference between, like, the first tier, the cheapest membership and the most expensive membership on his channel. There's no difference between the cheapest Patreon level and the most expensive Patreon level. There are no perks given out anymore. He doesn't do it anymore. Yeah. So, doing something like that. Giving something a little bit extra to the people who give you money so that they may feel like, actually, yeah, I did quite appreciate the personal shout out that I got. I might increase my tier membership next time so I'll get a video shout out that's just for me. Or, you know, I might get to ask the king a question in a Q&A. Did you just start that for me? Thank you. Go on. Are you going out? So yeah, basically... people make it an issue now when things are low because you've spent most of your life pleading poverty and begging them more because you set the baseline expectation of money too high because YouTube was great at the start. And then when you started not getting that, instead of adjusting how much you spent, you started begging harder. You started to set a minimum. It's so finicky about that you set your minimum tip to $1.30 to accommodate for the 30% that YouTube takes off you. That's how important it is to you. That's how much that matters to you. Getting as much money as possible from your audience to keep the baseline that you have set achievable. But that baseline is well out of whack now. And rather than accommodate for that baseline being out of whack by reducing what you spend, you just beg harder. And you make it more important. You make it more of a thing. And so when you don't hit that, people start bringing it up more. You are here because of your own actions. These are the consequences of your actions, Phil.
There are some times when you'll think things are going to go amazingly positive, and they don't. There's times when you'll think absolutely nothing. Oh, this is going to be a typical stream, no big deal. And then all of a sudden, support comes out of nowhere. And you're like, wow, I'm blown away with the positivity and the support of the people on the stream.
The wording there again, the support comes out of nowhere. Get a big tip. Support and positivity comes out of nowhere. I'm overwhelmed by the positivity and support on stream. I get money. When I get a lot of money. When I go into a stream, sometimes I expect to get a lot of money. And then other times I don't expect to get a lot of money, and I do. I hate how he uses words. I feel like that's a cult thing again. It's, you know, cults will use their own words. They'll have their own language. They'll have their own sayings and phrases. A bit like social groups in general, but cults will use it in a certain way. It won't be a natural usage. It will be a retooled usage. It will be an adopted usage like this. They will recontextualize and repurpose words to maybe to mean other things, or to, you know, to be used in different ways. So yeah, that was me itching because I got a bit of hair on my nails then. Set my baseline. I'm conscious of it now. I've been conscious of it for a while, but you know, I can at least edit it. But when I know that I'm talking and I'm aware that this bit's going to be kept in, I'm really conscious of like having the occasional scratch. At least I don't blink 59 times a minute. Fucking hell.
Right? And this happens all the time. This isn't just like every once in a while. I'm constantly not knowing what's going to happen on a stream. I think that's actually part of the real cool thing about being a streamer like this and being a crowdfunded individual is that there's a volatility to it.
You did that again. I feel like that one was nerves. Because he's talking about the volatility being cool. Who thinks that? Who thinks instability and volatility in the money that I can bring in every month to pay my bills is cool? Like, there's a reason why salary is better than tips. There's a reason why a contract is better than a 0 hours contract. You know, there's a reason why people prefer the stability of knowing $2,000 is going to go into my account every month. You know, then there is, oh, I might make a tenner tonight, or I might make $50 tonight, or I might make $150 tonight, and I don't know, but isn't that cool? Why would you argue this? Why are you about to try to convince your audience that volatility is cool? Why are you doing this? This is bad. This is really bad. If there's anyone, because I know that I get dislikes, so I'm assuming some people that watch this stuff, because I know that some people in Phil's audience watch detractor stuff, keep an eye on it, and feed stuff back to him. If you are watching this now, do not listen to this bit. Instability and volatility is bad. What he is talking about now, the difficulties involved with making a living off streaming, is not cool. It is not a good thing. This is bad.
Okay? And that volatility actually is a thing that is exciting. You never know if you're going to have a stream where, oh my God, there's so much support, or there's like no support, and it goes back and forth. Obviously.
No. It's not. It's not exciting. That's not a good thing. A man in your financial situation, a man with the bills that you proclaim to have, and okay, I will accept that, you know, you have bills that you can't get out of paying, like a mortgage. You have to pay for your house. You have to pay for gas and electricity. You have to pay for food. A man with your expenses should not be in a position where you can go, I cannot guarantee a minimum per month in income. And isn't that cool? I have a minimum amount of outgoings. I have a set minimum amount of outgoings. There are outgoings that I have to pay. I cannot guarantee that I will earn that minimum in a month. That's exciting. That's cool. Yeah, I know I'm talking about it. I'll let her in. That is not cool. This is not a good thing. And a man in his position should not be saying this. There has to be a reason why he's saying this. He cannot accept the situation that he's in is volatile, and that's bad. He knows that the situation he's in is volatile. He's not stupid. We all know that in his situation, it's difficult to make a living off streaming. It's not impossible, but precious few can manage it compared to the amount of people who will actually take up streaming. The amount of people that can make a living off it to the point where they can make it their full-time job is minimal. It's terrifyingly low. Most of the people that will start up a stream with the intention of making some money off it will not be able to live off it. You know, just going off sheer numbers. You know, you might think, oh, there were loads of people in the Twitch leaks, but that's probably nothing compared to the millions of people that have an account and have a stream with only like 10 viewers. So the amount of people, the amount of streams that there are, compared to the amount of people that can make a living off streams, you know, that's the sort of thing that I want to show here. And we all know that. We all know that it's difficult and it's dangerous and it's not, it's not a sound financial choice. You know, more power to you if you can make it. And you know, if you think that you can and you want to give it your all, do, because you're probably not going to do worse than this for starters. But secondly, if you commit to it and you care enough about it, the fact that you put energy into your product will reap rewards far better than he is begging for right now, because he does not give a shit about his stream, and we've known that. And he's not stupid enough to say the situation that I am in is great and it's safe and it's fine and I have financial security for the rest of my life. He is aware that he is in a precarious situation when it comes to finances, because he's a streamer, and that's part of the risk of being a streamer. But he can't accept that it's a bad thing. He can't accept that he's put himself into this bad situation. He knows that it's precarious. He's being reminded more. He's being forced to accept it more. That's what this is about. He's being forced to accept it more, and he knows that, but he's still trying to put a spin on it where he doesn't have to accept responsibility, because it's not a bad thing. He doesn't have to accept responsibility for being in this situation, because the situation isn't bad. Volatility and instability in income is good, you know, because it means that every stream is unpredictable and you never know when there's going to be a rainfall. Here comes the money. Here we go. I'm not going to get copyright claimed by WWE. Fuck you, Vince McMahon. But yeah, so he knows that it's a bad thing, but he can't accept it as a bad thing, because it means that he put himself in this bad situation. He doesn't want to accept that the situation is bad, so he's spinning it as good. He knows it's a bad thing. He doesn't want to accept that, so he's going to put a positive spin on it. And hopefully you'll all understand that, you know, volatility is good, but it comes with risks, and part of that risk is, you know, obviously not earning enough. So if you do like the content and you do want to support it, then, you know, feel free to tip me. The number down here is, you know, it's down there. That would be great. Remember, if you get over 50, I'll put my glasses on. I'll start taking. I did think about doing it for a joke, but it seriously fucks my eyes up too much. But yeah, you get the point I'm making, that he's trying to put a positive spin on what is undoubtedly a very terrifyingly bad thing. And if you are one of Phil's audience and you are watching this, do not listen to this. Volatility is bad. It is not a good thing to be having to deal with on a regular basis. His situation is not a situation you want to be in.
Obviously, where it comes into a concern for me is if I'm doing a whole streaming week, and in general, it's slow almost every day.
So it becomes a concern for you when it becomes a repeating enough pattern for you to notice that actually I'm not getting that much money. And so it's also a concern for your chat, because they're also noticing. So, you know, don't be mad that they talk about it, because if you are noticing it, then so are they. I think that's the issue I'm having here, is that it should have been a concern for you much earlier, but it wasn't, because you had your baseline out of whack and you thought it would carry on like this forever. It should have concerned you years ago, when you were still on YouTube making fuck you money. Yeah, assuming that he's just, you know, I'm assuming that there are peaks and troughs, but assuming an average of about 100 grand a year, he's made over $1 million in his life. And this is what he has to show for it. And that's astonishing. I think I would have better returns on that $1 million. He's easily made $1 million, if not two, over the since he started on YouTube, since he left, since he quit, since he got fired, since he, you know, stopped working his last job and made YouTube his full-time career. He has easily made over $1 million. And the worry about whether this money would stop should have been a concern for him probably after his first few months there, when he started to get a lot of money. I probably started to think, actually, I'm going to put a bit aside. Even I've got a fucking pension. You know, it's... So it's like... This is too little too late, Phil. It's only a concern for you when there's a couple of streams when it's been quiet and you've not had as much support as you would like. It should have been a concern for you years ago, maybe even a decade ago. Granted, you probably couldn't have foreseen YouTube going down as Twitch, you know, when streaming became a more profitable thing. But even so, there would have been a period there where it would have been like, right, okay, so this is like the baseline I'm expecting on Twitch now. So this is what I will expect to be for the rest of my time on Twitch. And you didn't. So, yeah. He should have noticed much earlier, and he couldn't, because he was still capable enough of defending himself in his ego. He was still able to sort of cushion himself, isolate himself, put himself into a little bubble. And there's only so many times that reality can keep knocking on your door before you're forced to answer. And reality's been banging on his door recently, trying to get him to answer, saying, "We know you're in there. We know you're hiding behind the couch. We can see the wrappers and the bags of cat shit." Another video, another day, but holy fuck, a month's worth of cat shit in his garage. Oh.
And I'll give you an example. This particular week, okay, there were several streams where we were not hitting anything past the initial $50 goal. Now, I've tried to explain this before. In a nutshell, I'll try to say it again. Last year, I lost my Twitch partnership for completely invalid reasons.
There's fucking delusion there. This isn't even, no, it's denial. It's not delusion. He's not deluding himself into believing something ridiculous. He's just outright denying. He's outright denying that he did anything wrong at all. Completely invalid reasons.
Hateful slurs.
I knew he'd bring it up. I don't know how I knew, but I just sort of like knew at some point Twitch was going to be mentioned. He was going to mention losing his partnership program. I knew I would have to use the hateful slurs clip again. I'm putting that on. I think I'm going to run out of space. That's a definite red flag that would come up. That he can't get over that. He can't accept responsibility for that. Despite it being this long. It's nearly a year. And he still just refused to accept any culpability at all. He's refused to accept any responsibility for that.
Okay, unjustifiable. I was mistreated by the company. That's why I'm not going back. They can go to hell for all I care. Okay? Since then, I've been trying to recover. But I had a certain level of income that I was making on Twitch because of the level of subscribers and cheers that I was getting over there. The day that I went from Twitch to YouTube, that went way down. And I've been trying ever since then to catch back up to where I was on Twitch.
Right, so there, talking about income. Again, he mentions he had that expectation, that baseline. And this is a situation where he's actually been forced to adapt to that. He's been forced to adjust to the difference between the memberships and the income from Twitch and what it is on YouTube. But he's adapted to that by just setting a goal of $150. And that's it. And also getting super chats. As many super chats as he can. He's still getting that money. It's just the members isn't going up. It's harder for him to sort of say, I'm actually this popular. This many people actually care about my content and what I do for a living. It's difficult because it's, I think now, as I'm recording this, he's gone over 400. Has he? I know that he, I feel like, he didn't, he sat around and waited for it to take over. So yeah. He has at least gone over that. But again, that took OIC making a lot of soccer accounts. So even there, it's not really silencing the gnawing of that realization inside him. It's comforting him a bit. It's taking the edge off, but it's still there really. So I wonder if I wonder how much of this is going to be motivated by that, really. It's probably not a lot. But again, it might be because, again, if this is going to be an epic rant about trolls, I'm assuming that he's going to be referring to some in-stream chat. So that, again, is going to take off that number of people that are legitimate fans of his. That's also going to knock that down. So that's going to be an omnipresent thing either way. Whether OIC is only inflating the members goal to 400 or whether he's doing it to the 900 or 1,000 level because it's gifted subs and you can just gift subs everybody. It's still you know, it's still masking the knowledge that deep down I'm actually not that popular and not that many people really do want to come and see me. That's going to be an omnipresent thing for him, I feel.
It's been almost a year, and I'm not even close. I have 357 members. I had more than double that on Twitch. I used to get way more cheers than I get super chats here on YouTube, okay?
Those numbers were being inflated. Those numbers were being inflated when he was over there. That's the thing. He was still getting the money. It was just in a slightly different way. Super chats are functionally the same. You know, he's just fed up that, with super chats especially, that he has to wait. You know, that's why he liked it over on Twitch. There were more payments that were immediate. More of the ways to give him money were immediate and could be claimed immediately. Whereas here he's forced to wait for, I think members are monthly as well, aren't they? So he's got to wait for two things. Whereas tips you can get immediately. Whereas over on Twitch, he got more things immediately than he had to wait for. So it was better for him because he could satisfy his needs immediately. So, yeah.
So there's a lot of lost revenue there, a lot of lost income that I have to deal with. And that's why I've been telling you guys this last year, financially, things have been tight for me.
He's saying that sat in front of a PS5, a Nintendo Switch, and an Xbox box, and with neck phones. I just can't with this guy sometimes. I really can't. Financially, things have been tight for me, but here are the latest generation consoles, which people are still struggling to get PS5s. So, just, again, the staggering lack of self-awareness.
Where a lot of the times I'm living day to day, tips to pay bills and things. That's just how it is right now. Eventually, things will get better. But I'm kind of stuck right now with how things are. That's why I'm trying to build up this channel, rebrand DSP Gaming this year, get discoverability for it. That's why I'm doing all these things differently in 2022.
It's because you've been forced to. That's why you're doing things like this. It's not because you want to. It's because you've been forced to. You don't... And again, you're not really putting in that much effort. You're going about it the wrong way. You're doing it the way you're doing it because to actually do it to a point where it will make a difference takes effort. And it involves relinquishing some control. And you don't want to do that. Because... fucking rebranding, right? I've got to do that at some point. I've really got to. I've got to do the rebranding stream. I will. But just for the purposes of this rebranding, he in all honesty means forget about all the bad shit I've done. That is a recognition. That is an acknowledgement. It's not an explicit acknowledgement. It's a very subtle one. But it is an acknowledgement that his brand, for want of a better term, has become incredibly toxic. He has a lot of baggage. He is DSP. People know him for a couple of things. They don't know him for one thing, they know him for another. But mainly they know him for being the guy who masturbated on stream. After that, they probably know him for being an incredibly toxic individual and not a nice person. And then you'll have stuff like This Is How You Don't Plays and how he is with fans like War Dog Leader or slapping that 11-year-old girl. And then you'll have people who know him for how he treated Liana. So there's a lot of toxic baggage attached to DSP. And he is being forced to recognise that because that is a thing that is now directly affecting his ability to make money through his channel. He put, I'll come back to the fact that he put that channel to one side and basically didn't give a shit while he was over on Twitch. Here he's trying to come back to it and he's trying to do repair work and he's going about it in the laziest, half-assed way possible because it's DSP and DSP always has to take the path of least effort and least resistance. But his rebranding is an acknowledgement that I have done some fucked up thing. I have fucked up previously and it is now affecting my ability to attract new members of the audience to my streams, and it is affecting my ability to generate revenue because when people look for me or when people hear about me, it's always in a negative context. It's always through this is how you don't play, or it's through people stumbling into detractor streams, or it's somebody coming in, seeing that they can't chat for 24 hours and then seeing that I've stopped and I'm whinging at chat for not giving me money and deciding that they're done, or they've stuck around for the 24 hours and then somehow got banned for accidentally tripping over one of the billions of rules that I've got about things that you're not allowed to talk about and things that you're not allowed to say because they might be detractor memes or stirring up bullshit or whatever. So there is a lot of shit that I have done that has affected my ability to bring new people to my stream, and I want to change that. Not because I have self-growth and I have reflected on the person that I was and that I now wish to be, because it's affecting my ability to make money. If it was from a place of genuine growth, you would see that in him. And you don't. He is still this person. This is a 40-minute long rant about trolls. He is still this person. He is not trying to rebrand and grow for any actual legitimate growth. You know, he is not a better person. He has not reflected on the things that he's done and realised why they were wrong. He has reflected on the things that he's done and realised they have affected his ability to make money because he can't get people to his channel and to his streams to give him money. So he has also acknowledged that he basically left his YouTube channel to die. And now people know that, because the people that have been watching him on YouTube have been around for that long, and the people that were watching him on Twitch heard him say repeatedly, YouTube is just an archive. If you want to watch me, if you want to support my content, come to one of the live streams. YouTube I get passive revenue from, but here I get a more active source of revenue, so please come this way. And so there's a lot of work that he has to do to undo that mess as well. Again, not an explicit acknowledgement that he was wrong and that what he did was wrong. More I have fucked up and now I have to repair this wrong. No, not even that, because again, that involves the acknowledgement that you've fucked up and are at fault. It's more a case of I have neglected this thing because I was right to neglect it at the time, and now I'm coming back to it because I have to. You might frame it as I chose to leave Twitch and come back to YouTube, but he was forced. He feels like he was forced anyway. He's framing it as a good thing, but he feels like he was forced. And in coming back to a neglected channel, he has to acknowledge that it has been neglected and he has to do some work. And part of that work is correcting people's expectation that Phil's channel is dead and few people watch it and you can't even comment anymore, you know. So he's been forced to do it. He's been forced to do some work. But it's been minimal work as well. It's turning the comments up, but he's not even turned them on. He's turned them to moderators. He's turned them to review only. So he gets to pick and choose which comments go up. That's not conducive to growth organically and telling the YouTube algorithms that activity takes place on this channel. People comment under these videos. Because you can't. Sorry. You can't. You simply can't. You can't talk to anyone. You can't get a conversation going. You can't get a comment thread going because someone leaves a comment. It has to be reviewed. That takes hours because, you know, it depends on what time they leave it and whether Phil's in bed or whether he's drinking or whether he's on Champions. So you have to wait until Phil comes into the YouTube studio. I can't, and that as well, fuck me. I can't believe he took him this long to discover the YouTube Creator Studios app. I got that before I started doing videos on DSP, because I was putting the other videos up on my channel. And I thought, I found it after, I think it was after the Phineas Gage one. It might have been after the second one. It might have been actually after one of the Fire Festival ones. Ones, plural. Sorry, Necro Swanson. But yeah, the fact that he didn't know, and he's been using YouTube intensely this long. And not even using it as, even if you were just using it as an archive, you would still want to monitor how things were doing in terms of views, because then you'd be able to work out how much you were getting through ads. It's just the fact that it took him that long. But yeah, anyway, so you've got to wait for him to be using that app and to review all the comments. And then somebody has to see that and reply. They have to be watching the video about the time that your comment goes live. And they have to reply. And then that gets held for moderation. And then you have to wait for him to be back next time, which could take hours. And then after that, it's difficult to get conversation going. It's really difficult, you know. And I'm suddenly aware that I have this habit of like replying to the first few and then fucking off and not. And I'm really sorry about that. I'm going to start replying to more of them, regardless of how long it's been. So, because I do read them and I do see them, and I'm like really like buzzed when people leave me positive ones, and I'm always really interested when people like raise points and ask questions and things, and I always find it great that people joke about things and we have a laugh. So you know, there are memes, there are in jokes, and so yeah, generating, fostering and engendering that in a community is, you know, difficult when your comments are being moderated because you don't want to see a negative comment. You don't want anybody to see, oh look, it's the guy, I'm watching his video, you know. And so there are so many issues tied up in his acknowledgement that I have had to come back to YouTube and I've had to make a go of it again. There's been resistance from him throughout. People have said, you know, you need to turn comments on, you need to turn likes on, you need to do all this stuff, and he doesn't, because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want the responsibility of that, and he doesn't want to be seen as like, you know, detractors in it. Basically, he doesn't want to see sick, nasty, disgusting, sexist, racist stuff that it was, and it wasn't. Now that his comments are back on, you can go and see the comments from that time if you want to go back and look at the old videos that he claims all these comments were on, and they won't be that bad. But yeah, he's been forced to humble himself before the algorithm and make changes. He's not done it because he wants to grow. He's done it because it's affected his ability to make an income. And that's where this recent madness for getting all thumbs up and, you know, 100 likes per stream and leave a comment, leave a like. It all helps boost engagement. It all comes from being forced to acknowledge that your channel's in the shitter because you've neglected it. But again, he's framing it positively. He can't accept the responsibility of, this is my fault. This is because of me. Rather, he's seeing it as, this is how YouTube is now, and I have to change because of that. And oh, it turns out that discoverability works like this, and having lots of likes and comments is a good thing, so I know what I'll do. You know, basically, he's just been forced to humble himself, but he's trying to frame it positively. And any impression that he gives of growth is growth done because it's affected his ability to make an income, rather than actual growth that's involved introspection and changing of behavioral patterns going forward.
Okay.
Now,
this week in particular, there were several streams where I wasn't hitting the tips goals. And let me tell you guys something. The day that I don't hit the tips goals is actually scary, because this particular week I got a lot of bills coming up.
I thought volatility was good, Phil. I thought it was exciting. I thought it was a good thing. See, this is why it's not a good thing. I mentioned this with someone else. Who was it? Actually, I should probably not really sort of like name people that I'm having conversations with. Although it's supposed to be fair, I also do shout out people every now and then for, you know, having memes like Necro Swanson. I think I'm going to check. It was during a conversation through tweets, and at the moment I can't be asked looking through. I might add it in the edit if I can be bothered. But basically, we were talking about how Phil's actually never known poverty. He's never had to choose between going hungry or being cold, because he can't afford to pay the electric bills, or he can't afford to buy food. He's never had to make difficult choices like that. He's been insulated from the consequences of his actions, and he's been taken care of financially. There's always been somebody to bail him out at the last minute. And I'm assuming most of the time it's been his parents. I'm assuming that, like with most detractors who believe you know, I'm with most detractors, who believe that his dad generally wanted him to stand on his own a bit more and didn't like it when his mum would give him money, and that's why, you know, he's different with his dad, and you know, that's why his mum gave him money at his wedding and his dad was disappointed. And recently his dad had a go at him for a while. He said, like, me dad talked for ages and that's why I'm late for a stream, I think. And his dad, the sort of implication was that his dad was going on and on at him about something, and probably was a bit of like disappointment in him. But yeah, I feel like he's never known what it is to be poor. He's never had to make decisions like, what can I afford this week? To what bill can I pay? Can I pay the gas and the electric, or can I afford to buy food? Because I can only do the one. He's never kept a count. He's never kept a total of the shopping that he's buying. He's never lingered by the discounted, the whoops aisle, as it were. He's never waited by the discounts for new product to be like marked off so that he can afford to get bread cheap. He's never had to make difficult decisions like that. And I think when he occasionally gets a glimpse of, shit, I might actually be in trouble here, it terrifies him to this extent. Because he's reacting in a way. He's, at least right now, he's carrying off like, you know, guys, it's scary. When I don't get support, it's scary. To not make money is scary. And that's so I think he's giving that impression, but I feel like it terrifies him more than he lets on. He's using it here to manipulate the audience. He wants you to feel sympathy at this point. He wants you to, oh shit, you've, you know, a couple of streams without reaching the tips goal. Yeah, you know, it must be scary to not make that much money. You know, it must be terrifying to not make your daily allowance, even though you've just told us that volatility is good. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. Let's move on, because I'm just going to keep looping back to that. He's been insulated against the consequences, financial consequences at least, of his actions for so long that every now and then he gets a flash of like, oh my god, here are actual consequences. Even though I'm sure he doesn't really give a shit, and he will like default on payments and make them late and incur the fees anyway. So I feel like maybe in this situation he is over-exaggerating the fear he feels. But I'm not sure, because I still believe that he feels the fear a lot more acutely than he's letting on here. I feel like this is more performative, and the real fear is much more terrifying for him to deal with, so he won't. I feel like it's a sort of fear that he would hide and deny and do anything to avoid confronting. Maybe that's why he's lashing out like this. Maybe that's why it's such a triggering subject for him. Maybe that's why it causes like such anxiety reflexes in him. Not reflex, responses. Maybe it's why it prompts a severe anxiety response, like to the extent where you rant for 40 minutes.
To pay, and I got to buy all these games this month. It's a very, very, very busy release month, okay? And I'm looking like, wow, what is this pattern? It's one thing if you have one slow day, 2 slow days, but it's like, wow, 3, 4 days in a row. The night streams, I'm getting not a lot of support at all. The day streams, because I'm playing Skyrim, yes, they're doing all right, but it's like, wow, I'm not hitting any maximized goals at all, right?
Imagine that. Imagine that you're hyping up the importance of these great new releases that are going to bring people to the stream and bring support, and the best you're doing is in Skyrim. Fuck me. Anybody else? Think about this for a minute. What is the conclusion that anybody else in the world would take from this situation? In his position, I would look back over the last few streams and think, what am I doing wrong? Not what's going wrong. Not what's going on. What am I doing wrong? That's the difference. That's the difference between most of us and Phil. Most of us would have that response. Most people would have that response. They would look inward. Most people have more internal locuses than they do external. Obviously, it's a thing that's consistent within you, but it can change in terms of circumstance. You know, sometimes you might actually be at fault in a car crash. Other times you won't be. So, you know, in those circumstances, whether you internalize or externalize the responsibility for those actions and the consequences of them will depend on those circumstances. So, you know, different contexts can change it, but generally it will be consistent throughout most of your life. If you are the sort of person who internalizes it most of the time, you will internalize it throughout most of your life. There may be times when you're willing to, you know, you'll be like, yeah, they were at fault. They did it. It wasn't me this time. But similarly, if you are the sort of person who externalizes most of the time, you will do that for most of your life, and very rarely will you internalize it, because context would have to change for you to internalize it. So I should look more into that, because I assume that it's easier if you internalize to accept that other times you're not at fault, whereas if you externalize a lot, it's going to be difficult for you to accept times when you should internalize responses. You're accepting the consequences. Sorry, I need to read more into that. I didn't read enough into it while I was at uni.
And when I set these goals into place, okay, the reason I designed them the way I did was that there's a little bit of leeway, but in general, if I'm hitting the goals, you know, every few streams, it's good and I'm making ends meet. All right. But when there's several days where I'm not hitting any of these goals, that means I'm not making enough money to pay anything. You see?
I sort of want to go on about it, because again, it sets your baseline. And if that's what you need to make ends meet, then people can just add up the maths, especially because these are people whose money you are asking for. These are the people you want to give you this money. These are the people who you want to pay to get you to those goals. And so it's perfectly okay for them to look at the amount that you make, because everybody can do the math. Everybody can add up what you make in a day, and then in a week, and then in a month, and see how much you earn if you hit those baselines. And if that's just you getting by, that's just you making ends meet, that is a ridiculous amount to ask for somebody to supplement, you know, not just one person, but to contribute to that. It is a lot to ask for somebody, and they are right to sort of like say, well, hang on a minute, why do you need this much? Especially considering you can write games off from your taxes, because they are a business expense. They could legitimately, you know, I would legitimately accept that those are business expenses, because you do need to buy the games. I accept that, fair enough. The rest of your business expenses, though, there's a lot to account for there. So it's unreasonable of you to expect that your audience does not do that. It is unreasonable of you to expect that your audience, in supporting you, do not do that, because they are well within their rights to do that. They are well within their rights to consider where their money is going and how much you are asking for and why, if that is you making ends meet, because that is a lot. Far more people make do on far less. Far more people survive on less. You can make amendments to your lifestyle that brings your costs down, so you don't have to ask for as much. So therefore, in future, when you have streams that aren't as good and you don't earn as much, it's fine, because that much goes further. You've got used to earning that little, and so you're okay on living on it. But you expect to earn more, and you refuse to change what you spend. And people are right. I need to move on. I'm not even 10 minutes into this yet. Fuck.
So it's like day after day after day, it's disheartening. Oh crap, this is scary. I don't know what's going to happen now, because I don't know, what's going on with income this week. For some odd reason, it's down. Okay? And there's various reasons why it could happen. And I'm not going to sit here.
For some odd reason, it's down. Oh, I wonder what reason that could be.
Say the sky is falling like Chicken Little and freak out about it. It's like, oh well, let's just keep pushing forward positively, and hopefully things get better, right? So the Dying Light 2 stream happened yesterday, and I only raised like $60 on the stream, which is a big premiere stream. Okay, now am I gonna freak out and go crazy and go nuts? No, but apparently this group of people are, because I'm not kidding you. The major discussion that I've seen about people on the internet about my Dying Light 2 premiere stream was not the game, the content of the game, the content of my commentary, the attendance, the viewership, the engagement, the fact that I was in the top 5 people streaming the game on YouTube.
It's going to be the new 4th place at Evo. But look at that list. That's the list of things that he expects you to talk about in his stream, because those are the things that he expected to see in this stream, and he is annoyed that you didn't see them. He didn't see you talking about the game, his gameplay, his commentary. You also, at that point, like attendance and support. So that's, you know, he expected to see some chat about it, even though if you do, you're probably going to get banned. I think he's reaching at that point. He's reaching for things that, you know, you talk about in his chat, and those are like the most common things that get brought up outside of the core, the game, Phil's gameplay, and Phil's commentary, which are, you know, the expected topics, and you shall not stray. Especially if there's, you know, a major sporting event on. You don't talk about that. There might be quite a few football fans watching and, you know, in chat wanting to talk about the superb Owl results. And so, yeah, I did that thing where you mispronounce something because, you know, you're not really into sport, and so you want to come across like you don't, you know. Sorry, couldn't resist, but it's out of my system now. I'll call it the Super Bowl from now on. So, you know, if you like anything like that, you can't talk about it in Phil's chat, because it's not about the game or his gameplay or his commentary, which are the things that he expects. And then after that, he struggled for an example. Let me have a look again, actually. Look how he's straining to think here. Right.
The content that I've seen about people on the internet about my Dying Light 2 premiere stream was not the game.
Oh, wait, actually, hang on. Before we go into that, that's very peculiar phrasing, that.
On the internet. The major discussion that I've seen about people on the internet about my Dying Light 2 premiere stream was...
The major discussion that I've seen about people, right, he slips up there, he's probably thinking from people, on the internet, about my stream. Right?
I've seen about people on the internet about my Dying Light 2 premiere stream was not...
The major discussion that I've seen from people on the internet about my stream. Where does he go looking for discussion online about his streams? I can think of at least one place that talks about his streams. And this place that talks about his streams would definitely talk about how low the support has been. Excuse me. They would definitely talk about how low the support has been recently, and they would make a very big issue of the fact that a Premiere stream has done very badly. There's at least one website. There used to be 2, but one of them's been taken down. And then it was up again. And then it was taken down again. Copyright issues, which I'm sure were actually Phil, you know, because obviously only Phil can make those copyright claims, and anybody else who did that would be breaking the law, because they wouldn't be doing it with Phil's permission, and they're not the copyright holder. And none of his fans would be, you know, crazy enough to do that, would they? You know, just gonna take a sip of my exclusively warm tea. So yeah, now that place is gone, there's only really one other place. I suppose you could count Twitter, but we know no one really talks about his streams on Twitter. They tweet about his streams on Twitter, and we talk about how ridiculous the quotes are. So it's going to be Twitter, isn't it? No, the answer is Kiwi Farms. He's reading the farms. He's mad that's what this is. That's why I got told. He's fine. Holy shit. He's been triggered by the Kiwi farms. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so mad. The Kiwi farms are like, the support on this Premiere stream is shit. Isn't that hilarious? And he's read it. Not like r/DSP discussion to Reddit. I mean, he has read it. It's gone to him. He's probably spent the night before drinking. He'll have spent that night drinking. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. He's stewed on this. He drank the night previously. I wonder if he tweeted. I'll have to look on the tweet bot to see what he was tweeting on February the 4th, February the 5th. Well, no, it'd be February the 4th, wouldn't it? Well, this is like the 5th, this is the morning, so he wouldn't be tweeting that day. He'd just be like, hey, come and join the stream. It's on for, support, chat, fun, etc. Any tweets would have been the previous night. Maybe in the early mornings. I'll look for both. Either way. It's definitely going to have been on his mind all night. Oh, that's great.
The game, the content of the game, the content of my commentary, the attendance, the viewership, the engagement, the fact that I was in the top 5 people streaming the game on YouTube, none of that. All I hear, did you hear that Phil's stream, he only made $60? Wow, what a failure for a huge big release stream. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? No, really. Number one, how the fuck is it your business?
What a fucking frame to pause on. Oh, he's so angry. That is a very hostile posture. I'm sorry. You don't need me to tell you that is hostile. It's an aggressive pose. His face is very angry there. But wow. Wow. That's definitely the response of people who, are fine. And there's nothing to worry about. How the fuck is it your business? Because you've made it our business, Phil. Discussion of you is allowed, We're allowed to sort of point at these things. Especially when you earlier have acknowledged that there is this expectation that streams that are like premieres of new games are going to see an increase in attendance and support. You said that before. You said there was that expectation. And just because you're not sort of worrying about it, that's fine. You can live in denial. You do that. That's fine. You hold on to that delusion. It's going to comfort you. It's fine. But other people are allowed to say stuff too. Other people are allowed to notice it. Because you keep pointing it out. You keep saying, these new games are going to bring new people to the stream. Support and attendance is going to be great on these games. And then you admit that expectation is there. So when the expectation isn't met, the people on the periphery of the cult are allowed to say, it's not adding up. They're also more likely to go, I'm fucking done. But that response, that is an aggressive response. I feel like it's attacking. It's not addressing the issue. It's not giving you an answer. It's not explaining anything. Granted, you might say, and number 2, blah, 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 blah. I doubt he will. But it is very much, it's none of your business. It's an attack. What the fuck? What sort of fucking business is it of yours? It's an attack. It's challenging you to justify why you are allowed to say. It's not addressing the issue at hand. It's not giving you an answer. It's a deflection.
It's my stream. It's my business, not yours. Who cares how much money I make on a fucking stream? How is that your business to be acting like it's the end-all, be-all of what I'm doing?
It's be all end all. A groupthink is a process. But you make it our business. You've got it there on your screen. You've got it like right there. It's on your screen. You make it our business. It's all here. You're asking people for money. People are allowed to keep an eye on that.
Right? How many times a year do I stream? All right? Twice a day. How many days a year? One day a week. I'm also, 300 days a year? So 600 fucking streams in a year. Oh no, I had a slow one.
Oh, he's going to do it again. I can see I've paused right as his mouth's like this. And his eyes are bulging. He's about to do the oh no, isn't he? He's going to do the oh no. Oh fuck yeah, I can see that there's like slight blurring at the bottom here. His hands are coming up. He's going to do it. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm scared now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, I was close.
Like, what are you talking about?
What they're talking about, Phil, is that you've just said you've had a run of bad streams. And then you've had a really bad one where you would normally expect to have a better than average one. And that's indicative of a trend that is going to continue. Because it's a trend that's starting to establish itself now. And if you want to talk like that, let's talk like that. If you have so few bad streams that you don't need to worry about it when one happens, because you have over 600 a year, what is 600 times 150? And why do you expect that amount of money for doing what you do?
And then on top of that, it's just like, I feel, well, not that I feel, I know. There's a large group of people on the internet who do what's called hate following me. Okay? What does it mean? It means that for whatever various reason, they don't like me. Some of them probably feel that they just don't like me and my personality. They feel that I don't put out quality content and I don't deserve success. They feel that maybe over the years I've been dishonest with my audience and they don't like that. Maybe some of them actually have a bug up their ass about things that happened 10 years ago. Who knows?
There's a lot of legitimate reasons you just listed there, though. Phil, some of those things are true. I can accept that it might be irrational sometimes to have a bug up your ass over something that happened 10 years ago. Mr. I didn't get that Wolverine toy. But yeah, you've just listed a lot of valid and legitimate complaints that you've actually done nothing to address nor change. So fuck off, mate. Just fuck off. I wanted to bring a lot of psychology to this one, and instead I'm like, yeah, fuck him. Just fuck off. I like to think I strive for a mixture of the two.
But there is a group out there that literally hate follows me. All right? The only reason that they're following me on the internet is to shit on me and everything I do. It doesn't matter if I do 10 things right. The one thing that I do wrong is the thing that they focus on and talk about.
You've yet to do 10 things right. You can't do anything right. You tell people to thumbs up your stream so you can get 100 likes and get discovered by the algorithm better. And then you private the streams. So it removes those likes from the search. It removes them from consideration by the algorithm. People tell you what a great way to boost engagement is to open comments again. So you do. And then you set them to hell for review. So hardly anyone comments. You can't do anything right. You thought an Amazon driver was going to steal your headphones because you didn't know where the parcel had been put. You put your hand through a Burger King chicken sandwich and didn't shut up about it for a fucking month. Oh, I think this is why I do it. Because every now and then you just crack. about how ridiculous it is. You never know what it is. You can never predict what it's going to be that just like makes you snap and just makes you laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. Oh my god. You can't even cook a roast. Was it Thanksgiving when he fucked up that roast? Because it was like the recipe called for like, I think it was like a cup and a quarter of wine, and he was like, that's too much, I'll put in a quarter instead. And they fucked it up because like the point of using that much is that it gets burned off during the cooking. Instead there wasn't enough. You can't do it. You can't follow a 4-step recipe. There is no right. Everything is wrong, Phil. Everything you do is wrong. You cannot do anything right. Even assuming that he means like a positive thing. You've done nothing positive. When was the last time you did a charity stream? When was the last time you did charity anything? Oh yeah, you won't admit to that because you're a private person, because you're Catholic, and all of a sudden that matters to you. Let alone that, you know, you had sex outside of marriage. If you're a Catholic, that would matter a lot to you. So your Catholic guilt over your charitable donations to one side. When was the last time you did anything for anyone else? When was the last time you didn't even gift the free subs that you got while you were on Twitch? People criticize you for the wrong things you do because everything you do is wrong. That's why it feels like people focus on the wrong things and don't focus on the right things. The truth is, Phil, there is no right. There is nothing you do that's right. Even now, to this day, you lie about your income. The point where it has become a meme that you will lie about your income, you still lie. You still obfuscate. You're not accurate. You don't give any clear answers to any time anyone has ever questioned you about it. You are not a trustworthy person. You're also inept. There are so many deficiencies here. I don't know if you can call it a personality disorder, because I don't think there's any personality left. It's just astonishing to me. And I know that we are all the heroes of our own stories. We all frame our narratives in a way that makes sense to us and keep us. We're all rational actors. We all make rational decisions. That's what rational choice theory is about. We make what we feel are rational decisions following a evaluation of all the costs and all the possible consequences, and an evaluation of what's most likely outcomes that best benefits us and all that sort of stuff. I know that we frame our narratives that make sense to us and keep us as the lead in our play. But I just don't understand how he can get to this point where he's like, I try to do things right, but if I do 10 things right and I do one thing wrong, they'll focus on the one wrong thing rather than the 10 things that I did right. And it's, what 10 things? What 10 things are you doing right? You can't even name 5, can't even name 1. What one thing has he done that you would consider right? He's never done anything for anyone else. He won't even go on another podcast. He won't even go on fucking Rich's podcast. You do nothing for no one. There are no right things you have done. Everything you have done has been wrong. Like, to the point where that is a meme. I fucking love that image as well. I love that one. Anyway, on with the show.
It doesn't matter if I had an insanely great January, which I did, a month when there was like nothing going on for new releases, right? Nothing. Still had a great streaming month. Everything was good. Engagement was up. It was a miracle that I actually did as well as I did in January, because typically January is my slowest month of the year. In reality, it was a really good month for me.
Right, so you should be doing all right now then, because you'll be getting all the super chats from that time. If you're doing all right after January, it's now only February the 5th, you shouldn't really be needing to bother that much about a low stream, should you?
Right? Ignore that. Phil had a bad stream of Dying Light 2 when it comes to tips raised. Not even overall, because overall the stream was good. Viewership was good. Engagement was good. I was discovered on YouTube and got a bunch of new subs. Actually, super chats were good. Memberships were good. The only thing you can even argue was on the slow side, all right, was the tips. That's the only thing you could say was a negative about the stream.
Oh, who went then? Who went then?
Was on the slow side, all right, was the tips. That's the only thing you could say was a negative.
Right. DSP, why does it say you only have one viewer? Fucking name as well. Again, Phil, it's really difficult to accept your explanation that everything was great because you plead poverty so much. You beg for support so much. But if memberships and super chats are doing great, why does it matter that tips are low? Why make a thing of it at all? Oh, it's being made a thing of because you've set it as a minimum expectation. And you've also bigged up the fact that it's going to be above expectation because it's a premiere stream. That's why we're laughing, because you were wrong. But if you're doing well, why are you bothering? Why this? Why have I got like another 10 minutes and another 10 minutes? Why have I only done 10 minutes?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine.
I need to stop pausing at everything. I just want to say here, he said everything was great. I was doing great. I've been doing, super chats and members were great. So, you shouldn't be focusing on the fact that tips are low. And he's like, right, well, don't plead poverty then. Don't beg. Don't ask. Don't stop streams saying, guys, tips are low. You can't. People catch on to it, Phil. People notice and they're allowed to say. Somewhere between these two. Somewhere between people on the periphery examining details more critically than people more invested, and the expectation that people won't do this. The expectation that the behaviour of the core group, the people that are more invested, will be the behaviour of everybody, whereas people on the periphery won't behave that way because they're not as invested. I know, I've noticed that in my browser as well. I'm sorry. But yeah, somewhere between them two is this.
But this is what these fucking people focus on. All right? They are hate followers. They literally follow things on the internet just to hate and crap on them. All right? That is probably one of the most broken existences I can even imagine.
I can imagine one that's a bit more broken. It's at least one. Possibly two if you consider your spouse. But either way, I do just want to point out that enjoyment of Schadenfreude is not in any way, shape or form an indicator of, being... of there being anything psychologically wrong with you. It's part of a perfectly healthy... it's a perfectly healthy part of... let's start again. Enjoyment of Schadenfreude, I hope you enjoyed that, is not a sign or an indicator of any psychological issue. It is perfectly healthy as part of a person's psyche. It's fine to enjoy Schadenfreude. It's fine to enjoy a little bit of guilty pleasure at other people's misfortune. So if you do hate follow Phil, it's fine. He's about to say, probably, I get the feeling that he's about to be like, how fucked up in the head do you have to be to do that sort of thing? It's fine. It's fine. You can laugh at people's misfortunes and still be a perfectly fully functioning adult human being who's capable of empathy and isn't a cunt to everybody that they meet like Phil. It's fine.
Can you imagine that all you did with your life was follow things you dislike?
Can you imagine not Because again, this is the thing that Phil needs to come back to, because it's a huge defense mechanism for him to portray his people that don't like it, to portray his detractors as obsessive to that level where it's all they do, when the reality is literally every detractor does other things. No one solely follows Phil. We all do other things with our lives. We all have other interests. We all have other demands of our time. We all have other social obligations. We all have jobs. Well, most of us will have jobs. Or we'll have studies. Some of us will be in education. There'll be things that we do. We'll all have social relationships. We'll have friends and we'll have family. We'll all have other hobbies and interests that aren't Phil. But he has to portray you like this because it's just a comfort to him. It paints us as ridiculous to his core audience. It also helps him sort of like believe that, everybody that doesn't like me is exceptional. Everybody that likes me is normal. If you like me, then you're normal. If you don't like me, you are exceptional. So the majority of people won't have a problem with me. That's a delusion, definitely. Because if you just look at him, you just have to hear him talk for like 5 minutes to see what he's like as an obnoxious human being. Most people would be put off by his personality if this is reflective of his actual IRL personality. And I have no reason to believe that it's not. This is Phil, naked and unvarnished. Not in that way, naked and unvarnished. I just mean this is Phil. This isn't an act, this is Phil. Lying about playing champions is an act. This is Phil. And I feel like this sort of person in real life would be really obnoxious and most people would not like them. So when he paints people as this obsessive, that's what, the people that don't like him as this obsessive, that helps. Because then only normal people, those people are exceptional, they're mad, they're mental. Look at them, crazy, obsessive. They don't like me. Everybody else who likes me is fine. Real people, normal people, healthy people, good people, positive people, they like me.
Instead of actually having, I like this, so I follow it and I celebrate it and there's a fan base for it and I interact with that fan base and I have a good time and we all have positivity around this stuff that we like and this content that we enjoy. You do the opposite. You actually focus in on people who hate something and you become a hate-focused group. All you do is crap on something and you revel in bringing down the thing you don't like. Can you see the difference? It's called... That felt like an anxiety thing there. That felt like a reassurance. What is it called, Phil? I've just realised that's where I paused. What is it called? Being productive versus being destructive.
Oh, thank fuck for that. He didn't say what I thought he was going to say. Again, that just feels like it's his portrayal. It's what he has to believe. It can't be that laughing at Phil is part of what you do as a hobby, along with, playing games, going to the movies, hanging out with your mates, playing sports, like playing football or tennis, whatever, making like swords, LARPing, metalwork, whatever, nerdy hobbies you're in, D&D, whatever, playing in a band, playing music, playing an instrument, alongside your job, your family, your friends, alongside all your obligations like that. Somewhere in that jumbled mass of ways that you spend your time is Phil, is laughing at Phil. He can't believe that. He can't believe that just normal people don't like him. He has to betray you like this. I'm really getting an itch here, I'm sorry. Fuck, I'm really conscious of it now. Yeah, he can't have that. His mind can't cope with the idea that normal people don't like him. Everybody that doesn't like him has to be exceptional in some way. And I don't mean exceptional positively. I just mean exceptional as in different from the norm. They have to be different. And it has to be negative. It has to be, you have to be crazy. You have to be obsessive. You have to be destructive. You have to revel in destruction and the downfall of something. You can't just laugh at a man for being a dickhead.
Being positive versus being negative. Actually building something up and having something good in your life.
He's licking his lips a lot as well, isn't he? Very dry there. I know that from Observe, because they did the Prince Andrew one, and he licked his lips a lot. That's an anxiety one. That's definitely an anxiety. Well, I say definitely. Again, all contexts and different baselines, and it could be many reasons. It could be particularly hot in his office today, although it's February, so I doubt it. Although he could have air conditioning on, although that makes a noise, so I don't know. Dry mouth because it's been a while since he's taken a sip, but he's looking at his bottom lip a lot, and that usually is a reassurance thing. So, sorry, not reassurance. It's an anxiety thing done to reassure yourself because you are feeling anxiety at that time. I'm not going to go back and do like a count like I did with the blinks, but yeah, he did it a lot then.
Versus trying to constantly bring down things that you think are bad in life. Like, listen to me. I understand that there are times in life when you feel like, I got to take a stand against something. I got to rally for a cause. We got to stop something that's an injustice to the planet. Okay? That I get. I don't understand. There's something on the internet that kind of bothers me. So let me sit around with another focus group of people who literally just want to shit on it. Like,
does he know what a focus group is? Like, that's not what it means. He's not using it correctly there. It doesn't mean a group of people who believe the same thing. It's a group of people whose opinions you ask for because you're doing market research. Stop it, Phil. Stop using words wrong. I can't cope.
there is something broken in your fucking head.
No, there isn't. And yeah, Phil, just I rarely get this opportunity, so I'm fucking taking this. I've got a degree in psychology, Phil. There's nothing wrong with that. You are wrong. You are wrong. You also don't know what a focus group is, apparently.
If you think that this is the way you should conduct yourself in life. Really. And this is coming from someone who used to do it.
Just because you used to be a dickhead doesn't mean that everybody else is also a dickhead. Also, you never stop being a dick. Oh, God. Oh, look, he's grabbing them there, isn't he? Ooh. You have not stopped being a dickhead. You've just become aware that looking like you are a dickhead is bad.
I can tell you from my own personal experience, when I was younger, in my early 20s, in the Street Fighter community, I used to be a part of that. I would actually find people in the community who pissed me off because of their attitudes, their elitist ways, the fact that they had these really messed up situations where they would rig tournaments and things so that the certain people would always be ahead and win while others would never have a fair chance to actually win in Street Fighter tournaments.
He lost at Street Fighter tournaments, didn't he? That's what that is. He lost and he whined. He lost and he whined and he accused others of cheating. And then he backed down. I'm not 100% of my DSP early Street Fighter lore. I know bits. I know, at times he would challenge people. They challenged him to fight. I know he hid in the toilets. I know that I've seen that footage of him losing and then having to give over money. I've seen where is my plane? You still haven't fucking told me. I'm betting that is at some point he lost a Street Fighter tournament and he whined and he went online and he shit talked somebody and he said that they cheated and the tournament was rigged and that's why he didn't get that's why all that comes from. He's taking a stand against them. No. He lost at a tournament. He did badly against players who were better than him. He went online, he shit talked, and now he's reframing it as I called out their cheating because I felt it was unfair to the community or some shit like that. Because he's so... oh, fuck, what's the word I'm after there? At least once per video I will forget any word. I'm sure it begins with an EU, but I know it's not euphoric. But I mean, he's so... when he, just considering everybody else. It's not purely selfish motives. He's, add it in here, Steve, when you're editing this. Yeah, Phil, we see that's just so transparent though. Again, I'm struck by how he reframes narratives. He's always, and again, because I know that we always reframe our narratives to make ourselves look good, because we are the stars of our own screen, but it's just so blatant. It's and it's not done with any sort of precision or consideration of presentation, as it were. He's not, he's not done it in a way that's designed to convince. It comes across as he's not done it in a way that's designed to convince you. He's done it in a way that's designed to convince him. So he's not given any sort of care to when he's constructing this narrative as to how it's going to be received by his audience. What he's given care to when he's constructed this narrative is how it's going to sound to him when he's saying it. Because he's saying it and then he thinks, yeah, that sounds good. That's what matters. It sounds good to him. Not that it sounds believable to anyone else, but that it sounds okay to him. So I just can't. I'm sorry. It's just so blatant. It's like proper. It's sledgehammer instead of a scalpel. You want to put a positive spin on your shit talking in the early Street Fighter community days, in your formative years. Early 20s, arguably. I was an idiot in my early 20s as well. So. But it's the sort of thing that's really difficult to put a spin on, because you're actively sort of like talking about this bad behaviour. You're portraying this as bad behaviour. It's bad that you shit talk people, but you need to put a positive spin on the fact that you shit talk people, because otherwise it means you just did bad behaviour. But if you could justify it, then it's fine. It was justifiable at the time because you were taking a stand against the people who cheated. So yeah, wow, what a way to twist around that one. Can't wait to see where this goes.
Hold on to your butts.
Happened a lot back in the day. I hate to say it, okay? I was the guy who would troll the fuck out of those people on the internet. I would make fun of them, razz them, talk shit to them, just basically do everything I could possibly do to annoy the living fuck out of those people because I felt they deserved it, okay?
And look where that got you now. Not only where it got you then, in terms of you would always back down from the confrontation and you would run away and hide. And, you got that reputation as being somebody who talked the talk but couldn't walk the walk. You couldn't take your own medicine, and 1,000 other metaphors and what have you to describe Phil basically being a coward. But you've also basically been excommunicated from that community. Worse, you excommunicated yourself. By your behaviour, you made yourself repulsive to that group. And so when you left, you frame it as you leaving that community, but reality is you were kicked out because nobody wanted to deal with your shit. And 10 years on, you are now in a position where you no longer have any contacts within that community. You have no relationship to that community, and you cannot benefit from its support. You are on your own, isolated, alone, struggling to make ends meet, as you have acknowledged earlier on in this very stream. And at a point where you are embracing the volatility that sometimes terrifies you, you are on your own. You cannot call on anyone. You have no relations with anyone in that group anymore. You cannot benefit from it. Whereas if you hadn't been such a dick, you'd probably still be on decent terms with those people. You'd probably still be involved with them, and you would probably have a much larger audience because, people would be able to say, oh, it's Phil, he plays with Maximilian every now and then, I know, but you get my point.
Now, that was definitely a time in my life that I look back on now. All right. And I say, I massively regret it. I think that everything I did back then was a waste of my time. Anything that had to do with the trolling, by the way, not just playing competitive Street Fighter, but anything that had to do with the trolling, with harassing people online, with being a complete dick. Right?
It's just something about the way he said with being a complete dick and the look. It just cracked me up. Okay, come on.
I feel like that was a mistake. And to this day, I regret a lot of the things that I said and did back then. I think back to the things that happened and I cringe. I'm like, man, I'm embarrassed that that was me back then, you know? But I've grown. In the last 20 some years, I've grown as a person.
That I would take as an indicator. Whether anxiety or reassurance or deceit, I will leave up to you. But saying, I have grown, as you're doing that, it doesn't instill me with confidence that you believe that you have grown. I feel like, again, this is a facsimile of an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. This is Phil thinking, oh, it's okay to say, you know, oh, I was a dick back then, but I was an idiot, immature child back then. You know, I was, you know, it was a waste of time. I regret being a knob when I was 21 or 22, you know. It's fine to say that because, you know, this much time has passed and anybody would naturally be expected to grow. So to be able to say, oh yeah, I regret what I did back then, it's fine. It's not a huge blow to his ego to accept that sort of responsibility because it's seen as a given, you know. So it's easy for him to adapt that into his psyche because it's a given. We all grow over that many years. 10 or 15 years is a long time to grow over. But his behaviour suggests he hasn't. That's the issue. If he can tell himself and he can tell you that he has grown because he is no longer the king of hate. He is no longer the dark side Phil that uploaded videos like Dead Space 2. He is no longer that person. He is no longer the guy who shit talked his opponents at Street Fighter tournaments. He has grown. He has changed. But his actions speak differently. He hasn't grown. But it's okay for him to say that because he knows that 10 to 12 years is a time where growth would be expected from people. His behaviour suggests different. He hasn't done anything to indicate that he regrets that. He just says he does. He hasn't actually changed behaviour in any way that would indicate that anything about his attitude or his tone or his confrontational nature involved in those incidents is something that he's aware of and regrets and now changes his behaviour because of it. He might say, I regret being a dick when I was younger, but he still comes across as a dick because he's not stopped coming across as a dick. It's fucking great. I don't know, it was just the way he pronounced it. The fucking emphasis on that one bit. The brief pause, the dick, and the look. It's fucking great.
As a person, I've definitely changed. I am nothing like the guy that I was back then. And now I look from the other side of all of this. I've come out of that negativity, that hate, that toxicity, crapping on things constantly.
I'm filming this slightly later than February the 5th. He is saying this in a discussion about how things went on his Dying Light premiere stream. I can say I know full well how it's going to pan out with Dying Light because it's just happened tonight. He has had a go at it. He crapped on it. He has not changed. Literally just said he will portray himself as, oh, I'm not that child now. I'm not that person now. I've grown over the years. And he fucking said it. And now he's saying, I am not this sort of person. I don't just like excessively crap on stuff for the hell of it. And he's fucking done that. He's gone on to do that with this fucking game that he's talking about now. The game, the premiere stream that we are discussing right now, he's gone on to crap on it. You fucking hypocrite. Actually, that's probably not the best thing to write above me.
And now I've come out of it, and I see it from a perspective of someone who has a good life, right? I'm happily married, an awesome cat who's sitting in the window right here being very silly, walking back and forth. I live in a nice house.
Wait. How is your cat sitting in the window, walking back and forth? How is it sitting and walking at the same time? How do you use words? How do you decide which words do you... How? What is wrong with your brain? Fucking cope. I'm happily married with my wife. I have my opinions on that. They are going to have to be saved. Maybe as long as it takes me to do Fire Festival. No, because I need to... Sorry, Necro Swanson. Because I need to do the... He got caught on the hot mic. Date this. Got caught on a hot mic. Talking to Kat, even though he said she was at work. So I was going to do one specifically looking at... him compulsively lying, because I feel like that's the sort of thing you would compulsively lie about, because you have no reason to believe that your audience will discover the truth, so you might as well. You have nothing to risk by lying about it, and it actually saves face, because it means that you can say my wife is at work rather than my wife is at home because, you know, she's on reduced hours or she's not got a job. But then later on, you caught on a hot mic talking to her. So when you are asked who are you talking to if your wife is at work, shit, who else do I talk to? The cat. So your lying leads to having to lie again, and it's a perfect example of catching a liar in the act. And I also wanted to talk about what it meant for their relationship, because I could bring that in now, because they're talking to each other, and you know. Oh, I could bring it in. So yeah, X'd out on him having a happy marriage. And stop calling your cat your fucking son. I don't call mine my daughter.
I have a great job where I get to interact with an amazing audience every single day.
You have a great job, but you said there are times when it's terrifying because you don't earn the money that you need to live. That's not a great job. A job this financially unstable is not a great job. It's a really precarious one. It's a really dangerous one. I have a great job. During the time in which I have been doing that job, I have accumulated 13 credit cards and had to declare bankruptcy. What a fucking great career. I want to work in that field.
I get to do what I love for a living, playing video games and having a great time with social interactions with you guys. I look at it from a different perspective today, okay? And I look back at how I was back then. I say, maybe the reason that I was like that back then is because I didn't have anything like that. I was miserable. I didn't have the things that I wanted. My life wasn't a positive life. So because I was so miserable, I wanted to bring down everything else around me that I possibly could.
Oh, I see where he's going with this. No, Phil, no. No, just because you were a cunt doesn't mean everybody else who doesn't like you is a cunt. Just because you felt this way for this reason doesn't mean that everybody else feels that way for that reason. Just because you acted like an arsehole because you had nothing else in your life doesn't mean that everybody that you think is acting like an arsehole to you has nothing else going on in their lives. No. Just no. Don't do this, Phil. If that's your defense, then that's just so pathetic. Seriously, if that's his reasoning, if that's where we're going with this. Oh God, I almost don't want to play it. I almost don't want him to finish this sentence. Don't. Like, just go back to talking about donations, please.
Right? So maybe if more people were just happy, they wouldn't want to hurt others and be nasty to them. It's kind of what I'm thinking. So you got to realize something, right?
Oh, no, don't. Oh, he actually went there and he's not finished. Again, with this as well, he's really getting in there with that. That must really bother him. See, these are things that you can... If your brain doesn't require that many resources, you can devote some resources to blocking out like little... what's the word I'm after here? Sensory input. That's the word I'm after here, right? Your brain monitors lots of different... Your brain receives, lots of different sensory information. You're getting visual information from your eyes. You're getting information about like smell and the sort of quality of the air in the room you're in, and you know, things like that from your nose. You're getting oral information from your oral from your ears, and you're also getting like balance and you're getting balance information about which way your body is, and proprioceptive data. You're getting that from all over your body. You're getting temperature. You're getting thermoceptive information from your exposed skin. You're getting all these. You'll get stuff like a little breeze going past will be picked up by the hairs on your arm, and your brain will register that. So it's monitoring this stuff all the time, and you know it's a background process mainly. It goes off in the background because you're doing it all the time. And so the brain's pretty efficient at handling it. And when we get, say, if you get an itch here or there, like if you get like an itch on the back of your neck, it'll fire off sensory information in your brain. And your brain will be like, got an itch there. And your brain will be able to determine whether you need to deal with it or not, because you'll feel it depending on how much your brain lets you feel it, as it were. The amount of sensory information that's perceived by you is dependent on the brain prioritizing it and deciding, right, actually, I don't really need to know how good the air is or what I can smell, because the visual information that I'm getting right now is that there's a tiger coming towards me. So, you know, back when we were hunter-gatherers, and this is why evolutionarily we have these processes at least, there's reasons why the brain sort of filters different information and prioritizes different information depending on your needs at the time. And I feel like this is one of those things where he's got so many processes running because he's constructing a narrative that handling this scratch, handling whatever's going on here, dealing with that and going, filter it. We can filter it. We know it's there because whatever's causing it is still there. But we can filter the sensory data being received and processed and dealt with. We can make it less of a priority because we're too busy we're too busy doing other things. So most of the time we can ignore an itch, or we won't even notice it. We won't even notice something. But because he's got so many demands on it, that even the resources needed to keep it filtered and keep it blocked too much. So he has to deal with it right now so that he can free up the cognitive processing needed to keep his narrative in check. I feel like this is one of those things that's disrupting his narrative again. So, yeah, I feel like it's that. I don't, because his eyes are rare. He normally goes for things here. He normally goes for things around here, you know. He might scratch his head a lot as well, but he normally goes like around this sort of general area, you know, and that's sort of expected. That's like a baseline of activity. So activity elsewhere, will like with this, would stand out more. So I feel like that's distracting him from the narrative he needs to tell. And that's important because he's constructing this narrative specifically, rather than it being an easy narrative that comes naturally because it's the truth. It's one that's had to be constructed over time and sort of ordered and kept track of, and, you know, sort of examined and evaluated constantly to make sure it's, you know, yeah, it's fine. I'm telling everybody what I mean to tell them, what I want to tell them, and I'm not letting anything slip. And, you know, I'm explaining the things that I need to explain and all that stuff. So now I'm doing it here because I can feel my hair falling into my ear. It's getting in the way of me finishing my sentence. So yeah, I think that one's sticking out because it's doing his head in, because he's trying to lie to you. So he has to deal with it so he can get back to lying to you, because otherwise it's going to get on his nerves and he's not going to be able to focus and he might trip up.
These people who hate follow people, they actually have hate focus groups who focus in on just messing with people on the internet. It's probably because they're miserable themselves.
Oh, he did it.
They don't feel that the people on the internet who are successful should be successful.
Oh my God. Oh, I see why. I see why people told me. Oh, wow. Oh, I want to say this is projection so bad. He really has nothing going on. And he knows deep down that he has nothing. He knows deep down that he has pissed away $1 million and has nothing to show for it. He knows his life is miserable. And he can't accept it. He can't deal with it. so he projects it. We all have miserable lives. Oh my god. Oh wow, we actually went there. Oh. I need a break. I need a piss and a break. And also to take my meds. That's fucking great timing, that. Booyah. Right, I'll take a quick break. I'm gonna need to process that. Holy shit. Look, he actually went there. Fuck. Fuck me running. Come on, you've earned it. Fair enough. Wait. Come on, over here. People want to see you. You're very popular for some reason. I'm not finished. Yeah, go on, munch that bit. Just bit it off rather than taking the whole thing. It's still in the package. There you go. Well done. And now she's off. Cats are like habitual like that. If you get like certain chunks of food that they can't digest all at once, like if you got like a piece of chicken, or if your cat's like managed to get into the fridge and you've caught them and they've got like a hold of like a giant fish, they'll run. They'll run to like a place where they feel like, right, I'm safe here. I can eat this quickly. They're not like dogs where when you if you bother a dog while it's eating, you will get growled at, because dogs will be very aggressive over their food. Cats will be like, right, fuck, I'm out of here. See you later. They'll run off with it. It's hilarious to see her do it. So yeah, I've got to dispose of this now. Anyway, now that I've got the cheap popping ratings from my cat, I've thought about it. Are you coming to join us? I'm about to get a bit like deep, psychologically speaking. That speaks to a very deep insecurity to me. I've thought about it, and what I see there is, when he words it as, there are people who don't like seeing people who are successful, and they feel like they shouldn't be successful. He's putting himself in that position. He's painting himself as someone who's successful, and there are a multitude of reasons why he's doing that. And obviously there's like the delusion of him believing, and wanting to present himself as successful. There's the not only from a, oh look guys, I'm a mature adult and you can trust me when I say it's fine to give me money and I don't see your information when you send it through PayPal. So there's the aspect of selling that image to his audience in order to further get money from them and to be seen as an adult as well. There's also the psychological need to be seen as an adult and to be seen as successful. So there's also that. But in terms of, I mean, you could argue, given that he's earned over the course of the last 10 years or so, he's earned over $1 million. You could argue he's successful. He's, in terms of income generated, there aren't many of us who can say, over the last 10 years, I've made over $1 million. So to that extent, it's success in that terms. Yeah, you can argue he is successful. But that's not the image of success that he wants to present. He wants to present somebody who's doing well for themselves, somebody that has a house and a wife and a family. I'm currently lacking a wife, but I've got a cat. It's the same as having a child, apparently. So he has the psychological need to present himself as that. That's important to him. He needs to present himself as a successful person in that respect. Successful as in doing well as an adult, working a job, earning money, having a career. So he puts himself in that position. When the reality is, look what it's got him. He's not successful. He's not successful in terms of, by this point in your career, you should have a lot more fans. You should have built up a bigger fan base. or you shouldn't have squandered the fan base you had. You shouldn't have driven away the fan base you had. You, after so many years in this game, should not be struggling to break 400 members. Should not need artificial inflation to break 400 members. Should not need to ask for $50, $100, $150 per stream. You should not need these. You should not need to do these things. If you were successful, you wouldn't need to do these things. But he's also not successful in terms of keeping greater contact with other people. Again, going back to neglecting relationships, he's not only lacking relationships with people in the fighting game community or the video game content community, or any sort of like wider community like that he can call on to, you know, boost his popularity a bit, maybe guest on a couple of videos or streams, or maybe guest on theirs, maybe appear on a podcast or two. He's also not expanded out other ways. He's not got a book. You know, he's never had like any sort of spin-off merch. He's had like stuff like Cafe Press and Teesprings and things like that. But he's never had anything like being able to write a book about his experience, or a book about Street Fighter, you know. I think Justin Wong's got a book out. I'm pretty sure Daigo's got a book out as well, you know. He's never been able to appear on TV through this. You know, he's never really been featured on any sort of TV show. He's never been asked to really guest in anything. He's never, you know, not even Project 7, it's not TV, you know, did it for the web, did it with his friends, you know. He's done nothing to extend his brand out of this, you know. Even Zoella got a calendar. But my point is, Keemstar got to him. He spoke to a very deep insecurity that he's not successful. He needs to portray that image of success so desperately, so badly. Because the reality is that he's not. He's not a success. Look at him. He's reduced to begging for money daily. He squanders what money he gets. He doesn't put any aside. He doesn't spend it on anything of worth or anything that's going to increase in value. He doesn't invest in anything. He wastes it. He fritters it away because he's had a life of being able to do that. It's got him to this point now where he's just so financially fucked. He's had to declare bankruptcy before he was forced. He racked up 13 credit cards. And look what he's got to show for it. So he's very insecure about that. He's very insecure about being able to be seen as successful, as functioning as an adult, even. That's why the trappings of a marriage and a relationship and adulthood mean so much to him. Of course I'm a success. Look, I've got a house and a wife. I'm doing fine. I'm doing what adults are supposed to do. You're the one who's not, because you're not married. You know, you're the one who's still a loser living in the parents' basement. I'm an adult. I've got adult responsibilities. It matters to him that. He needs it. He's very insecure about it. Keem got to him. And I think that's what's behind this massive projection. I think that's why he went there. I can't believe it. We're all just bitter and angry, and there's nothing in our lives. There's nothing that brings us joy in our lives. We don't lead worthwhile lives. It was my Twitter anniversary. You're having a good scratch there. Yeah. My Twitter anniversary recently, and I put up a tweet saying, oh God, what am I doing with my life? And then I tweeted underneath, actually in that period, I've left my previous job and I've gone back into education and I've gotten my forensic psychology degree. So I think I'm doing all right. But according to Phil, no. You know, I don't mean to brag and blow my own trumpet, but, you know, we've all got things in our lives that we're proud of. We've all got things in our lives that we feel gives it meaning. We've all got things in our lives to be happy about. We've all got things in our lives that we have done and can be proud of. But Phil can't countenance that. He has to portray us as just, you know, maybe if you were happy, you wouldn't be so mean to me. Like, yeah, come in, Dr. Phil. Let me, you know, sit down on Dr. Phil's chaise longue and let me talk about my childhood and my parents. And, you know, you can psychoanalyze me, Phil. Because I'd be very interested to see what you think. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can see what you think just by pressing play.
So we've got to bring them down every moment we possibly can, right? So Dark Side Phil, we just don't like him for whatever reason, because there's a million reasons why people don't like me, right? But we have a concerted effort.
If there were a million reasons why people didn't like me, I might want to do something about at least one or two of those reasons. That's just acknowledging, in a roundabout way, that's just acknowledging that there are millions of reasons to not like you. That's not the defense you think it is. That's not the sort of portrayal of your opposition that you think it is. That doesn't reflect badly on people that don't like you. It reflects badly on you. Fuck me. Did I write projection on this? I need to write projection on this. There we go. Definite red flag, that.
To try to shit on this guy for some fucking weird reason. Some weird, obsessive, weird-ass reason, right?
You just... You've just said there's millions of reasons. Just gonna shit on this guy for some weird, fucked up, who knows why reason, even though there's millions of reasons why. You cannot look. There's millions of reasons why people don't like me, but I cannot look at that list and consider the validity of those reasons, or whether they're actually legitimate or not. But I still don't know why people hate me. For whatever reason, people hate me. I don't know. There's a million reasons why people hate me, but, you know, for whatever reason. It just... Oh, God. I'm starting to think you cannot feel cognitive dissonance. I'm starting to think... Yeah, I know. You think it's part of his brain. You think something's wrong somewhere. That, you know, it's in the frontal lobes that typically higher functions of thought take place. You know, so considering actions and consequences, making moral choices, considering hypotheticals, things like that. Things like advanced thought patterns take place there, and you know, considering that these are the places where you evaluate contrary ideals and where you consider things in an abstract nature like that, you would think that he would. This is where he would feel cognitive dissonance. If there is a reason why he doesn't feel cognitive dissonance to the point where he can do that, where he can just sort of like come out with both of those contrary things within 2 sentences of each other, then maybe he does have frontal lobe damage. Maybe he does. I would kill to be at his autopsy. I would want to know. Can we get a scan of his brain? Can we get a CAT scan of it? I don't mean cat with cat, but that does work, actually.
So I do a premiere stream of a new game. Admittedly, the game is slow-paced, 3 hours, no progress really besides getting through the intro. So we haven't even seen the game yet, right? I can't even formulate an opinion on it yet because we really haven't played the game. The stream ends, and what is the talk? Is it about the game? No, it's about, it's because you didn't make a lot of tips, right?
Oh, we've seen that there. Oh, he's seen that. All right, as I'm not going to keep referring to the chat a lot, but it is worth looking every now and then. You can find things funny without hating them. True. I don't necessarily hate Phil. I don't feel hate to that degree. I find it fascinating more than anything else. Occasionally frustrating. More and more occasionally now that I think about it. But I wouldn't say hate. Hate is bad, isn't it, Phil? Hate is a bad thing. Unbridled hate is, at least. Hate can be a very positive motivator in some circumstances, but, you know, that's another discussion that's not really relevant here, and I would be talking about it for like another 20 minutes. So that super chat though, $5 to tell him you laugh us off if we give a legit criticism and you've been negative lately. Is that ask us how we feel and see yourself. You don't respect us, Phil. Stop the rant, please. Oh, someone else there saying stop the rant, please, already. Actually, it's probably been earlier. But yeah. I'm nearly halfway through this. I can get through this. But yeah, he's seen that. That's caught his attention. In fact, did his speech break? I feel like, when he pauses and goes, yeah, so about the time when, we saw this thing. He's being distracted. That's, typically disruptions to speech are the result of distractions disrupting the speech processing in the brain. So, I feel like maybe did that happen? I just want to check.
Opinion on it yet, because we really haven't played the game. The stream ends. And what is the talk? Is it about the game? No, it's about, it's because you didn't make a lot of tips, right?
No. He had that line already. That line that whole structure had been set. The stream ends and what did I see? That had been set in motion already. So that was likely not going to be disrupted by it. But he did notice it. He's clocked it. He's giving it the frown. He doesn't like it. It is very difficult. See, emotional regulation. It's difficult to regulate the emotional display on your face. It's something that's really hardwired into us. It's a natural response. It's not something you learn and can control that easily. Blind people smile, for example. You could be born blind and never see anyone else display emotion, but you would still smile when you're happy. These are hardwired, like, emotional displays. So it's difficult for him to hide his contempt and his disgust, even when he's talking, even if he wants to try and keep a certain expression, because he's trying to convey a certain tone or context or intent. If he's trying to be positive about something, he's trying to say, no, it was really positive that this thing happened, but he's seen something that's disgusting him. It's going to reflect on his face. So yeah, that's wound him up, that.
Right? It's just ridiculous. And to me, it's like I don't understand.
Right, there we go. There's the speech disruption. That's either he is dealing with the processing of, I have seen that message and I am deciding how to deal with it, and I'm also processing my reaction to it, in terms of like the immediate impact, the immediate like emotional response, and then the emotional response I want to convey as I am dealing with it, whether publicly or privately, or it's him struggling to remember what comes next. The having to break your structure, your narrative, your story to deal with, that's caught my attention and now I'm briefly distracted. And what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about this. So the next point is this. So yeah. So as I was saying, carrying on like that. So good on you, AppleBapple. For $5, you did get to him. You did disrupt things briefly. So I don't know if it's worth $5 to you, but you got a response. Well, you sort of provoked a response that you can't control. It's difficult to, deal with disruptions like that. They're disruptions by their very nature. So, yeah.
I really don't understand how you can live like that, because I lived like that for a bit, and after a while, I had to change myself. Like, I was so unhappy with my life and the way that things were going. Like I told you guys, I fell into depression and stuff. I hated everything that was going on around me and my life and everything. And it wasn't until really that I realized that things that I did on this planet could actually have a positive impact on others, that things kind of turned around for me.
It's funny, the other day I was thinking that maybe at some point I'm going to have to, I was more leaning towards I wanted to. But at some point, I'm going to deal with him talking about his depression. I remember when, the stream where he's like, that was my depression that made me do that. And there was another one where he said, he was trying to describe how he felt, and he was like, I just felt like I was going to lose my mind and go and do some crazy shit and all that. He was frustratingly vague, because typically people who suffer from depression and who've experienced depression can elaborate on that. They can describe the feeling. And it's very unusual to see people. There's a reluctance to, at times. Sometimes people are reluctant to get into the details of how their depression made them feel. But that's different. That's different to what he does. Reluctance doesn't result in vagueness to that degree. Reluctance is obvious by tone and context and content. So it is easy to determine when somebody is reluctant to talk about their depression and how it made them feel, compared to when somebody who's not had depression trying to tell you that they've been depressed. When the closest thing they can come to really is they've been sad, they've been miserable, they've been upset, they've been annoyed, they've been angry. They've felt some negative emotion, and that's the closest thing they think to depression. So they go for that and they highlight that. But not to the extent where they can be found out. Just enough. They give just enough to give the impression that they have been. And I don't like doubting people who claim they have depression. I don't inherently do that as a reflex. When people talk about their depression, I tend to believe that they've suffered from depression, because typically the people who talk about it in a way that indicates that they've gone through it, and they can elaborate on the emotions that they felt and the complexity of it and the enormity of it and the extent of the impact that it's had on them. And I'm aware that I've got another itch now. So I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to sort of have to address it. And I was sort of like going back and forth with myself, because I knew that at some point I'm going to. And I was thinking you should either get it over with, or you keep putting it off until like he says something or does something where you have to address it. This isn't what I wanted to do though. I wanted to go back and get all the clips. And right now I just want to finish reacting to this, so I don't want to disrupt filming this to go and get all the clips and then talk about it with that. So I will save it for a later discussion at some point. But I do want to say that as somebody who has had depression, as somebody who's been depressed, and somebody who still struggles with depression at times, there is little about the way he talks about having depression that makes me think he's actually had depression. At least to the extent that I know it, and to the extent that most people that I know that have had depression know it. He doesn't talk about it in the same way. He doesn't talk about it in the way that I've seen it described in personal statements and testimonies and anecdotes in qualitative papers or in case studies. He doesn't talk about it in the way that I've heard it described in psychological literature. He doesn't talk about it in the way that I've heard it spoken about on like help and support websites and recovery. I still get every year on my birthday, and I've taken the screenshot when it happened to be the other day. I still get an email from a website called Recover Your Life. And it was a support website for people who self-harmed. And I've not used the site for over a decade. But, you know, my account is still there. And so, you know, they occasionally send out an email to my address. And every year, because I put in the date of my birth there, every year they send me the email saying happy birthday. But it's, you know, it's an automated thing. But every year I'm reminded of that part of my life, and that's a thing for me. And that's something I've been through. And getting the reminder makes me think, I'm glad I'm still here, and I'm glad that I found better coping methods and better ways to deal with my problems. So when I hear him talk about it, it doesn't really jive with my experience of it. It doesn't match up to how I know it, and how other people that I know it, and how other people that have also been through it speak of it. So yeah. Sorry, I didn't get like too heavy. That was another reason why I thought it might end up getting like quite personal, and it's still a difficult thing for me to discuss. Yeah, I wasn't looking forward to it, but let me go back and recontextualize this now. Now that I've gotten that out of the way, I need to recontextualize that statement, because that I didn't intend for that to be my reaction to it. I know where he's going and I know what he's implying. I just want to make sure. So
I really don't understand how you can live like that, because I lived like that for a bit, and after a while I had to change myself. Like, I was so unhappy with my life and the way that things were going. Like I told you guys, I fell into depression and stuff. I hated everything that was going on around me and my life and everything.
Am I right in assuming that this period that he's referring to now is the period where he had moved and he was with Leanna? So he had moved into a new house. He had a new relationship with a younger woman, and he was making so much money because, you know, excuse me, it's the early days of YouTube and he's rolling in it. This is the period that he's referring to now. And I know that you don't necessarily, you know, success and doing and appearing to do well does not mean that you cannot also be depressed. I know that. I'm not implying that here. I'm just saying that this is how he uses. It's a bit gaslighty. It's a bit gaslighty. I'm actually going to add another thing here. I'm going to add narrative convenience to the mix. And what I mean by that is, you know, it's a sort of extension of gaslighting. Basically, if, you know, times were great, then they were great. But if I need to convince you that times were bad, then times were bad. And I feel like this is what he's doing here, rather than implying that despite the facade of success, because he just moved out and he had a new relationship and he was making loads of money, he was still depressed on the inside. That's not what he's doing here, and that's not what I'm implying here. What he is doing here instead is, don't you know, consider that previously I might have said that I was doing great here because the money was rolling in and I just moved out and I was being an adult and all this stuff. This was a dark time in my life, because I need to convince you that this was a dark time in my life. Because otherwise, if you don't believe that this was a dark time in my life and that I have been through this, and that is why I was miserable, and that's what's going on with them. I've been through this, I have been miserable, and that made me a cunt. And therefore, everybody else who's being a cunt to me is miserable. I can't. Oh, God, I've gotten back to it now. Fuck. Well, that's one way to move on from depression chat. This is where he's going. It's really where he's going.
And it wasn't until really that I realized that things that I did on this planet could actually have a positive impact on others, that things kind of turned around for me.
It took him until his mid-20s to realise that if he wasn't a cunt to people, maybe they'd be nice to him. It took him until his mid-20s to realise that his actions have consequences. And sometimes he can make people happy. Sometimes he can do something that makes someone happy. It took him until his mid-20s to realise what most of us learn in nursery. Kids will give each other toys. 5-year-olds at nursery will see that another kid wanted to play with a toy and they're upset that they're not, so they'll go over and give them their toy. Or they'll go and play with them in the sandpit. Let's think a bit further about this. He's doing this to project. He's doing this to project because he wants to take the moral high ground of, I have realised this, I have ascended this, I am Zen Buddha, you know. Zen Side Phil has come down from Nirvana to impart the wisdom that, you know, be nice to people sometimes. And he's doing this so that he can be positioned above you, so that he can take the moral high ground and say, this is what changed my life. Now I'm happy. Now I'm doing well. Now I'm prospering. And you're all still lingering in shit because you're not capable of being nice. Maybe try being nice sometimes and you might do all right. Says the man who will not tell you whether he gives anything to charity or not. My God.
It really was when I started putting out content on YouTube and people were saying, wow, Phil, you know, today I had a really bad day and because I watched your videos, you put a smile on my face, you turned it around for me. Thank you.
And it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough. It really has. That's what I got immediate vibes of then when he said that. Every time he talks about viewer feedback, I hear that in my head. It's been tough, you know, it really has. I questioned the legitimacy of this viewer feedback. I doubt that anybody has said this thing to him. These are words he is making up for himself. These are thoughts that he is putting into his audience's mind and words that he is putting into his audience's mouths. It's just so blatant at this point. It really is.
Okay, that kind of thing started making me feel good about myself for the first time in many, many years. And when I started seeing that, then it just went hand in hand with more positivity. Because positivity breeds more positivity, just like negativity breeds more negativity.
I don't know what to say. This is Dark Side Phil telling you this. Oh, what do we? Why are you like this, Phil? Why are you like this? Why do you feel the need to project? Are you insecure? You know, you're not. You're not a delusional narcissist. You're insecure. That's why you act out, because because you're insecure about things and you cannot face up to dealing with them. You need to shroud yourself in this veil of positivity, as it were. Positivity. Because I'm sure my finger should have been like... Oh, that's right. I'm mirrored, aren't I? Positivity. There we go. Because you can't let people you can't let people see the inside. You can't let people see beneath that veil, because what's there is incredibly negative. It's incredibly toxic. It's incredibly harmful. And you know that, and you can't accept that and work to change that. So you act like it's not there. You act like it's not true. You act like, instead, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to put forth this positive image. And if I can get people to associate me with positivity, then that's good. That's a good thing. That benefits me. Because the more people that think I'm positive and don't think I'm negative, they don't think I am what the detractors paint me out to be, the more people think instead I am a positive person, the greater the chance they'll come and give me money. There is no growth here. Again, there is no growth here. There is the fact, again, with the relationship, this is a facsimile. Like with adulthood, it is a facsimile. It is trying to convince you that there has been change and there has been growth. But there hasn't been. There has been no change and no growth. There have been no actual steps made towards positivity. He wants you to think that there have been. But what has he done to change anything about his attitude or his behaviour or even the way that he still fucking burps and snorts and, you know, just into the microphone and just... See, if you brought that up with him, you get banned. Say, Phil, stop burping into the mic. He leans in and burps louder. And there's nothing positive. His interactions are not positive. Who was the other one? I think it was Gorilla Pimp. Recently, he told off Gorilla Pimp. And he did it in a way that really reminded me of how he was telling off Snow Carl before Snow Carl left. Before Snow Carl was banned. The time that I did the other video for him. Because he did this thing where he says, I have warned you about that behaviour before and you are acting out and you need to change your behaviour. And he talked like they were pets. Not even that they were children, like they were pets. Like there were things he was training to do. And he did that as well. He used the word condition. I have conditioned you guys to doing this. That fucked me off so much. That's going to get its own. That one clip could get me half an hour. I swear. He used a psychological concept. I have opinions and they will be aired. But he talks to his audience like they are lesser creatures. They are beneath him. There is nothing positive in the way he interacts with people because he's not capable of positive growth. He's not capable of looking in and seeing what's negative and addressing it and changing and then being able to actually move forward in positive ways. There is nothing about his behaviour that's changed. The only thing that's changed about his behaviour is now he doesn't have to run and hide from the people who might beat him up on Street Fighter. He just backs out every time he sees Goji's name pop up in the lobby. So there is nothing that has changed about his behaviour. If he still had to be out in public a bit, if he still was going to conventions and things, he would still be acting the same way. If he was still having to go and give talks because of stuff like Project 7, if he was still friends with John Rambo and Howard and Respect the Pact and all that, if things had sort of like, you know, if he was in other, if he'd maintained other relationships, still had other ways to like be around other people, he would still be behaving the same way. You can't see any positive growth because instead he's grown insular and isolated and he's cut off any challenge that might sort of make him reevaluate his behaviour or his opinions and change them. He's not grown because there's been no motivation to grow. There's been nothing that's propelled him to grow. There's been no social pushback or social conflict in terms of like, you know, having a discussion with your mates about something. There's been nothing that's, you know, like prompting change in him. The only things that have forced any sort of change have been the economic forces. They've been having to move back to YouTube, having to adapt to having to wait a bit longer for money, and having to do stuff like, you know, begging for likes and turning on comments. So, you know, engagement. There've been changes that have been forced on him that he reframes positively. but there's been no actual growth. There's been no actual, real, legit change. He's just static. He's Garrus. He's a fixed point in time.
In 7 days, I can make you a man.
You know I'm married, right? Don't fucking say that.
I see you quiver with anticipation.
He's just... He's always like that. He's not changed. He wants you to believe he's changed, because then you might think, oh, he's not a cunt, and you might come and give him money. He's not actually changed, though.
If you want to feel good, then you have to surround yourself with positive things. You can't shit on things constantly, because that's not positive. And all that's going to happen, you're going to get this ball of negativity that surrounds you, and that's your life now.
Right. Okay. Things are only negative because you are deciding to classify them as negative. The things that you are talking about are only negative because you decide to perceive them that way and depict them that way. DSP has been a positive influence in my life because he has made me think when I am playing fighting games and I am getting a bit frustrated because I'm not doing particularly well at them. He's made me temper my behaviour. He's made me think... And this is like every time I play, no matter what I'm playing, Battlefield the Grid, Mortal Kombat 11, whatever. If it's starting to get on me tits, and I'm starting to get a bit frustrated, especially some of the challenge towers in Mortal Kombat 11, there's some bullshit. Do you want to see some bullshit? There is some bullshit in them towers. Every time I start to feel a bit frustrated, a little warning sign goes up in my head and going, you're getting close to DSP territory now. And it reminds me to calm it down. It's just a game. At the end of the day, you play for fun. And if you're getting frustrated because you're losing, it's a reminder that you're not going to win everything. There's always going to be someone better than you, you know. Again with this. Do you know when I said that my hair had outgrown the itchy phase? I might have been wrong about that. But yeah, there is always going to be someone better than you. So, you know, just play for fun. If you put too much into it, if you take it too seriously, you end up like Phil. So it's a check on my behaviour. DSP is a positive influence because he is an example of the wrong thing to do. Whatever he does in any situation, guaranteed it will be the wrong thing to do. It's probably not the positive influence he means. It's probably not the positive influence he wishes he had in other people's lives. But he has reminded me, at the end of the day, it's just a game. It's not worth getting wound up about. It's just a game. So yes, Phil, you can learn positive lessons through negative means. You can look at negative things and learn what not to do. There's a reason people read history. It's to learn from the mistakes of the past.
Your life is crapping on things because you're unhappy with your own life.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh! Oh! Oh, tell us how you really feel, Phil. Oof. See, again, we come to the obsessiveness that he needs to depict you as having. Your life, your entire life, is crap. Your entire life is crap because all you do is crap on other people. None of us do this full time. There are other things in our lives, Phil. Every time you bring this up, I will scream it back. Probably not now because it's quite late and I don't want to piss the neighbours off. But every time Phil does this, Phil does the whole, oh, your entire life is spent doing this. I'm going to remind him, and I feel like everybody should. People should point this out. People should push him on this. we all do other things. I'm just thinking, like, attending Shinko's stream and occasionally having, like, his wife pop in. He's got a life. He's got a life that's full with other things. He's got an actual child. I'm pretty sure he's got children. He's got a job. He's got a career. He works to make money. He has a wage. He has a family. He does this. He streams sometimes. He'll do like recaps of this. In fact, this was another reason why I didn't want to watch this. I didn't want to watch this in advance and just go in blind, because I saw that his recap was like nearly 5 hours. And I thought, oh fuck me, there's got to be so much in there. When I'm done recording this, I'm going to go watch it, because I'm dying to see it, but I didn't want to spoil myself and ruin all this in advance. But yeah, we all do other things. I also got I finished my forensic psychology degree while I was doing this. It's, we all do other things. You can't have us living normal lives and just doing this on the side, because that's healthy. Being able to enjoy and appreciate Schadenfreude is part of a healthy psychological build. That's why America's funniest home movies are You've Been Framed, were, like, for the Brits, were like so successful, and that's why they ran for so long, because it's funny to laugh at people falling over, making tits of themselves, There's a bit of communal joy in, some suffering sometimes. Nothing malicious, obviously, but, we laugh at the relief that it's not us. I suppose that's the ultimate irony, yeah. That's the ultimate point I wanted to get across here, is that our lives are fine because we do other things. We're not just you. Are you joining us? Or are you just getting comfy there? Yeah. Okay.
And that's a terrible way to go through life, and I know that firsthand now from being through it myself. The problem is, when you're in that situation, it's very hard to listen to people on the outside.
I feel like this is easily applicable to his chat. And anybody that says, you shouldn't give money to this guy. I feel like he's trying to struggle towards something. He's trying to struggle towards like, how can I put this? Trying to say to people who are in precarious situations, not even situations, people who are in I know he means detractors, but he's sort of trying to couch it in the language of if you are struggling mentally, if you have mental health issues, and it can be hard to break out of that misery and that loneliness and that depression, and but the fact that he's weaponizing it, basically. He's not telling you this out of some benevolence, which is possibly the word I was thinking of before. Probably not, though. But he's not telling you this out of some generosity or some like actual desire to help. He's weaponizing this. He's using it to attack you. He's saying, oh, I know what it's like. I've been there. I know how bad you are because I've been bad, but now I'm better than you. And I'm telling you that if you just stop being a cunt to me, your life will be better. That's what he's doing here. And I feel slightly disgusted by his weaponizing of it. I feel like this is an area that he should not be treading in anyway, because he's just like dangerously underqualified to talk about mental health issues. So, oh God, this next bit's going to be painful, isn't it? I can feel it already.
Because if you're unhappy with your own life, right, you don't want to hear from people who have it better than you. You don't want to hear from the person on the other side saying, oh, well, I'm happy now, you can be happy too. Fuck you, you're happy, fuck you. That was kind of my attitude back then.
You are literally doing that now. You literally just did that. You literally just said, I know how hard it is to get through that. I've been there. I know how, how it feels to be a dickhead to other people, but now I changed everything and now I'm happy. You literally just did that. God.
So that's how I can kind of understand the perspective where these people are coming from. I just wish that I could get through to them.
Fuck off. Fuck off. I wish I could get through to them. Fuck right off. How very dare you even assume that you are the one who needs to get through to other people? Oh, God. Oh, that was painful. Fuck me. I'm actually offended by that. Like how dare you assume that the conclusion that I have reached through my own devices, my own examination of the available evidence, and not just detractor videos, your actual streams, the content that you're putting out. And most detractor videos are you anyway. And even in the occasional times where I've needed to use a clip, and it's been a clip that's, it could be argued would be taken out of context, I've gone and tried to get the full clip for context. I have always wanted to present when I'm using evidence, when I'm using direct quotes from you to support a point, I have always had, or at least tried to have, wherever possible, the full context of it. So if you've said something in the middle of the rant, I've gone and got that whole rant. If you said something 3 or 4 sentences into a reply to a super chat or a message, I have gone and got the whole paragraph. I have always thought, the one thing I don't want to be seen as doing is cherry picking and taking things out of context. I don't want him or his defenders to have that argument against me. I will provide you with full fucking context. And to say that I, after having seen all this evidence and come to my own conclusion about the sort of person that you are, am the one that needs reaching by you to tell me that I am wrong and that actually, no, you're a nice person, when the evidence to the contrary is so overwhelming that I feel like you should have your own creationist museum. How very fucking dare you, Phil? That's actually insulting to me. Oh, fuck, I can see why I got messages.
And be like, listen, I really wish that people could understand that if you would stop with that, if you just took a step back and said, I'm going to give it a rest for a while, instead of being a complete nasty negative person to someone on the internet, I'm going to give it a rest. I'm going to walk away from it, right?
I personally would like to appreciate the irony that he's saying this on the same day that I was like, right, I need a break now. That's obviously it's not going to be applicable to everyone. But for me personally, there's a nice little irony there. I've spoken before at length about the need to take breaks from DSP. And it's not because I feel like doing this is a bad thing. And that if you, a detractor who follows DSP like this, then, we're being bad and we need to measure it out and we need to maybe take a break every now and then and sort of think about things. And then if we decide that, oh no, I was wrong, Phil's actually quite all right, and then we'll leave. I say it because following you so much can be so toxic that it can have an effect on us. You are such a toxic person. You are such a toxic person that you actually poison the people that watch you. Like, I didn't really used to take that many breaks. When I had to sort of like stop watching DSP, it was usually because I had other things to do that were more important, like studies, for example, or revision for exams and things. But it was when Sunspot decided to call it quits that I thought, actually, no, yeah, you need to sort of regulate this. So... But the fact that he's telling you, have you thought that, you know, you should stop? Like all of a sudden we're going to be like, guys, Phil's asked us to stop. Maybe we should. Like maybe all the years that we've been following him and seeing what he's done, and maybe all the examples that we can think of times when he's been an absolute dick to his fans, or to just chase clout on Twitter, or to try and scam people out of money, or that he felt somebody was rude to him in a VR chat. We might have been wrong about him. See, it's that the idea that this man is going to tell me that I am wrong about him, when I can vividly remember feeling actual disgust at watching him talk about Liana and her anxiety and her panic attack, and how next time she has one, if you want to give her a pill, you can give her a fucking pill and leave her. I am not going to pay for another ambulance. I am putting my foot down on this. I remember feeling disgust at that. I remember knowing everything about the person that I needed to know in that one moment. And for him to tell me, actually, you're wrong about me, when I have seen no evidence to suggest otherwise in the following years. It insults me, and frankly, it's ludicrous that he feels like he can even do it. He's that delusional that he feels like he has that moral high ground here. He has the moral standing where he can say, you are wrong, let me talk to you about it. Let me tell you how you're wrong. You should stop giving me shit because you're wrong about me. Fucking hell. Why can't you just own this shit, Phil? And again, is this... Right, okay, if we're wrong about right. If we're wrong about you, it's that because of like all the millions of reasons that you mentioned before? Or is it there's some fucking reason that you don't know? How are you going to convince us that we're wrong if you don't understand why we think what we think about you? You can't say to us, you're wrong about this. You're wrong about the 11-year-old girl. I never said I would do it. And we'd be like, dude, you were on video. You can't understand that because you can't accept the responsibility of it. Because for us to see that actual growth has happened past that point, you would have to be able... You would have to say, yeah, I did say that. I was wrong to say that. Here's why I was wrong to say that. It should be immediately obvious to anybody else that you're bullying and threatening to slap an 11-year-old girl. But instead, wrong, no, never happened. The debunk stream, fuck me. So you can't accept... Howard Stern, I mentioned Howard Stern in the last video. Again, you can't... There's no actual growth. There's a facsimile of growth, and he wants to take the moral high ground here, and it's frankly ludicrous that he feels like he can. He's that delusional. He really is.
And you go focus on things that are better. You can actually turn your life around. I did. I did. I literally did.
Oh my God. I mean, see, here's the thing, Phil. We already do. We already do at other points. Like, I've taken time out of my day to do this. And when I'm done, I'm going to go and, do other things. Because we do. We all do. We all have other things we do. I need to play bass because it's been a while since I've played bass. My fingers are starting to soften up again. And Piece of Piece is getting better at Rocksmith and I don't like it. So, yeah. We've all got things we like to do. So you can't sort of like... You can't go, hey guys, you need more positive things in your life and then maybe you might find that you're happier. Here's the thing, Phil. We all are. We all already are. We've all got other things in our lives. I'm really tempted to wake her up again. We've all got things in our lives. We all do other things. They're positive things. They bring us happiness and joy and some sort of like inner satisfaction and sense of fulfillment because they're our hobbies and our interests and they're spending time with our families and our friends that aren't limited to one fucking phone call a week and no time for friends. The man who doesn't have time for friends is telling us to fill our lives with positive things. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I cannot believe that has just hit me. Oh my God. Oh my God, this can't get any more ridiculous.
Are you sure about that?
This can't get any more ridiculous. Oh my God. The man whose entire social needs are met by his wife, who he doesn't see that often, guys, because she's usually busy with work. Even though we know, she was there on a day off when he said she was in. The man who is fine with that to the point where his life is full, he's busy, and he doesn't have time for friends. Why would he want to go out and look for friends? He doesn't have time for that shit. That man thinks we, as a collective group, need more positive things in our lives. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Like, it's just so ridiculous. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Holy shit. As I'm looking at my computer screen, I'm seeing complete lack of self-awareness. I'm aware of all the writing, but I'm just like, because that's at about my eye level, and my head's blocking these, so, and that is all I can think. The staggering lack of self-awareness for this man who doesn't leave the house 6 days a week because he's too busy with work. He's too busy to have friends. And he's too busy to have actual, like, physical going for dinner or whatever with your parents. His entire, like, familial obligations are dealt with one phone call a week. This man who gets his entire social needs from one other person thinks we all need like more positive things in our lives. He just can't look at himself and see. He just, fuck me. The thumbnail for this is just going to be like a projector in it. It's just going to be like one of them old-timey film reel projector things. Fuck me. This is just astonishing. I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm actually in shock now that that hit me. Yeah, dear dark side Phil telling you need more positive things in your life when he doesn't leave the fucking house 6 days a week. Jesus.
And I wish that my messages could get through to certain people, but I know that sometimes it will never will, because there's people who are so ingrained in this groupthink mentality of hate.
Dumb. I'm done. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't. I can't. I hate you. You know, before when I said I've never felt hate. Let me tell you about hate. Hate. Like, I actually don't want to. I'm so angry. That was like such a reverse. It was like, oh my god, that's hilarious. That's so ridiculous. That's nothing could be worse. Then he said it, and I can't. I hate you so much for that. I really do. Stop talking about these things, Phil. You don't know what you're talking about. You actually legitimately do not have any understanding of what this word means. You do not understand. It does not mean what you think it means. You are wrong. Stop doing it.
Hate. Like I said, it really is a hate focus group. People who came together to just talk about how much they hate something, right?
I have to assume that he means hate focus group, as in a group design, a group that functions to focus hate on something, rather than a hate focus group like you would use in marketing. Like you're asking them. So how do you feel about hate? What do you hate? What do you hate about this product? Because otherwise it's just another word that you don't know the meaning of. And I can't.
Which is no way to go through life. So it's just crazy. Like, admittedly yesterday, me being completely upfront and honest with everyone right now on the internet. You ready? Yeah, I wish that it went better when it came to tips.
Now, typically, when you are telling people, something, and you need them to know that you're being truthful. You don't preface it, really. Liars who are about to lie to you say, just being honest with you guys now. I'm going to be totally honest and upfront, live on the internet. Because if you were telling the truth, why would you need to make a big deal out of the fact that you're telling the truth? If you told the truth all the time, it would just be a regular, normal thing, and you wouldn't need to make such a huge deal out of the fact that, no, for real, guys, I am about to tell you the truth now. But I do believe him there. I just don't think it's... do I wish it had gone better? Yeah, of course I do, Yeah, I do. I do wish it had gone better. I think it was more, fucking hell, I can't fucking believe it didn't go better. I really wanted it to go better. I needed it to go better. Do you know how many Hogan pulls I can't get now? I feel it's more that. So while I believe he's telling the truth, I believe he is under-exaggerating it a bit. Under-exaggerating. He's playing it down. He's downplaying it. That's the word I'm after here. He's downplaying the extent and the severity of it. He probably does recognise that being actually truthful in this situation would involve telling people I was actually very, very angry. I was very disappointed. I was very frustrated. I hated you all. So yeah, Phil, of course you wanted things to... You'd hoped that things would go better. Of course.
Of course I do. Of course I wish that it went better. It's a big premiere stream. You would think that if people enjoyed the premiere stream, they're going to support the premiere stream. And that means it goes hand in hand, right? And that means it's a good day for me. I don't have to worry about financial stuff. I can just play games and have a good time or whatever, right? Right.
Right. It's just that that game that, you know, you were playing would be WWE Champions and it wouldn't be on stream, and it would be because you got $150. And the fact is you didn't get $150, so you probably weren't that happy because you were looking forward to playing games and being happy and having a good time after you'd done the stream. That's the thing. You can be all, yeah, I'd hoped it would be better, but, you know, guys, there's always more streams. Just pick yourself up and carry on again, you know. When we know the reality is very, very different. And this man thinks he needs to convince us that we're wrong. And if we just lay off him, we might find that our lives were better.
But that was not the end-all, be-all of the stream. I was pleased with how the stream went. It was more of an exploratory stream to get through the intro. Today we're going to get further into the game, into the meat of the game, and maybe understand it a little more and like it a little more.
Just out of interest, how long is the Dying Light intro? Because I'm going to bet it's probably completable, you know, within a stream if you're not Phil. And I'm saying that because recently I got a bit annoyed by how long it took him to get through Resident Evil 4. So I went through Resident Evil 4 myself because I thought you'd probably beat it in half the time. There's no way that you could, you know, it took him 22 hours to beat Resident Evil 4. And I thought, you can beat it quicker than that. You could probably beat it in half that time. So I played through, and I think I did get just under half that time. Oh no, I think it might be slightly over half what he got. And then I thought, hang on a minute, you can New Game Plus it. So I played through it again. And you can get through the game twice quicker than it took him to get through it once. And I don't play that particularly quickly. I quite like looking around and finding all the hidden treasures and stuff. So I ask that because I think you could probably get through Dying Light's intro sequence quicker. I know that because Nige, I still haven't done Dying Light 1. Because you remember when you said, you know, we were going to, and I had to do the intro before we could co-op play, and you were like, oh no, the intro is going to take forever, let's just go play Borderlands instead. So yeah, we did that. So I, you know, and I know that he moaned about Days Gone as well. So I can grasp that sometimes an intro can go on for a bit. An intro sequence, you know, it can be a while before you get to the open world of an open world game. But I still think you probably get through it quicker. And I know that he later on, when he rage quits it, he complains about the pacing again. He compares it to Days Gone. That's why that's still fresh in my head. He compares it to Days Gone. That's what we call recency bias. I know that he's like pacing and issues like that are always problems for him, but I feel like it's always because he just takes his sweet fucking time and he's constantly pausing and farting about in menus and just, you know, waiting for things to come through, waiting for tips to show up, waiting for somebody to give him some money, or taking the opportunity to tell chat to shut up and if they like the stream and want to support the stream because it's been half an hour since the last tip. So yeah, I feel like most of the time when he has issues with pacing, it's because he takes his sweet fucking time with it.
Or on the flip side, dislike it a little more, right? Dependent on how it goes. So let's see today how it goes, right? But what's just crazy about that is like these people don't understand that. They actually think, wow, Phil had one bad stream. Ha ha ha. Let's revel in this.
Whoa, wait. You've had more than one bad stream, mate. Earlier on you said, yeah, there were a couple. And the point is not that you've had one bad stream. It's that this bad stream has come after a row of bad streams. And this is a stream that you were specifically saying during those streams, don't worry about it, guys. It's going to be all right on this stream. Because it's a new release. It's a premiere. They always do better. So you were saying, on this stream, I'm going to do better than normal. And in fact, you did worse than normal. You didn't even make half your $150 goal. So you did worse. That's why we're laughing at you. Because you were like, this is going to be a big thing. And it was worse. It's not that you've had one bad stream. It's that you've had one bad stream after a row of several that you said was going to be good. You said it was going to be better than normal. And it was actually worse. So that's funny. We're not obsessing over, oh, he's had one bad stream, let's Chicken Little. It's like, guys, he said he was going to do really well, and he did shit. Don't worry. Support will come. People are going to come out to support Dying Light 2. You're going to have a great premiere stream. People are going to come out to support it. Just like they did Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition. Just like they did with Metroid Dread. They've all saved the stream. Actually, no, I can't use Metroid Dread as an example because it wasn't a hot new release. It took him like a fucking month and a half to get around to it, didn't it? But yeah. That's why we're laughing. Because it's just another one, Phil. Every hot new release you say will bring support to the stream and it will bring eyes to the stream. Doesn't. And this is another one.
Let's go and post about it on forums and in threads. Let's post up on our social media about Phil.
Oh, I saw that. The farms. He reads the farms. Totally reads the farms. And then that super chat came up as well. Keemstar one while Philly's begging for pennies. So go on, Phil. How are we being ridiculous? Let's go and posting it on web forums. Sorry.
Let's post up on our social media about Phil had a bad stream. Wow, the silent majority really helped Phil today, didn't they? Ha 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 ha.
Fuck. He's going to be 40 in like a month and a half. Oh my God. Where is your silent majority now, Phil? That's the thing. When you hype these things up as being there, and then they're not there, as seen in When Prophecy Fails, people start to question you.
He didn't get his tips called today. Haha. It's like, dude, how on earth? How on earth do you go through life like?
There we go. He's sorry then. It disrupted it then. He's taking notice of them. That's the thing. See, I know why people do it. I personally don't do it, and I don't think you should, but I can understand why people make the value judgment, and I can see how they reach the value assessment that, yeah, this couple of quid is nothing to me compared to that moment where you know it's gotten to him. Knowing that you've done that is worth more than the $1 or the $5 or the whatever. Is that a euro? No. The whatever, I think it is actually, yeah, it looks like stylized because of the font that Coutil uses. I think that might be a euro. But either way, that tiny amount of currency, that little, spare change, maybe, although I do think, you can get a lot for a $5. That is easily a price worth paying to get that moment. If not a rant, if not to spark something. Snowcar was really good at sparking a rant off $1.50. He got his fucking money's worth, Snowcar. But I personally just wouldn't, because again, ultimately you are giving him money. But I can understand why people do. It's for moments like that. Yeah. You're right. You just woken up. Yeah. Did that dream about the giant fish again? It won't get you. It's fine. Don't worry. As long as you stay out of the ocean, you're all right. Should never have let you watch The Blue Planet with me. But yeah, that got to him. That. So go on. Resume your narrative.
How on earth do you go through life like this? You can't. At some point, you have to realize what you're doing is a complete waste of your time, and you could have a better life.
He's got to be taking the piss. It's got to be taking the piss. You just, I mean... You don't have friends! You don't have friends! You got married in a 10-year-old suit with a ring that costs like less than $100. You got married in your... When you got married, you talked to us more about the food you ate than how beautiful your wife looked on the day. You don't leave the house. You don't have friends. You cannot tell anybody else that their life is missing anything. You cannot tell anybody else about living life in a positive way and stopping negative things. You are the man who is in this position because you've been such a toxic, abrasive arsehole to everyone. Imagine if you went through life and then at some point your two best friends had to do an hour-long podcast about how much of a cunt you were because you kept calling them out. And they didn't want to do it, and they just wanted to get on with their own shit, but they felt forced into having to talk about this and address this. They had to deal with you by doing an hour-long podcast about how much of a shit you were. And how, like, you totally took advantage of them and didn't give them money when they were clearly owed. And you took advantage of their friends as well. These are people that you could have been building connections with to move out into making other, like, maybe short films and other content for YouTube that later on in life you could be using to keep yourself going now. But you didn't do that. Instead, you were an abrasive arsehole who took advantage of everybody. And now you're at a point where you're like, oh no, I don't need friends. I don't have time for friends. You have to portray it in that way because the reality is you are such an abrasive arsehole that nobody wants to hang out with you. And you feel like you have the moral authority to tell anybody else that their life lacks meaning and they need to stop being negative arseholes and have something good in their lives. And then you might find that you're a little bit happier. When the reality is that everybody that you are addressing has lives. They have other things in their lives. They do other things. This is just one of many things. Other detractors do other things that I do not watch other detractors do. Other detractors have interests and hobbies that are not the same as mine. An Lee is a weeb. Good for him. I'm a bit of a weeb as well. Not to the same extent though. I probably couldn't talk about anime with An Lee. I like different sort of anime, and I'm an older weeb as well. I don't watch that much. It's there. It's just not a huge part of my hobbies and interests because I would do other things first. I still do every now and then. In fact, we rewatched Cyber City Wado 808 because it's fucking amazing. But also Samurai Pizza Cats. Because it came up in the Twitter thread and it was a really good part of my childhood. So I thought, yeah, you know what, I'm going to watch them again. But they are all part of... They're not, I don't like the same anime as An Lee does. I don't like the same games as he does. I don't like, say, like James the Lesser is into guns. And I'm not. So I couldn't talk to him about that sort of thing. He's into American football as well. A lot of detractors are American and they're into American football. I can't talk to them about that, so I don't. We all come together for this, and then we all go away and do other things. There aren't many detractors that are into playing bass. There are some. That's why that's why I do the thing with Piece of Peace and I keep shouting them out, and because that's something that I can talk to him about. We're both bassists and we both play Rocksmith a lot, so I can talk to him, but I can't talk to everyone about the things that I do because not everybody does the things that I do. So if I talk about, let's say I talk about forensic psychology, then not everybody's going to find that interesting. Some people will. Some people might like it for psychology. Some people might find it interesting because you talked about the forensic side of it. But not everybody's going to come here for it because not everybody wants to. Not everybody's interested in that sort of thing. There'll be a couple of detractors who are into true crime as well. They might come for it. And we talk about that. But I won't also be able to talk to those people about playing bass. Because they won't be into that. What I'm trying to say is, Phil, everybody that you are addressing right now has a far more rich and fulfilling life than you. I can guarantee it. Because most of us at least leave the house more than once a week. motherfucker. Oh my God. He has to be taking the piss. He just has to be. I am just over halfway through this. I cannot believe. Oh wow! This one. Fuck me. This really is a meltdown for the ages, isn't it?
But it's hard. It really is. Again, from being in that situation myself when I was younger, I understand how you could get caught up in that. And today, with the internet, being an anonymous person on the internet, you could get so caught up with it because there's no repercussions for it.
You had the internet when you were that age. There are posts from you on fighting game forums. Don't act like nowadays it's easier to be a dickhead because you can easily fall into the wrong group because the internet is everywhere. You were on the internet at that time. You had just as many abilities. You didn't carry it around in your pocket, granted. But you were spending most of your time at home uploading stuff to the internet. So you were spending most of your time online, or at least in very close proximity to the internet. It was just the same for you then. Don't act like, kids these days, they don't know how easy they've got it. Fuck off. You were being a dick online then. Don't be like, I understand nowadays with social media and smartphones and the internet being everywhere. Don't act like you weren't online then. Don't act like, back then you couldn't, the internet, it wasn't everywhere. We didn't have smartphones back then, so, there was no other way to get onto the internet. Especially not while I was making my living on YouTube. Uploading videos, multiple per day. There was no way of getting on the internet then, so I couldn't be a dickhead on the internet. Don't act like, you're above it like the fuck.
Right? You could be a complete toxic, disgusting person, and no one will ever call you out for it, nor will everyone ever even find out that you were a part of that because of the way that everything's anonymous on the internet today.
Because everybody had to use personally identifying information. You couldn't get on the internet unless you gave them like your passport or your driver's license. Anonymous accounts didn't exist back then. When Phil was being a dickhead online. I don't even know what he's trying to say here. I have some impression of what he's fumbling towards. That he has this toxic cloud of detractors following him because it's easy to fall into this crowd of detractors. Because, social media, it's easier to be an asshole because it's easier to be anonymous because, it's just a big homogenous mass of people that don't like me. I think he's fumbling somewhere towards that, but it's Dark Side Phil of all people telling you this. Fuck me. It just, wow. Wow. This is why multiple people message you, Steve.
So it's even worse today than it ever was. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's worse today because over the years, you have alienated more and more people. It's not as bad back then because it wasn't as widespread because not everybody knew how much of a cunt you were. Not everybody knew how, just fucking manipulative and abusive and as much of an asshole as you are. No, people didn't know. People knew you as, that guy who was bad at video games and raged at video games. But in the context of the time, that was still, plausibly enough to be an act, or it's at least the style of the time because you have Nostalgia Critic, an angry video game nerd, an Angry Joe. And so it's sort of, a bit more understandable that people wouldn't immediately see that as the true Phil. Or as at least an accurate representation of the person Phil is. And it's still at the point where there's just not enough variety where Phil can attract and hold fans, and there can be fans of Phil because there's little else. If you wanted to see someone angry at video games that were at least current, you had to wait for Angry Joe to do his review, or you could see Dark Side Phil uploading it on the day. So, at that point, but now, 13 years later, you have systematically alienated and told to fuck off most of those people. So it's not that it's easier for people to get online and to hate you and to congregate and to harass you. It's that you've just pissed off more people as you've gone along. And word of your toxicity and the reality of the person that you are has spread because more and more people have seen it because you've pissed off more and more people. So more and more people are now able to go, careful about him, he's an arsehole. And thus more and more people who would otherwise have come in and seen this community of people going, yeah, Phil, go on, rage, it's fucking hilarious when he gets mad, and been, oh yeah, no, I'm quite into this. Nowadays are seeing people who are like, no, don't, seriously, it's not worth it. He's going to beg you for money, he's going to be an arsehole to you, and if you say anything out of line, you get banned. The reality is not that it is easier to hate you. The reality is you have pissed off more and more people. That's why you have smaller audience now. That's why you have fewer and fewer actual fans. That's why trolls seem like a bigger part of your audience, because your audience is that small because you've systematically alienated and pissed off everybody else. It's not that it's easier to hate you, Phil. You've just consistently been a cunt for the last 13 years. And eventually, most of your fans are going to be like, oh, fed up with him. I can't take this. I'm out. And most of your fans have done that. So that's why you're here. That's why you have. Why you have what feels like a larger presence of people that don't like you, because you piss them all off.
Yeah. So anyway, in summary, I liked the Dying Light 2 stream. I want to say thumbs up to everyone who attended it, everyone who liked the stream.
In summary, right, for starters, there's like another 18 minutes of this. But in summary, the man who just said all that about you wants to tell you that you're wrong about him. And maybe you should lay off him. And then you'll find that your life is nice. And that's the way to nirvana. In summary, that man wants to tell you to lay off him after telling you your life has no meaning and you are a bitter person and your life is shit because you just shit on other people. I'm aware of how much I have recorded and how far into this I am, and I feel like that should be an end, but the fact that this goes on for nearly 20 more minutes, I feel like I should carry on. I am steeped in blood.
Liked the stream. There was great engagement. There was actually, overall, if you look at the big picture of all the levels of support that came in during the stream, it was actually a really good stream. I can't complain.
But I will still complain. I can't complain, even though I've just spent 20 minutes complaining about people talking about it. I can't complain, but later on I will beg poor. I will cry poverty and sort of ask, because, you know, I really need help, even though it was a successful stream. Right, that's going on as well. I am becoming increasingly convinced that he is unable to feel cognitive dissonance. He must have taken damage somewhere. He must have taken a hit at some point. Maybe when he had the car accident. Maybe the impact of the airbag. Maybe the plastic cover in the wheel that lifts as the airbag expands must have clipped him somewhere, like maybe here or here. You know, maybe it's hit him in one of the frontal lobes, and it's just pinged the right area that he can't feel cognitive dissonance.
I mean, yes, again, admittedly, would I have liked tips to be higher because it would have directly helped me this week with paying bills and the like? Yes.
There we go. That's what it's all about. You can't say it was a successful stream and then go, but also I would have liked this thing to be better. It's the immediacy of it. This is really addict behavior. People who are addicted to substances, people who abuse substances, behave like this. It's all about the immediacy of the next fix. It's needing things now so that I can go get my next fix now. I can't put off waiting for my next fix. I can't go through the withdrawal of not having the thing that I need. Be it a substance, be it a habit, be it gambling, be it shopping, be it hoarding even. Hoarding does actually, if you know, are you wanting to go out? But yeah, hoarding does share similar cognitive impulses. It shares similar pathways in the brain, because there's still the dopamine reward of acquiring something, which is the same reward pathways that are fired up when certain you know, when you make a bet and you win, for example. So there are similarities there. But yeah, it's the fact that, you know, the behavior involved in those circumstances when withdrawal is being faced, not necessarily when you're going through withdrawal, but when, you know, you're about to come down off your last hit and you're like, shit, I need to do something to get my next fix. It becomes about whatever you can do immediately to get you to the next fix. There's no long-term planning involved. You're incapable of it at that point because your priorities have shifted such that your immediate needs are what need to be met first. So it's just, he could be begging on the street. He could be begging for, I need help immediately. I need this money immediately. Please give it to me immediately. Tips help immediately. It's great that I'm getting long-term support, but I would rather have the tips now, because they're more important to me, because they gratify my immediate needs. They do not help me pay off long-term bills. They do not help me because when I have to rely on super chats and memberships, I have to budget, because that money comes at a certain date. I cannot keep getting at that money. I have to wait. But tips I can get immediately. I can pay a little extra. I can pay, it's like 1% or 10%. I can pay a surcharge and get those immediately. And I need them immediately. Even though I'm not leaving the house. I'm not going to leave the house for the next 6 days. I need them immediately. It is addict behavior. See, here's the thing, Phil. I specialized in when I was going through uni for forensic psychology, I specialized in how the criminal justice system deals with substance abusers and people who have addictive disorders. So I know. This is why one of my earlier videos is like, are video games addictive? When I looked at the addiction aspect of it. Look at how substance users are treated in the criminal justice system. That was my thing. So I learned about addiction. I studied like neuropsychology because I needed to know about the neurological impulses behind addiction. This isn't just me as a detractor saying this, Phil. This is like me as somebody with the psychological grounding to recognize it. And you don't even need to be like a master's or PhD level to recognize this. He's an addict and he needs help.
Yes, I'm not going to lie, but I'm also not going to sit here and be like, wow, disaster stream, end of the world. Now everything's terrible and now I'm going to be all pissy about it. Of course not. Of course I'm not going to fucking do that. That would be so ungrateful. That would be so disrespectful to those who were there and made it a good stream. You know what I'm saying?
What? You will sit there and wait for tips to come in. Talk about being disrespectful. People said to you, you are spending too long at the start of your streams talking before you start playing the video game. We come here to see you play a video game, and when you say the stream is starting at this time, we think video game play is about to start at this time. But instead we have to sit through an hour of you talking bullshit about whatever. We have to listen to you mouthing off about subjects you know very little to actually nothing about for an hour or two. We also have to wait for the batteries in my light to turn off and run out and die. Fuck! I swear I charged that. I fully charged battery before I started. So yeah, being disrespectful to your audience. When they say to you, We don't like that it takes you an hour to get to the video game when you could just start the video game when you start the stream, and then you'd be able to talk about this stuff as you play. So instead of doing that, because he doesn't want to disrespect his audience, he just called it the pre-stream podcast. He's not going to stop doing the things that you have a problem with. You just called it a different thing, so now you can't complain. He will sit there. He doesn't want to disrespect his audience. He will make them sit there while he composes a tweet begging for support. Just... oh my god. Right, a note to myself as well. Keep a running tally of how many times each one of these comes up. Oh my god. Just... fucking lack of self-aware. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He can actually honestly sit there and say, I don't want to disrespect my audience. He's one of the most disrespectful streamers on YouTube. He does not give a shit about his audience. He's an entitled arsehole who expects that his audience will give him money unquestioningly. And he will make them sit there and wait while he goes and does something. He will make them sit there and wait. He won't even bring up a slide saying the stream is about to start. He will make them wait. I can guarantee you when this ended, he got up and went for a piss. He will make them wait. He will make them sit there and stare at his office chair. He let them sit there once. He once let them sit there for 12 minutes while he went and composed an angry email to Twitch. This man thinks I don't want to disrespect my audience. But I will make them sit there and wait while I write a tweet asking for more money. Because they've not given me enough money. Do you want to come in? I think I'm over it. I think I've dealt with the main point. I'm going to try and get through it. I feel like, because I've hit most of the main points now, I feel like the next 17 or 18 minutes is probably going to pass a bit quicker. Because knowing Phil, there's a lot of repetition, so I feel like maybe I'll be able to get through this bit quickly compared to how long it's taken me to get to this point. But then again, you never know. Phil's capacity for saying stupid shit is almost limitless. Yeah? Okay, but, seriously, them cables. I need them. One of them's a Rocksmith cable. If that breaks, I'm fucked. I'll never take on piece of piece.
It's absolutely ridiculous that these people turn everything into a negative. It is, all right? Now, here's the actual funny thing about that.
Before we get to the actual funny thing about that, it's not anything to do with us turning things into negative things. It's that these things are negative. We don't need to, manipulate or turn anything to make it look negative. It is. Look at all this that I've got from just this one stream. This is all negative. These are all bad things. You are a negative person. You are an incredibly toxic person. This is all on you.
Okay? I didn't just do one stream yesterday, right? I did two. The second stream...
Excuse me. I know I mentioned this before, that as a Brit, something you said was funny, when to other people it might not be. As a Brit, that's offensive. That doesn't mean two. That means fuck off. So fuck off, Phil. You did 2 streams yesterday. You did 2. Fuck off.
Was Street Fighter. Okay? So as I played Street Fighter, guess what happened? People came and supported the stream.
Jax Raxer came and supported the stream.
Do you want to know why they supported the stream? A couple various reasons. Number one, because they like Street Fighter. They like seeing me play old school Street Fighter because they realize that's me in my element. Those are games that I grew up playing in arcades. Those are games that I know a ton about knowledge-wise. Probably the only games I know a ton about knowledge-wise, besides maybe classic RPGs like Final Fantasy. It's really the only games where I can say, hey, here's how the game works. Here's the mechanics. I can explain at a technical level to people, right?
You mean it's the game that you've played the most throughout your life and the game that you're most comfortable playing is your comfort zone and you don't want to leave it? It's the area where you feel like you can speak with some authority and you feel like you have justification for that. Most of the time when he's speaking from authority, he's just trying to sound smart, and I feel like he knows that on some level, even though he can convince himself, no, actually, I'm quite knowledgeable in this area. There are times like when he can bring in other things, like if he's ever talking about why it's not really a big deal that Sony bought Bungie. He can say, well, I've got a business degree, so I know all about the massive, the complexities of this international trade deal thing going on. And this is another thing with Street Fighter. You can go, well, I placed fourth at Evo. I've always played Street Fighter. Competitive Street Fighter is my thing. This is an area where I can speak with like some experience and explain things on a technical level. No matter whether he's wrong or right about those things, the fact is he feels like he can. So it's his comfort zone. That's what it is. It's his place. It's his where he's safest, where he feels most secure and most confident. Outside of like maybe this or Ask the King, you know, where he has complete control basically. Anybody that says anything about Street Fighter that he doesn't agree with is immediately wrong, and he knows better because the person saying something that he disagrees with has probably not been fourth at Evo. So, you know, he feels like this is an area where it's his area of expertise. It is to him what forensic psychology is to me. It's his thing. So it's his bit where he can speak with the most confidence. Whether he's right or wrong, again, it's irrelevant. It's just what matters to him is that he can do that. He can justify doing that.
And there's just people who absolutely enjoy watching me in my element like that because it's a rarity that I get to do that, right?
No. Right? Gonna do you the honour of accepting that, you know, seeing you play Street Fighter is you in your element, right? Okay, can accept that. You know, it's where you made your name. It's, you know, fourth at Evo, all that. It's your thing, fine, okay. People might want to come and see you in your element. You can't say it's a rarity that you do that when you do that 52 times a year. Doing something weekly does not make it a rarity. Stop with using words incorrectly. You can't. You just... This is like when he was like, I'm a variety streamer who does carefully cultivated content. No. These two things cannot go together. They are fundamentally opposed. It cannot be a rarity if you do it weekly. It just can't. Because I know when you're going to do it. You're going to do it the same time every week. Same beg time, same beg channel. How do you not feel that cognitive dissonance? How can you do that? How can you do that?
But number two, I guarantee that what ended up happening was that people looked at how people reacted to the first stream of the day. They said, wow, people were real shitheads to Phil today. He put out a good stream. Overall, people said it was an enjoyable stream. It wasn't a disaster stream. Yeah, tips were lower than would have been expected for a premiere. But overall, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's what happened, Phil. That's what happened. It's not that you're capting Ahab in, like, basically the same 3 or 4 whales. It's that people did that exact thing. They saw the stream and they were like, wow, people were shits to Phil today. And then they went further and said, even though it was a great stream, and then they went further and went, even though tips were low for a premiere stream, and then they went further and went, but support was overall good in other areas like super chat, so it was fine. And then nobody said that. Nobody said that. What happened was you had a better Street Fighter stream because it's Street Fighter, and usually Jax shows up. Somebody will show up with $100 And they'll donate that right at the start, get it out of the way, and then they'll fuck off, and you'll be able to spend the next 2 hours sat with a hat playing M. Bison. Nobody said that. This is, again, I feel like this is Cope. When he puts words into his audience's mouth like that, it's Cope. It's reassuring himself. He needs to hear this. He needs to believe this. He's reassuring himself. He's saying other people are saying this, therefore it's true. I need to believe that people came and gave me support in the Street Fighter stream because they saw that I did badly in the Dying Light stream, and they wanted to make up for it. Because that helps. That soothes the anxiety. That calms the insecurities. That means that you don't have to consider the reality that it happens every week because it's the Street Fighter stream, and it's at the point where Jack showing up is mimetic in nature. We know that he's going to show up because he always does. Imagine, like, is it Jax that's had to declare bankruptcy? Or at least sold his car? There's something about him taking the bus to work because he can't afford the car because he's had to declare bankruptcy and sold his assets, I'm sure. Imagine putting yourself into financial debt because of Phil. I can't go over it. I can't go over this level of Cope. This is something else. This really is I am. This is going to be like an 8-hour video, isn't it?
And look at people being so fucking nasty to Phil, right? So what do they do?
Wait. You said earlier, right? You told the people who were being nasty to you to fuck off. You were like, see that number down there? See that number down there? It's not your business. It's my business. It's my business. It's none of your fucking business. So shut the fuck up, okay? Wow, people were being really nasty to Phil. Maybe I should give him some money to say sorry. I need to go watch the Dying Light stream. I feel like I need to catch the end of that to see his actual reaction. I feel like it wasn't like, hey guys, it's alright, don't worry, tips are low, it's fine. There's very little in me that makes me feel like that is how he was. And the bit of me that thinks there's a possibility that he might have been like that knows that he wouldn't have meant it if he'd have said that. He'd have been seething inside. He'd have been trying to put on a brave face. He'd have been bullshitting and lying, and he wouldn't have actually believed that. And at the moment that stream was off, he was like, I'm fucking so annoyed about this. Either way, there's just the cope. This is delusion. This is transcending history in the world. as the intro for Soul Edge used to say, this is transcending like any sort of regular NAS. This is where Phil moves into the extreme ends of the bell curve. You know, this is where he becomes one of like the few that you would actually scrub from your data because it's such an anomaly. This is where Phil is becoming. Like, if you could survey 100 narcissists and Phil was one of them, he would be the one that stood out of the 100. You would have the scatter graph, and then he'd be right down at the bottom. Everybody else would be all up here, and then he'd be, like, down here somewhere. And you'd be like, he's an outlier. We would not consider him when we're making our line. So, yeah, he's getting bad. It's getting really bad. It's getting to him. It's starting to get to him. Reality's starting to get to him. The precariousness of his situation and the fact that he's fucked up by frittering away his money and still doing this after 13 years and having nothing to show for it. The fact that he's nearly 40. He's about to have a midlife crisis. His 40th birthday is going to be great. But what's going to be even better is the months following it as it all settles in. It's starting to get to him. And it doesn't take much to push at him. Phil, if you wanted to stop this, there's an easy way to stop it. The first step is to stop reading Kiwi Farms. Because it's so obvious that you are. My God. I know like we say that a lot of his life is almost entirely determined by detractors, and when we say that, we mean stuff like how he will not go out and he will have things delivered to him, and he will say like, well, we didn't go this place because the detractors might swat the zoo and all that shit.
Someone swatted the zoo.
I still love that clip so much. But it's also like this. It's also in responses to this, because most people can, if you've got healthy psychological well-being, right, and most of us have, not considering issues of mental health, I mean just in terms of being able to function and process information, and to be able to deal with hypotheticals, and to consider other viewpoints, and to basically think and process higher thoughts. Most people can cope with contrary opinions. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that think I'm a cunt. I know there are, because I've met a few of them. That's how they've come to think I'm a cunt. But it's fine. Most people have I don't want to say a rival or an enemy, but most people have met people they do not get along with, but you're able to deal with them and then move beyond it when they are no longer in your life. Most people are able to consider and then healthily absorb or reject contrary opinions. Phil can't. Phil can't do any of that. Instead, the reaction it provokes is this. It provokes a defensive, backlash, as it were. I didn't want to use the word backlash. I feel like backlash is more of a responsive thing, whereas this is actually a sort of a more aggressive act. It's not a response to provocation. He's actively going out and searching this. He's going out and reading what people are saying on Twitter. He's going out and reading the farms. So it's not anything like people are coming over and doing this to him. People in his chat are talking about it, yeah, but how he handles that afterwards is what matters. And what matters is that after that, he went and he read online that people were talking about it. So he sought that out, and he's brought this on himself. And instead of being able to properly process that, he's lashing out, because that's all he knows how to do. He can't process it healthily, or, be able to move past it. He can't be able to put it to one side, or to be like, oh yeah, whatever, fair enough, fuck you, mate, and move on. He can't cope with it properly. So he ends up coping in that regard, in that respect, rather than actually being able to cope properly. It's astonishing. It really is. Fucking hell, Phil. You're just a mess. Psychologically, you're just a mess. Holy shit.
They showed up to the late stream, and I hit all the goals. I exceeded the goals. Was I expecting that? Fuck no. Because usually on a Street Fighter stream, it's not that case. In fact, usually we actually struggle to even hit the tier 2 tips goal, because I like to put on this hat.
You did expect to hit them goals, because I swear I would put money on the fact that he was, between those two streams, messaging people like crazy, trying to get some back. He was putting so much psychological pressure on his whales to turn up at the night stream so that he can be like, see, that one was a success. You don't know what you're talking about. If you're going to go on about how much of a failure this stream is, I'll show you. I'll make this one a fucking success. Look at how many people turn up. Guarantee you he was messaging people in between those two streams. He was pressuring his whales to turn up and give him money. And again, I just can't imagine being in that position. I can't imagine wailing out for someone like that. It stops becoming it stops being a gesture of support that you would do to support a content creator that you like, and it becomes an obligation. You're now expected to give something, rather than it being a benevolent act that you do because you want to reward this person, or you want to say thank you, or you want to say congratulations, or whatever. It instead becomes an obligation, and you are now expected to do it, and worse, you are now expected to do it at certain times, and if you don't, you get pressured into it, whether publicly with a tweet or privately. It's cult-like. It's not cult-like in the same extent. Because, see, why Prophecy Fails doesn't go into cults in that regard. It doesn't really examine, like, the psychological pressures in that way. It's more of the sort of, like, the response to disconfirming evidence and how they handle that. It's not a sort of examination of the inner mechanics of a cult. It's more of how the cult responds to evidence that directly contradicts its core beliefs. So when I think of books that look into cult mechanics, I think Anthony Storr's Feet of Clay is all right, but again, that doesn't go too deep psychologically. You have to look at some proper psychology books. But a good true crime book is Under the Banner of Heaven by John Krakauer. It's about a Mormon cult, and it's really good. It's a fucking gripping read. It's one of those few books where I legitimately couldn't put it down. It was that engrossing. So I read it in like days. It was brilliant. But yeah, that sort of behaviour, that sort of pressure, is cult-like. It's social pressure. It's pressure that he, as DSP, as the leader, as the head of this organisation, as the man in charge here. It's him. It's all about supporting him. It's his streams. It's his product. It's his channel. You know, it's all about him. And you, as a fan, as a supporter, as a whale, should be giving him this money. The pressure to do that is you know, it's used by cults.
Which I call it the M. Bison hat. It looks like M. Bison's hat. And
Call it the M. Bison hat, but when I put it in a poll, it's the pilot hat. We don't call it anything else. We definitely don't call it that. And if you do call it that, you will be banned immediately. I needed to talk about that at one point as well. I don't know if I still do, because we've all sort of moved on and accepted it as a thing, but there was a point shortly after he was unveiled and everyone was like, dude, that looks like, you know who wore that, right? When he was like, yeah, millions of people have worn this hat throughout history. You know, it was a certain style at a certain time. And it's like, yeah, but you know who those people were, don't you? That's the point. It weren't Churchill and the Allies wearing that hat. So I really wanted to address that, but we've all sort of moved on now, so it doesn't feel as important. But fuck me. The sort of, again, the denial, the delusion, the cope involved in that. Fucking hell. Can't admit that you fucked up. Just can't.
I put it on, I start playing with M. Bison, and I kick ass, all right? But we don't always hit it. In fact, the last few weeks we didn't hit it. And it was actually neat that people came out last night and said, hey, we decided that we want to support Phil tonight. Was it directly because of the shit that was said about me on the internet with the Dying Light stream or not? I have no idea. But were they there to support me because of the shit that was said about me in the earlier stream? I don't know. I'm just going to heavily imply that. I'm just going to suggest it. I'm going to infer through context and tone that is exactly what happened. I'm going to suggest that my audience came to support me because of what happened in the earlier stream that was dominated for the last half hour by trolls. But I don't know that. I can't say for sure. You manipulative piece of shit. You just the smug arrogance of you to even say that. Knowing full well you will have sent DMs to people who give you money. To people who would ordinarily give you money. And this day we're thinking, nah, I can't really this week. Someone else will. Jax will. I can't. Guitar player will. I can't. And then to get DMs pressuring you to do it. And then to be like this on stream. Well, I don't know if it was that. When you know exactly that's why you were DMing those people. Because you couldn't have 2 bad streams in a row.
You were getting fed up of it. There'd already been a few in a row. This was another one. This was a bad one. And you know it was a bad one because you'd been hyping it up because it's a premiere stream of a new game. And it was worse than you were expecting. And you can't have a really bad Street Fighter one after that. You just can't. You just can't. Your ego can't take it. I can't take. Oh my god, I'm panicking thinking about it. See, we can all do that, Phil. But yeah, the thought of having another bad stream terrified you. So you sent DMs to people. You pressured people. You made them all come and give you more than you would have expected. Give you more than the tips goal. And then sit there on stream and go, well, I don't know if that's why they did that. While implying that that's why they did that. You manipulative piece of shit.
It happened. So you see what I'm saying? Like, all the idiocy of these people in the morning for the dying live stream meant absolutely nothing anyway, because then I went on to have a successful night stream that was really good.
It meant nothing anyway. I've been talking about it for 20 odd minutes, but it meant nothing. Can I use that argument given how long I've talked about this? Either way, again, bit of ego defense. I'm going to downplay it. I'm going to downplay the impact of the Dying Light 2 stream and not hitting the goals. I'm going to downplay it. It meant nothing. It meant nothing. All the idiocy, all you stupid trolls talking shit, meant nothing. Meant nothing to me. Because I did better later. So it meant nothing. Fucking smug, arrogant, condescending shit of a man. 18 million sperms and you were the one that made it.
So we're kind of spams in law.
So, fuck you. No, really. Fuck you. If you're one of these disgusting people who you focus so much on negativity and all you want to do is shit on me, you got fucked last night, didn't you?
Thinking about it, I feel like isn't your sperm count? That would probably have been like 180. Isn't it supposed to be like that high? I don't know. I haven't had mine measured. I haven't counted. Fucking hell. What am I doing? But I mean, yeah, look, I mean, if it didn't matter to you, then why are you portraying this thing as a win? If it mattered so little to you that you did badly on the Dying Light stream, why is it now so hugely important for you to be able to go, look, I actually won here. Fuck you. You got fucked. Yeah? You're laughing at me. You got fucked. How can you claim a victory here? What is the victory here? The victory here, Phil, is that you managed to pressure a bunch of people who may or may not be capable of making their own decisions with regards to money into giving you more money. That's not a win for you. That doesn't make you look good. That you have to do that to make yourself feel better as well. You know, if it were just for the money, I would understand. It would be a scummy thing nonetheless, but I would understand. But this isn't just motivated by regular greed. There's a desperation to this. There's a need to soothe a wounded ego in this. So it moves from just conning people out of their money into doing it for purely selfish reasons. You care less about your audience now. You don't even see them as potential marks or potential victims of your scams. They are now a tool that you will use and abuse to soothe your insecurities. You will use them to soothe your ego when your pride has been wounded. It's such a disgusting thing. And he thinks it makes him look good. He thinks this sort of thing makes him the winner. We got fucked over. We lost. We somehow fucked ourselves over by laughing at that stream when he conned people out of more money for this stream. It doesn't affect us. We are not affected either way. We weren't conned out of our money. No one took our money. And it doesn't matter to us what they do with their money. It's their money, ultimately. Some of them may not like actually have the capacity to understand what they're doing with their money. Some of them should probably require like actual care. I don't mean to paint everybody in DSP's chat as somebody with cognitive disabilities, who might need cognitive impairments, or mental disabilities, who may need round-the-clock care or may need to at least live a life where they are monitored. But some of them probably do. Because I've fucking seen Derek on Twitter. And you are scamming them out of their money. And you think that makes you look good. It doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect us because it's their money. It's not ours. It's not a win for you and it's not a loss for us. If anything, it's more of a win for us because it just helps show more that you are that incredibly shitty of a person. You are that low of a man. You're like man in biological function only. You like man by virtue of being a human male that lives and breathes and occupies a physical space. You're not actually a man in any sort of social context. You're not a man the way that most of us would define a man, because you don't engage in behaviours that make you look like a mature, responsible adult man. You act like a cunt. And you think it makes you look good. That's the most crazy bit of it all. That's the bit that screams delusion. You think the fact that you managed to pressure people into giving you more money in a way that made it look like, that didn't make it look like you had pressured them into giving you money in response to having a poor stream to get one over on us, makes you look good. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking delusional. It's delusional. That's just fucking pure delusion. I'm not sure about the wording of that. I feel like it should probably be constant delusion, but, you know, it probably does have to have some moments of lucidity, and they're probably arranged around, like, uploading videos to YouTube and ordering stuff on DoorDash and collecting it from the driver. So he probably does have some moments where he's, you know, not immersed in his ego to this extent. But, yeah, the amount of times that you just outright deny reality, it's increasing. Maybe I should have said that. I should have said increasing episodes of delusion rather than frequent. Either way, you get what I mean.
Because you're morons. Because you actually create the situation, right? That then allows me to go on and continue to be successful. You understand that, right? Like, I've only said this a million times and I'll say it again.
See, again, if you didn't expect that level of support from the Street Fighter stream, you would not say you idiots out there that don't like me, created that. Because you wouldn't be projecting like a blame or a cause or a responsibility for that incident, for that stream doing well. Because you wouldn't have expected it. It would have just been an accident. It would have been a happy stream. It would have been one of those beautiful moments where volatility is good, you know, because you'd had a great stream unexpectedly. But the fact that you're weaponizing it here, it's just further proof that you made them. You made them do it. You needed it. Because you couldn't cope with the idea of having 2 bad streams in a row, considering how many other bad streams you've had recently. And now you're projecting here on it. Now you're attacking. There's some projection mixed in there, but it is mostly an attack. It is mostly you people are morons. You've done this. It's your fault. It's your responsibility. And if your lives weren't shit, you know. So you understand that you laughing at my misfortune just made people give me more money. No. You made them give you more money. We were laughing at your misfortune. And you didn't like that, so you made them give you more money.
When people say I can't do something, that motivates me to then come back from that and do better. When people say you're not a good content creator, you're not a good streamer, you can't put out entertaining content, you'll never hit your goals, you'll never be successful, I say, fuck you.
And then you burp into the microphone when people ask you to stop. You won't get a green screen. You wouldn't touch Minecraft. You wouldn't even consider direct capture for years. YouTube was shit and Twitch was the future until they told you to stop streaming at a high bit rate. And then Twitch was shit and YouTube was great. And then YouTube was shit and Twitch was great until you got kicked out of the partnership program for no reason.
Hateful slurs.
You are the laziest creator. And you think you've got any sort of, like, standing in this area. You think you've got any sort of right to be able to say, when people tell me I can't do something, it just makes me want to do it more. When people tell me I can't have something, it just makes me want to get it that much harder. You know, when you won't even use a green screen. You won't even upgrade your computer. You won't... You're just like the laziest content creator ever. You won't even automate the total of money as it goes in. You have to stop your stream and do it manually because you're too lazy to set it up. It's not because you want control over it so you know how much you're getting. It's because you're too lazy to set it up. You don't want to learn how to. You don't even set your own thumbnails. You don't even put them in numerical order. Your thumbnails are out of order. Your videos are out of order. You. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can't go back. It's why solitary confinement is a war crime. It's the only thing I can think of for it. My fucking leg's starting to kill me. Fuck.
I will do it because now you've motivated me to do better. And that's exactly what happened yesterday, right? Is we went from a situation where, okay, the first...
You can't show your phone to the screen. There you go. Do it. I've told you can't do something. Show us, champions. You can't. You'll show us a picture of a vaccination card or a pizza on your phone. You'll show us a picture of something on your phone, but you won't show us, the apps that you use. You won't show us the apps you've got installed. Just the fucking, again, I'm stunned by the lack of self-awareness that he can say he is an incredibly motivated person when he doesn't want to stop doing this. He doesn't want to stop having his hour-and-a-half therapy session at the start of each stream. So much so that when people told him to stop it because it was ruining their enjoyment of his stream, they came to watch video gameplay and they came to watch him playing video games, not listen to him telling them about what he did with their money on his day off because he'd ordered out and then he'd gone shopping and then he came back and ordered in again. He didn't want to give that up. So he just called it the podcast. But he thinks he's motivated. He thinks that he's motivated to put out great content because people have told him you make bad content. So he's been motivated to put out better content. He won't pay somebody to make his own fucking intro. He won't learn to use Windows Movie Maker to make his own intro. But he thinks he's motivated. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's hit me again. Fuck you. I'm gonna go out and do it. Make me a intro. I can't be asked learning how to edit one myself, even though I paid for Adobe's editing software, which is not cheap. I used to pay the subscription for that. I never learned how to use it. I never learned how to edit properly. I can edit badly, but I can edit because I did edit for KO Gaming. But actually, did he? Was that him, or was that somebody else? Was that one of his fans editing for free? Now that must have been him. He complained about all the work, so I'm assuming that was him. So he can edit. He just can't be asked editing his own intro. He wants an intro so that it will look more professional. He's motivated to ask you to make an intro for him. He won't pay you. He might give you a shout out because you can pay bills with exposure. Everybody knows that. But he's motivated. I just... How? How can you even say that about yourself? How is this bit not going faster? I thought I'd covered everything and it's failing. He'd repeat everything. Come on.
Stream was unexpectedly slow. Big deal, right? It's not the end of the world for me. Still playing Dying Light. Nothing's changed, right? And then the night stream ends up blowing all the goals, right? Exceeding everything, just going crazy. Wow. Now, here's the thing, and I want to say this. I want to make this abundantly clear to my viewing audience, especially those of you who are big supporters of mine, okay? Please, listen up. This is very important, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate all the support that I get for all the content that I put out, no matter what kind of support it is.
But I prefer tips. I feel like that's what's coming.
It could be just simply liking the stream, liking the video, leaving a comment, a membership, a super chat, a super sticker, a tip, a pledge to my Patreon, when merch is available, buying merch, sharing my videos.
When has merch been available? His merch hasn't been available since Teespring shut down. Oh, shut his account down, sorry. They're still up. They're still going. But they closed his account for inactivity. When he can't even be asked making his own merch. He thinks he's motivated. But not only will he not pay somebody to design merch for him, he won't even do it himself. But when merch is available, you should buy it to show support. What does he do for Patreons? What does he do for Patreons? Patreons! Whether it's, joining my Patreon. Why? What do you get? You get nothing. And he thinks he's motivated to change. He's still doing that King of Hate thing. That's what this is. It's a rebranding of the King of Hate thing where he's like, I just use people's hate to fuel me to do better. That's what this is. You just motivate me. If you tell me I can't do something, I'm just going to do it just to say, fuck you. It's the same thing. He's not changed as a person. He's not grown. He's still got the same behavioural habits because he's lazy shit and he's not motivated to change. He doesn't want to. He just wants you to keep paying for his lifestyle. He's going to beg you for money while he's sat in front of a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox box. He's got a Switch. Fucking wasted money on neck phones.
Telling other people about my stuff, liking my tweets, retweeting my tweets. There's a bajillion ways you can support my content. Okay? A bajillion ways.
Yeah, we know. You don't shut the fuck up about it.
However, please do me this one favor and make me a promise. Okay? If you're going to support my content, please support it because you like me and my content. And you would think that that would be like common sense, right? I'm only supporting Phil because I like him and his content. All right? However, sadly, in the modern day, there are people who have the wrong idea. And sadly, there are people who actually exploit their viewers and followers. And I don't...
No, don't, no. No, I can't take this. I can't take this. He's not. No, please don't, Phil. This is you. You do. like actually legitimately do exploit your viewers. You actually legitimately do. You will stop streams to tell them to give you money. You will say, guys, it means a lot to me. It would really mean a lot to me if we could hit the tip goal. I want to wear this hat. I want to do this thing for you. You will threaten to stop playing games if they don't give you money. They will have to pay you to buy the game. They will give you the money to get the game, and then they will have to keep paying you to play it. And you will say to them, like Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite has been wage quit. Dying Light 2 was wage quit tonight. You will honestly say, guys, support has been slow, so I don't know if I'm still going to keep this game in rotation. I don't know if I'm still going to keep playing this game because I'm not making enough money on it. You take advantage of your fucking audience. Don't do this. Don't do this, Phil. Please don't do this. I don't want to carry on. I don't want to carry on. Come on.
And here we go.
I don't ever want to do that, and or I don't want you to ever feel like that's the situation that you've been put in. Okay?
Oh! Oh my god. Fucking did. Oh my god, he did. He did. Oh my god, he went there. Fuck. What do I say to that? What can you say to that? I mean... I'm just done. I'm done. I'm done. Call the fucking whack. Call the ambulance and get him a padded cell and a nice jacket with sleeves that tie up behind the back. He's gone. He's too far gone. It's either lying on like an industrial scale, or it's full blown delusion. Either way. He's done. He needs help. He needs to be taken against his will and like properly treated because he's just gone. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's not even been an hour since I last had to tap out and take a few minutes. It's not even like in terms of this, it's probably been within 5 minutes. Like within 5 minutes of footage, it's gotten so bad that I've had to go, nah, I need a break. I can't, guys. I just, oh my god. He actually did that. He actually said that. I can see why Shinko's pre-stream recap was like nearly 5 hours. Oh my god. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I need to, I want to press on. I feel like I need to comment there, but I don't know what to say. I don't know if there even is a thing I can say anymore. I don't think that there is anything. Yeah, yeah. Is there something you can say? Because I'm just struggling. Yeah. Do you think so? Well, that's what she thinks anyway. So, yeah, I don't think I could put it any better than that. So let's carry on.
Here's what I mean by that. Yesterday, the Dying Light 2 stream didn't do great with tips. Okay. All right. So now what I like people to say is, okay, I support Phil. I love his content. Didn't do so well. I'm going to support him on the night stream. And then you go do it because you like the content. What I don't want to happen, all right, ever, is that maybe you didn't even attend the Dying Light 2 stream. You weren't even aware that it wasn't so good. Okay, tips-wise, I should say. Everything else was good. But then...
That disclaimer again. He needs to add that, because otherwise it's an admittance that the Dying Light 2 stream was bad. And he spent nearly half an hour trying to convince you that it's fine. The Dying Light 2 stream wasn't bad. And even if it was bad, it's fine. He doesn't care. Because normally he does fine anyway, because there's like 600 other streams that he does in the year. So it doesn't matter that it was bad, even though he doesn't think it was bad, because otherwise support was great. The layers of cope! He needs help. He needs actual help.
You start following the wrong people. You're in the wrong circles, those hate circles, okay? And you hear from them, haha, Phil had a disaster stream, dying.
What I don't want you doing is going and watching detractor stuff. I feel like there's been more than one mention of it now, so it warrants inclusion. Or at least expanding into its own category.
Dying Light 2 stream does terrible for tip. What are you... his business is going out of business. Oh, the silent majority didn't support him this time, and ha 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 ha. So you watch their negative shit, okay? And then you say, all right, what I would like to do then is I want to stick it to them. I want to stick it to the haters.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's saying, I don't want you giving me money in sort of like an act of like sticking it to them. Yeah, he was just like, hey, I did really well on the Street Fighter stream, so fuck you trolls, you're the ones who screwed yourself. You fucking, oh my god. Oh my god. How can I cope? I really can't cope. Oh my god. He's gone off the deep end. He's going to kill me. He's actually going to kill me. Part of my brain is going to pop in a minute, and I'm just going to drop dead, and you'll never see this because there'll be no one to edit it and upload it. Probably like leave a note somewhere as like a final. By the way, if you find me slumped over my desk, finish this, edit it. It's fine. Editing's easier than streaming, at least, and I'm never getting over that. Oh my god. You literally just said that entire stream meant that we fucked ourselves over because we made fun of him in an earlier stream and it made more people come over to his stream to show him support and to show that, you know, yeah, the trolls don't matter. We'll support you, Phil, and we'll make this stream a success. Fuck you, trolls. You're the ones who screwed yourselves over by making people do that. Also, I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to feel like you should be doing that. Don't do that. Because it's really bad. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, I can't. I'm slowly losing my mind. Carry on. Come on, I'm nearly there. I'm nearly 3/4 of the way through this.
So I'm going to go to Phil's late stream, and I'm going to support him on his late stream just to stick it to the haters, okay? Please don't do that.
You just used that. You just used literally that. You just used people doing that to get one over, to say that you had, you know, fucking won. Fuck the trolls. You know, you fucked up by making fun of me on that stream because people came out to give me more money on this. You just fucking did that. The fucking hypocrisy of him. The shameless hypocrisy of him. Oh, it's the hypocrisy and the lack of self-awareness, and they combine together to make this unholy megazord of twattiness.
Really, please don't do that. I don't want anyone supporting just to stick it to a group of toxic people, all right? Those people eventually need to look in the mirror themselves and say, what am I doing with my life? But when you have that kind of an obstinate attitude against those people, they will never improve. In fact, all that will happen, it'll be like two groups with rock-headed heads butting like this, okay?
Oh, bless, he wants us to improve. Did you hear that? He said don't be obstinate pricks towards us. He wants us to improve. Because obviously our lives are the ones that are shit, remember? We've got nothing going in our lives. Our lives are entirely dedicated to hating on Phil. There's nothing else going for us. He wants only the best for us. He truly is like Jesus and the Buddha combined.
Seriously. What I want is, if you're coming to my streams and my content and you're here to enjoy for positive reasons, great. Please support for positive reasons.
Moo Homer, which is a great name, by the way, says the Vest Street used to be a symbol of success against the haters. He literally used it as a symbol of success. He had that on the 100th stream where he was crying. It's been tough, it really has. And hearing them, you know, that was his special thing for, like, hey, look, thanks, guys, we're doing it against the haters. You know, despite everything I've been through, I keep going on. He had that self-indulgery, masturbatory wank fantasy bit himself, where he got to fillet his own ego as a symbol of success and defiance against us, the haters. He doesn't want you to do that, though. He just wants to keep doing it himself. Oh, my God.
Do not come here and say, I'm just going to come and support just to stick it to a toxic group.
Who went then? Another one went then.
Do not come here and say, I'm just going to come and support.
Phil, you just covered this. Someone in all caps, Phil, you just covered this. It's repetition. It's repetition, innit? I accidentally pressed it then, so it came on by mistake. But yeah, it's repetition, innit? Sorry.
I'm just going to come and support just to stick it to a toxic group of people on the internet. I don't want that, all right? You want to know why I call that? The Druckmann method. That's the Druckmann method.
Oh my God. You know, you know how this can also be used as a method of attack. It doesn't necessarily preclude him feeling aggrieved by other people, even though these other people may not have actually personally interacted with him in a way that upset or offended him or aggrieved him. This Troy Baker, PewDiePie, you know, Tevin, everyone like that, right? Anybody who said anything, in fact, probably not Tevin, because Tevin does actually cover in quite a lot. PewDiePie's like nudge, nudge, wink, winked it, but he's never directly addressed it. He's never really been confrontational. The issues that Phil has had with PewDiePie have been all on Phil's end, you know. So, you know, and Troy Baker as well. Troy Baker has never uttered a word to Phil, but Phil has just been, you know, because he's taken offense at something that Troy Baker has said and done. Whether stupid or not, whether justified or not, Phil has taken it and he's obsessed with it now. And again, Neil Druckmann here, Last of Us 2, again, it's this. Can't let things go. Can't let slights go. He has to hold on to them. He can't let things go. He can't move on. There's nothing for him to move on to. He knows that. There's nothing else in his life and he has no idea how to fill it properly with actually fulfilling things. So he obsesses over things. He holds on to things. Things that he's done throughout his life, his achievements, coming forth at Evo, that Tekken trophy, they become big things. When you have so little in your life, what little you have seems like a lot. And it works the other way as well. When you get offended by someone, when you get upset by something that they've said, when you take personally a statement they made because you disagreed, hold on to it. Yeah? You look at me for like that. Well, I can let it go.
Okay? And I'm going to call it that forever. Because 2 years ago, during the release of The Last of Us 2, that is exactly the attitude that Neil Druckmann took, all right, to get his game over. Okay? And that behavior... It's
a little bit of wrestling lingo there. To get his game over. For those of you who don't really watch wrestling, to get someone over means to, you know, have their gimmick or their act or their persona accepted by the crowd. Whether it's as a babyface, one of the good guys, or as a heel, one of the bad guys. When you are over, it means you can get a crowd response because the crowd have accepted your character. So, Stone Cold Steve Austin or Hulk Hogan, you know, the big ones that you will have heard, are over because they can get a reaction from the crowd. And the crowd accepts their character, their persona, and will respond to them in the appropriate way. So, you know, if Stone Cold is playing a good guy and he, you know, the glass shatters and he comes out, there's a huge reaction from the crowd. And if he's playing a bad guy, there's lots of booing and hissing and chants of you sold out and you suck and everything because he's over. So to get something over means to have it accepted by the crowd, basically. And for someone who doesn't watch wrestling, having their lingo in your active vocabulary is quite odd. It's in my vocabulary, but I watch a lot of OSW, so it's fine.
Absolutely disgusts me, okay? To give some background, when The Last of Us 2 was released, a lot of people...
Yeah, I have to go through this. I don't know what point does he get back to it. Oh, right, come on, right.
By doing this disingenuous, immoral campaign about saying you can't not like the game and not be a bigot, right? He already did it. So now he did it again at the end of the year. It was absolutely ridiculous. Exactly. Team Terrahawk says success by guilt trip. Actually, not really guilt trip.
Right, I'm going to cut most of the Last of Us 2 bit because it's just not worth it. I just can't. But I just wanted to highlight that through his chat, so many of them have been saying, I'm fed up with this, stop this, it's a broken record rant, play the game, that will be the FU to the haters, you know. Phil, I used to be a fan, but after this abomination of a stream, I'm going to charge back every $20 donation I've made. These rants are why you don't get the tips, not the detractors. People are like telling him to his face in his stream chat, drop it, get on with it, move on with it. And he's seen all this because he's just directly responded to somebody that said something in the chat. He's directly responded to them because what they've said agrees with what he's saying at this time. He is ignoring everybody else. He sees them all and he is ignoring them. And he thinks he respects his audience. He earlier said, I have too much respect for my audience. I just can't. I'm nearly done, and I feel like he's got to be wrapping up The Last of Us 2 bit soon. Come on, let's get to the bit where he gets back to us all being shits.
Is it interesting and is it fun to see variety of characters be main characters in games? Yes. I don't want to see 5,000 Duke Nukem's. Okay, I don't. Stupid. That's boring. You know, variety is the spice of life. That doesn't mean that The Last of Us 2 by default is the best game of the fucking.
He just said variety is the spice of life. He's playing Skyrim. Every week he plays Street Fighter. He's currently playing Skyrim. He's replayed Resident Evil. Resident Evil 4, not Resident Evil. Oh, the remake. That's brilliant. This is how you don't play, though. He said variety is the spice of life. He door dashes from the same couple of places. He won't play multiplayer with his fans. He won't try anything new. He can't even make a decision on trying something new. He has to put it to a poll. And then have it go through another poll. And then if it's a poll result that he doesn't like, he just goes, nah, detractors have done the poll anyway, fuck you. So, you know, if you take out all the detractor votes, actually the thing I wanted to do won. And he says variety is the spice of life. Because in this context, it's socially acceptable for him, and he knows that. It's a socially positive thing to be able to be seen saying that, you know, yeah, more variety in protagonists is a good thing. But when you apply that elsewhere, it's not. He doesn't like variety. He doesn't like getting out of his comfort zone. He doesn't like things that scare him. He doesn't like unknown things. He doesn't like experiencing new things because he doesn't know how to respond to them. You can bring up a topic that he doesn't know, and he will say, "Oh, I don't know anything about that," and then move on. He won't try to find anything out about it. You can ask him for an opinion on something, and he won't know. What's your favourite film? I don't know. I don't watch films. What's your favourite TV show? I don't watch TV shows. What music do you listen to nowadays? I don't listen to music nowadays. Don't listen to the radio in the car on journeys. Variety is the spice of life, though. Feel like if each DSP stream that I've covered is revealed like one thing about him and his personality, then this one is revealed he has no fucking self-awareness whatsoever. Oh my god.
Fucking year, because the guy threw a few liberal themes in there and had a more variety of characters. He's an asshole. Druckmann will never ever be able to live that down because he literally got successful off of a feel-good liberal movement that year rather than selling the best game of the year. Okay? And I will never forgive him about that. I won't. Because his game actually was good.
See how that came to how personally aggrieved Phil has been. I will never forgive him for that. It's personally aggrieved Phil, you know. I will never forgive him for that. Oh my god. I'm sure that tears at Neil Druckmann's heart. I'm sure he struggles to sleep every night thinking about how much he has betrayed you and your trust and how he will never earn your forgiveness. And there's nothing that he can do. So every day is a struggle to maintain a continued existence on this earth and keep up the facade of happiness, because deep down inside he knows that Darkside Phil will never forgive him for hyping up The Last of Us 2. Fucking hell. What is wrong with you, man?
Let me repeat myself. The Last of Us 2 was good. It was an exceptionally good game. Great graphics, great gameplay elements that improved upon the first game, really great level design, cool atmosphere, the world. The only thing I didn't like was the plot. I literally liked every other piece of the game but the plot. Okay? So even if I don't like everything else but the plot, I can still say the game overall is one of the best games of the year. But that's not what he sold the game on. He sold it on a fucking feel good, you know, it's us versus them straw man argument. Okay?
Oh yeah, because you'd never sell people on something like that, would you? Even though earlier on you were like, the trolls fucked themselves over because people came together, they rallied, and they made my Street Fighter stream a success. So all you people who laughed at the Dying Light stream can go fuck yourselves. Fucking hell.
Now, getting back to what I was saying, okay?
Oh, please do.
Why am I bringing this up? Because I would feel like I am being a complete hypocrite. I am Neil Druckmann. If I tell you guys, hey, did you see all those shitheads on the internet yesterday that crapped on my Dying Light 2 stream? Well, fuck them. Come to my stream tonight and support it, man. Let's do it together. Let's stick it to the hater. No. 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 Please no.
Kill me.
I don't want to live. Oh, please, shoot me in the head.
Not like this. Seriously, not like this. If I'm going to be successful, please let me be successful on my own laurels, my own merits, because you like my stuff.
You can't be. You can't be. Like I said before, so much of your life is dictated by trolls. You can't be successful on your own anymore. You are kept afloat by the same 3 or 4 people. That knowledge terrifies you. And the fact that you can't expand beyond that in any way, shape or form also terrifies you. but you're not willing to put in the effort to make an attempt to doing that, to trying to secure revenue from elsewhere. You can't make income anywhere else. This is it. This is it for you. And that terrifies you. You can't. You fucked. You fucked yourself over, and you can't do anything on your own anymore. You're fucked. Everything you do is because of us. Well, no, let me clarify. Everything you do is because of your fear of us. There's nothing that we've actually done. Everything you do is because you fear what we might do. And you are so used to using that as an excuse to get out of doing things you don't want to do, that when it comes to stuff that you have to do, you can't use it as an excuse anymore. Trolls didn't make you go through that bankruptcy. You did. But you got there because you were terrified of the trolls finding out about stuff. You didn't want to go out. You were terrified of them finding out about how much you spent. But you had to. Because you had no choice. So much of your life is dictated by us. You don't want to go out to places because people might turn up there and confront you in public. You're terrified of it. You live in a gated community, for fuck's sake. You cannot survive on your own anymore. You cannot make it on your own. You can't succeed on your own anymore. It's just beyond you. It's too much effort for you. It involves too much introspection. It involves too much hard work. You can't do it. You're fucked.
Please, if you like my content, support it. Do not support the content to hate on the haters. You see what I'm saying? Just like they are a hate focus group, please don't make this about that, okay? Don't. Please support it because, oh wow, I come to Phil's streams. I love his gameplay and his commentary. We have a great interactive community. Phil really is working hard to make things positive now and get rid of that negativity in his content and his streams. In fact, if you were just here on my stream yesterday and you don't pay attention to anything outside these streams, you probably don't even know what I'm talking about. But I just know for a fact it was all over the internet yesterday. People were scumbags saying nasty shit about my stream.
I know for a fact that it was all over the internet yesterday. No, it wasn't. It's probably being discussed in two places, one of which was Twitter. And we all know what the other one was. I don't recall seeing it trend on Twitter. I don't recall seeing articles being written about it on like BuzzFeed or I100 or what, you know, like any of the other content aggregator sites. It's just wow, man. I'm coming to the end of it and I'm struggling because I feel like I've covered everything and he does repeat himself a lot, but at the same time I feel like he's not necessarily going to reveal something new or say something stupid in the last 5 minutes or say something stupid in the last 5 minutes, but I just feel like there are more examples coming. There are more. He's going to say something hypocritical, for example, or he's going to say something that shows a complete lack of self-awareness. And I just feel like, you know, I'm retreading old ground now. I feel like I am at the point where I'm like, you're nearly done, but I do want to wrap this up to cover the whole thing. So I'm torn between, like, you know, stopping repeatedly and going over things and just letting it run and only stopping if something really sticks out like this.
Yesterday, and you don't pay attention to anything outside these streams, you probably don't even know what I'm talking about. But I just know for a fact it was all over the internet yesterday. People were scumbags saying nasty shit about my stream because this is how they are.
Stuff like that. That sticks out in amongst the repetition of and stuff that I feel like I've already covered. That sticks out. Not just because it's a tacit admission that he reads Kiwi Farms, but because it's, again, an exaggeration of the impact of this thing upon him. It's not enough that this was a thing that was easy to overcome. In fact, it was so easy to overcome that he wasn't even expecting to have a huge successful Street Fighter stream. The fact that he did was a pleasant surprise. And it's also an indicator that, you know, we as trolls were fucked over by ourselves. He's going to use it that way as well. But this was the thing that's so easy to overcome that that's all fine. It was also huge. It was also all over the internet. Everybody was talking about it. You may not have known about it if you're new to the stream, but, you know, if you're a bit of a regular and you know what's going on, you know the regular channels that talk about it, you'll have seen it everywhere. It was huge. The internet broke. You're not a fucking Kardashian, Phil. You don't matter to that many people. I feel like I wanted to save this for like discussion about whether DSP is cancelable, I guess. But it's more that he just doesn't have the social capital to be cancelled anymore. He is where he is. He cancelled himself. You know, no one gives a shit about him enough to the point where a movement to cancel him would gain traction. Because he's just not important enough. No one gives a shit. Let's carry on. We're nearly there.
Okay? And I don't like that. I don't like that. As a community, people are like, well, we had a great time on the stream yesterday. Why is there this common perception that the stream did bad? Because it didn't. These people are hyper-focused on any positive, or excuse me, any negative thing they can associate with me and my content. They will do it because they're scum. I'm just being honest. That's what they do. Because they are so hyper-focused on negativity that any little thing is negative to them. You see? So please understand that. All right? And
says the man who's just ranted about Neil Druckmann. I'm hyper focused on negativity because I noticed that he didn't hit the tips goal that he constantly pressures people to donate to on a stream where he bigged it up as gonna be a big one and was expecting to exceed the tips goal. Take your pick. Take your fucking pick.
I hope that you guys do. That I'm trying to do my best to make this channel a positive place for gaming. Positive, fun, interactive streams. Honest commentary and reactions to the gameplay that I'm doing. Have fun discussion. Chill streams where it's more about us interacting than it is about the actual gameplay content of said stream. Etc., etc. All right? That's what I'm going for. And I hope you guys understand that. And I hope that...
So basically what you've always said that you always did. So nothing's changed. You still think you do that. You've always said that's what you do. So nothing's changed. You've done nothing to... You've done no work. Phil's working hard to improve the streams. And Phil's putting in the hours to make positive changes. And he's doing that by... channel art around the border, I guess. That somebody else did for free, because he's not like changed the stream format or anything. He's still doing chill streams where we can interact. Path of least effort, path of least resistance.
That's what you attend the streams for, and that's why you support them. I hope. Okay? But that being said, I can't make you support for the right reasons. I can't. I would just hope that we have this positive mentality.
I bet you really want to, though. I can't make you support. I can't make you give me money. Fucking wish I could, though.
When we do stuff with my content, so that way people aren't getting the wrong impression. I don't want to be Neil Druckmann. I don't want to tell you guys support me to stick it to the haters. Fuck the haters. Act like they don't exist and come and just enjoy the content for what it is and support the content. Don't support the hatred and the negative. Because all you're doing then, you're fighting negativity with more reinforced negativity. You see?
It's not reinforced negativity. It would be reactionary. It would be reinforced negativity if you reinforced it. I mean, I know that you understand the principles of classical and operant conditioning, Phil. Another time, Steve. Another time. Nearly done with this.
And I don't like that at all. I don't think that that's something that's valid or something that should be done. I think that instead, it should all of us be enjoying this stuff at face value for what it is and supporting it for face value, okay? You got to understand we're better than that. We are. As a community, we're better than that. We're way better than that. We can be better than that. We can step up collectively and say we're not going to put up with that crap. We had a good time. We're going to continue to have a good time. And hey, you know, if Phil didn't have a great tip stream, big fucking deal. Phil streams 300 times a year, right? As long as it's not an ongoing thing, it's not a big fucking deal.
But it is an ongoing thing. That's the point. You even said it yourself earlier. There'd been a few. And then there was this one. And you told the people that were like pointing this out to go fuck themselves. What a rousing speech for the hate army that was. Fucking hell. Oh my god. The amount of people saying just play the game.
But that's not what they won't talk about that. They won't ever talk about it or spin it like that because they don't want to accept reality. To them, any little thing that was a bump in the road is a win.
Oh my god! Oh! We don't accept reality. Oh, I'm fucking done. I'm done. I'm done. That's it. This one's I'm finished. It's not topping that. I've been at this for fucking hours now, so it's going to take a while. I was hoping I'd be able to get it under at least shorter than Shinko's stream. Well, I'm not sure about that now. Either way, I'm fucking done. We don't accept reality. We don't accept reality. This is the man who's just spent half an hour talking about how it's not a big deal that Dying Light 2 did badly. Because we were talking about that Dying Light 2 did badly. And he went to seek that out. It wasn't just in his stream that he saw that chat. Half an hour, the last half hour of his stream chat was talking about that. And he was like, I'm fucking fed up with this. So he went to look for it elsewhere. He went and read about it on Twitter. And he went and checked the farms. And now he's ranting about it. But we don't accept reality. Fuck. I'm fucking done. My God, I'm sure. See, the benefit of watching them in advance is that I at least get to think about it, and so I could sort of plan ahead the things that I want to mention, and I can watch more than once, so I can catch things that might occur to me later. But I'm sure that as I'm editing, I'll just chop in. If something occurs to me, I'll just be like, oh yeah, by the way, it's me from the future. I'm editing and this has occurred to me. But I think I covered everything that I possibly can. That was a fucking roller coaster, that. I'm like shocked at how mental that is. In fact, just to make doubly sure, I might watch like the last 2 or 3 minutes of it afterwards. I think for now I'm done though. But if there is anything else, I will edit in like a comment or a reaction to it like now. Right, it's been a few days. I'm coming back to finish the last 3 minutes. And this is my natural pathing, by the way. So, yeah.
To them, any little thing that was a bump in the road is a win. To those people who are so, that hate focus group, they're so hyper focused on hate. That's how they are. Okay? AppleBapple did a super chat.
so that super chat disappearing. And then, right, so this is where Aquatile's made a cut, which means that I was actually quite close to the end. Okay, I nearly made it. I feel a bit better about myself. A little bit disappointed that I tapped out that close. You know, it was almost there. But yeah, okay. So he's going for the AppleBapple comment then,
and says, "You laugh us off if we give you legit criticism." And
Did you see the look? Like, I'm actually like raising my hand and pointing at the screen. Did you see the look then? Dear Steve, you make long videos. The fucking shame of him. The shamelessness even. He has no shame. So I feel like these two are intertwined. Like, shameless hypocrisy is facilitated by having no shame, and having no shame makes it easier for you to be a shameless hypocrite. So, yeah, that probably should have been on there earlier. But yeah, the fucking goal of him to be like, you know, Phil, you do this really obvious and frequently repeated behavioural thing. Huh? Fucking hell.
you have been negative lately.
Fucking dying. He's gonna kill me in one of these videos, he really is. He actually just did that. Oh my god. The fucking contempt and disgust, and that screams, how dare you? How dare you challenge my narcissistic ego by saying that I do this thing and implying in any way, shape or form that it's bad. He has been negative recently. This is coming at the end of like several other streams where he's been an arse because he's been getting lower and lower tips. This is nearly the end of over nearly 40 minutes ranting about the trolls. He's finally looking at this and thinking, I'm not negative. Fuck off. I've not been negative recently. I'm positive. I come on this stream and reinforce positivity. I am positivity. Now I am become positive. Bringer of light to your world. Please tip me. He's completely unaware. He's delusional. He's just all of this shit. He needs to be taken against his will. He needs to be committed against his will. He needs help. He's beyond, like, I am genuinely questioning whether he is capable of living his life in sort of like in terms of meeting his needs. You know, in a way that meets your basic needs and is usually used as a measurement of how like mentally competent you are. The way that, you know, can you feed yourself? Can you dress yourself? Do you need help doing certain things? Can you basically, a way that you would determine whether somebody was fit to testify or to be interviewed or to stand trial, and or a way that you might look at somebody who has increasing care needs and think, as your care needs get worse, what point do you become like completely dependent on your carer and can no longer, live your life yourself? Do you need help washing? Do you forget to wash? Will you forget to eat? Will you can you make something to eat if you are hungry? Sort of like simple basic day-to-day things that you need to live. It's only the fact that he DoorDashes things so much, because we know he can't cook. We know he can barely fucking cook. The amount of times he's been like, guys, we had this really nice meal planned, but we ruined it, so we had to DoorDash. He clearly can't cook. He barely showers. I think the fact that he has to be on camera is the only thing that keeps him showering. And if he wasn't on camera, if he could get away with it, he probably wouldn't shower. Because he's just that lazy. I feel that. He's clearly not capable of, running a house in that regard, because he puts up stuff with like double-sided sticky tape and just smashes his fire alarm out rather than replacing the battery. And just, has anybody found out what happened to his shower? No. So I feel like he may not be intellectually competent enough to live his own life, Or if he is at the moment, is at least we're heading that way. In like 5 or 10 years, it might be that he's no longer like mentally competent enough to live his own life because of like how delusional he is. So maybe. Let's see. Let's also see what the last 2 minutes holds for us.
Ask us how we feel and see yourself.
Not ask us, as us, but they clearly meant ask, Phil. So don't be a prick about it. That sort of thing is literally why people say, you've been negative recently. You literally just went, I've not been negative recently. Ask us. Idiot. Can't even spell. It's that sort of shit. I bet he acts dumb over this. I bet he acts like really, what's the word I'm after here? He'd be like, ask us and see for yourself what we mean. Well, I don't understand that. What do you mean this? Do you mean this?
You don't respect us, Phil.
Yeah. Fuck off with that. That laugh is what happens anytime anything that he knows that he can't challenge. He immediately cannot come up with a response and he has to stall. So he does that ridiculous laugh and he's like, and it's buying him time to frame a response to that because he's been challenged and he knows what they're saying is true. On some level, he knows. He knows he's being more and more of an ass because he gets angrier and angrier. So he knows, that he is being a bit of a prick. You might see external reasons for it. You might see that there's like stream is low because YouTube is fucking him over in search rankings and all that stuff. There'll be external forces. Games aren't bringing people to the streams, all that stuff, external forces. But he'll know. Inside, he'll know. And that's hit him there. That's why he's reacted like that. That's why he's gone... like it's a ridiculous concept that, Phil, you've been a bit of a prick recently. And when people come to you and say, here's ways that you can help, improve your streams, he's a prick to them. So, yeah. Just look, let's see that again. And
you don't respect us, Phil.
Like, I'm doing that in shock. I'm doing that because it's a shock response. It's like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. I am stunned into momentary silence because I cannot elaborate how ridiculous I find this. That's what that means when you look. You do that because you cannot formulate a response. But it's a simple question and a simple concept, and it's one that should ordinarily not need a delay, a pause, a shock response. Because normally if someone goes, mate, you've been a bit ridiculous recently, I mean, you've been a bit of a prick, ask your mates, ask some friends, ask your work colleagues. Someone said, Steve, your videos have been a bit long recently, and every time we say short on them, you get arsey with us. Ask around, people don't like it. I'd be like, really? Have they? Have I been that... is it really starting to piss people off? I'd start questioning it because, you're being given feedback. And I suppose that's it. He's had a decade and a half, nearly, of just being able to just deflect feedback. He can pick and choose what he answers. He for most of it, when he was still on YouTube, before he started streaming, and when he was doing his hate live and the week in hate and ask the king, he'd pick what he was talking about and he'd frame his narratives and he'd have his responses. So if there was something that he wanted to respond to, he could choose whether he responded to it and he could bring it up on the video. But if, he'd been seeing comments like, you need to stop doing this, or, you need to stop burping and snorting, you need to... If he'd seen things that he'd been a bit of an arse about, mate, shut up about Kojima, he's not that bad, he's actually, game's not the problem, you're the problem. He could address it in a manner that he felt best served him, or he could completely ignore it. And if, he could filter the questions and ask the king, Most of them, I'm pretty sure he's written himself. Actually, no, I assume for most of it, probably were some people asking him questions. But I think recently he's probably had to come up with a few questions himself just to pad out time, based on what he's seen on Twitter, probably. So yeah, he gets to like pick and choose his own narratives. But now he's on the spot. Now he's been live streaming and he's been on the spot. It's been harder and harder for him to. You can still choose to ignore something in the chat, but with the super chat, it's there. You can put it to one side for a bit. Be like, yeah, I'll deal with them later. I just want to finish what I'm doing now, and then 40 minutes later it come to them. But you can't ignore them because they're there. And then when people say, you ignored a super chat, his chat starts giving him shit. So he has to address them. And when he's not got time enough to formulate a challenge, when he's not got a pre-prepared response to a question, then it's difficult for him. See, narcissists, this is narcissism again. It's not just that it's wounding his ego, it's that he's notoriously bad at thinking on the fly. And this is why I think he's had impact up here that's done something, because that sort of response is a frontal lobe response. It's a higher function where you can consider hypothetical things. There was one that got me recently. There was a sound clip that got me recently. I don't know if I'll be able to find it in time, but I'm sure he said something like, I think it was when somebody asked him if Jasper was a human.
If you could turn Jasper into a human, would you do it? No. Jasper is a cat. He's comfortable being a cat. He very much enjoys his life as a cat. And I think that he's happy as a cat and wants to stay a cat. One thing that humans tend to do, and I've talked about this over the years, is that humans, for some odd reason, have this really...
And it's like, hypothetical thinking like that is something that you develop through childhood. And it's something that's key to our survival because it allows us to consider hypothetical situations that allow us to then prepare for them. It's, like, hypothetically, if I don't get paid next week, what am I going to afford to eat? What bills am I going to be able to pay? And what am I going to have to skip on? Hypothetically, if I can't do this, then this following thing will happen. How do I prepare for it? Hypothetically, if this thing happens to me, how would I respond to it? Hypothetical questions help us plan our actions going forward. They help us to consider wider than just like immediately obvious things. They allow us to sort of like plan in advance. They're key to our survival. That's why you develop them through childhood. So the fact that he's like this about hypotheticals, like this about any sort of like being able to think on the fly, it's quite worrying to me. You shouldn't be this cognitively impaired, like absent major like actual trauma to the brain. Not major, I suppose. Phineas Gage had major trauma to the brain, so absent like a knock at some point that's, maybe it gave you a concussion when you were 16, or like maybe you fell off your skateboard and banged your head, or maybe because he was into wrestling, so maybe he took a move wrong, or somebody hit him on the head. He was taking a tombstone and John Rambo dropped him to his knees and cracked like that. It'd have to be frontal, wouldn't it? It'd have to be something to the front. Maybe he took a chair shot to the head, yeah. And it gave him a concussion at the wrong time in his life, and so it's never really had to develop. And because he's had a coddled life, it's never really, its absence has never been missed. But I think there's something going on up there. I wouldn't be surprised if he had like a lesion or a subdural bleed, some minor impact there at some point. So a subdural bleed sounds quite lethal, actually. I don't mean to say that something popped in his head and he's gonna, but I mean there'll have been like some minor scarring, not something enough to like leave a noticeable dent or scar or gap in his forehead, but something that's underneath the skull has at least had some like physical impact. At least there's been some sort of physical effect, like you can still see like maybe scar tissue or something like that. Not that scar tissue forms in the brain, but you know what I mean. There'd be some marker on his brain somewhere that long ago you had an impact here, and while like blood didn't come out your ears, it still caused something to go in your brain. So, come on, nearly there. Every step forward now, step closer to victory.
I feel like there's some kind of intelligent discussion in there.
Oh! Oh, wow! Oh, I knew he'd be a cunt, but I didn't think he'd be that much of a cunt. Jesus. That really wounded him then. That really got to him. He panicked. So he gave the nervous laugh because he was like, I cannot answer this. So he panicked. And then he insulted the person sending the super chat because he said as instead of ass. Oh. What a cunt. Just... There's a lot of intelligent discussion there, Phil. It's just that you're not intelligent enough to have it. You don't have the emotional or intellectual ability to fully pursue this discussion to its end. Because it involves a lot of acknowledgement of responsibility, accepting you are wrong, and introspection on your part, and you're not willing to do it. So, yeah, there is some intelligent discussion in there, Phil, but it's far too intelligent for you.
So first of all, you laugh us off if we give a legit criticism, okay? Can you cite an example?
Oh, not this again. Oh, not this again. Okay, I'll give you an example. Just then. There you go. That was legitimate criticism, and you laughed at it. He's telling you, people believe this thing. Ask us. He's telling you, as an audience, we're not happy. Ask us how we feel. You can't take criticism from us. And you laugh at us. And his first response is to laugh at them. And then he goes, can you ask me for an example? And now it's on you again. Now it's on you. It's on you to tell him where exactly he went wrong. He can't do it himself. He can't look at his behaviour and think, what about this was wrong? He can't be introspective. Where's that? I'm sure. Right, it's not. Okay. Now, I know it doesn't seem like much, but an ability to be introspective is really essential. Because it allows us to look at, especially when we're engaged in hypothetical thinking, it allows us to look at where we've gone wrong in our past. It allows us to examine the actions we've taken previously and properly evaluate and consider whether they might have been right or wrong, and whether they might have contributed towards us in being in the situation that we're in now, and whether there was anything we could change about them, whether we could, if we did this again, what would we do differently this time? It's one of the greatest hypotheticals that we ask ourselves as humans. It's like, if you could do it all again, what would you change? Would you change something that you've got regrets about? Or would you be like, actually, the regret of this thing has made me a better person because it's motivated me to not, be scared of taking chances in future? So, like if you've ever been out in a club and somebody's like really obviously coming on to you, and you are not the sort of person who regularly gets attention from the opposite sex or the same sex or whichever your sexual preference is, and you don't really know how to deal with it, so you sort of like shut down and think, I'm not good enough, I'm not attractive enough for that person to actually be interested in me, I am not brave enough to be like able to go over there and talk to this person who is very obviously interested in me. And then years later you're still like, should have done it. So you've dwelt on that lesson, and then you feel better about approaching people that that you might be interested in, or that might be interested in you when you're out next time in future. It's for example, so it's a key like part of like our ability to function as people in society, and it's a key part of our ability to survive, and it's a key part of our ability to sort of think and plan our lives out in a way that don't leave us begging for money, not even begging, demanding money from people online for a living. But instead he's doing the Twitch like, they said hateful slurs, but they didn't give me a single example, therefore they're wrong. Where is he supposed to give an example in that brief super chat, other than the immediate response to that super chat? When we criticise you, you laugh at us. Give me an example. Fuck me. Glad I rested. I'm glad I came back to this.
Or else what you said literally, that's like saying, well,
Whoa. Unless what you said literally, what was that sentence, Phil? Were you going to say, unless, if you can't give me an example, what you said doesn't matter, or it isn't true, or, you know, what were you going to say, Phil? What were you going to say there? Finish that sentence.
You're an asshole because you did something bad. Okay, what did I do bad? Tell me, please.
They just did. They just said, when we give you criticism or when we give you advice, you laugh at us. They just said, you've been an arse recently and you've been a prick to us. Every time we try to help you, you laugh at us. And you laughed at him. And we're a prick to him. There's your fucking example right there. It's like when he said hateful slurs and then went, what are you talking about, you lame brain pieces of limp dick pieces of shit for brain cocks. You know, that whole thing is like that. It's like it's that. That's what they're talking about. Right there, that. He said you laugh at us when we offer you advice. Ask us how we feel and listen and see how we feel. And you laughed at him.
You've been negative lately. Now that I disagree with. I actually feel like I've been way more positive.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Phil. Also, by the way, if any of you can hear it's really windy outside, so I don't know if the mic's going to pick it up. That'll also be what any like bumps or knocks in the background are. It'll be like the door bumping in its frame because it's just that windy. Phil, you might think that you've been positive recently. You've not. And this is one of your fans telling you, you've not. We know you can't handle that because as a narcissist, you can't consider that his opinion on what you are saying is anything other than different from, it's anything other than the same as yours. You can't think, why don't they believe what I'm saying? Clearly I've been more positive. I keep telling them I'm being more positive. Why don't they believe that I'm being more positive? You can't consider that. His answer to that is, I'll just have to tell him I'm being positive more then. Not to actually be more positive. Your audience are telling you you've been a prick. But you're not going to... Why would you? The detractors. He's a troll, isn't he? That's very obviously it. That's where we're going, isn't it? No, you're just trying to get a rise on me. You're trolling. You're not a real person. You're not a real supporter. You're just somebody here who's like trying to stir up shit and cause drama and be a troll. Fuck you. Enjoy the lean in. That's what this is going to go, isn't it? I disagree. I feel like I've been more positive. You've not. You've not. You might feel that you have, but you've not. It's like you might feel like you've worked harder, but you've not. You've actually not done harder work. You've not done any work. You've not changed anything. Your hard work has been going to one person. Could you do us a couple of like borders for me webcam, please, so that I can call it a pre-stream podcast? And has been going to your audience in general. Somebody make me an intro, please. I'm not going to pay you, but you know, please make me an intro. I want to look more professional. That's not you working harder. Much like you going, guys, I'm really getting them vibes back. I'm getting that groove back. I'm feeling more positive. Let's be more positive. I'm having positive streams. Doesn't mean you are actually being more positive and having positive streams. You're just not changed. You've not done anything. And these people are telling you to your face, this is what you're doing wrong. And you're like, no, I'm not. Can you give me an example, please?
This year in particular, especially since I'm rebranding my content, I'm redoing stuff to be, you know, a little different.
Really, I promise I will get to the rebranding soon. But it's all about I feel for you. I feel like I'm doing this. You're not actually doing it, though. That's the difference. And this year in general, it's February the 5th at this point. I feel like I've been more positive this year. Less than a week into the second month of the year. After spending nearly 40 minutes talking about trolls and telling them to go fuck themselves. I have been more positive this year. Oh, I knew this would take me over 6 hours. I knew it. I edited and I managed, like, as I'm sure you noticed at the time, because, you know, the bar is at the bottom. I managed to cut a fair bit out. And I was quite proud of myself, because when I was getting towards the end, I was like, oh my God, I'm 5.5 hours. It's not 6. It's not over 6. Fucking knew it. Where was I?
And people have told me in general they're actually liking the way that things are going.
Oh my God, no, they're not. It's literally someone telling you. No. No. Do you know why people are telling you? Do you know why those people are telling you? It's because of this. It's because of this. Those people are telling you because they are the ones that are left after you have banned everybody who is further out of your periphery of control and your sphere of pygnosis. Every time they've questioned you. Everyone you've got left now is a hardcore follower. They're one of the seekers. Everybody else that's left now is one of the core groups that sold all their belongings and moved in with the group. And he's like printing leaflets and answering the phones and doing what they can to spread the word. Except they're not even doing that. Most of them are just on Twitter harassing porn stars.
Yeah, sometimes I rant on pre-stream because I do a pre-stream podcast every day, but...
Yeah, sometimes I rant. Sometimes you literally, this is the end of a rant. This is coming at the end of a nearly 40-minute rant. And it's not because you have a pre-stream podcast. Because again, if you didn't have that pre-stream podcast, you'd still be doing it. You just wouldn't call it a pre-stream podcast. It'd just be a pre-stream. And people would still be telling you, mate, I came here just for video game. Can you not start? Most people are tuning into your streams to watch a video game, and then half of them are fucking off because you've spent over an hour not playing a video game. And this is a pattern that is so... It happens so much that he admits that it's coming. He acknowledges that it's coming. He knows. But he's still doing nothing to change it because it involves A, an acknowledgement that he was wrong, and B, actual fucking effort. I'm trying to rebrand. Fucking hell.
Negative? About what? What exactly? Again, what are you talking about?
You literally... He's talking about this. Darvo side Phil. He's talking about this and you're turning it back on him. What are you talking about? I've not done anything wrong. What are you talking about? Oh God, look at his face then. The fucking contempt there. Jesus. He hates you there. He's insulted by you there. He demands you tell him what you You know, he demands an explanation. He wants examples on his desk tomorrow morning. No, not even then. He wants them now. He thinks he is the boss and you have fucked up, and he has called you to his office to justify why these expenses are high. He thinks he has any right to demand of his audience and be contemptuous of them when they challenge him. That's what's going on here. Like I've mentioned before, this is you have insulted me in my kingdom. This is the reading of the judge's opinion before sentencing is passed right now.
This is the thing. The people who hate me, this is the kind of shit that they do, okay? They throw these incomprehensible...
Again, it's not addressing the matter of the super chat. He's not addressing the point. He's insulting the person who sent it and the way it was delivered. He's insulting... It's incomprehensible because it slipped one or two letters. It's not incomprehensible. It was perfectly legible. It made perfect sense. You just don't like it. He just doesn't like having to deal with it. You've spoken against him on his stream, in his little fiefdom. You've dared challenge the Lord, the King. That wasn't incomprehensible. Ask us and see what we feel isn't incomprehensible. And it's not the people who hate you, that hate focus group. It's not them. There was nothing attacking in that. It was fine message. It got its points across. It may have needed to be worded slightly differently, so it wasn't as clunkily in terms of flow. But again, it's in a super chat. It's got a character limit. You can't write it all out in a long form essay and hand it to you after it's been through, turn it in to be checked for plagiarism. But it gives him that out. It lets him say, I didn't understand that. You need to rewrite it again. Send it again with another $5. I didn't understand. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what. So therefore, I don't have to answer. It's incomprehensible. And now, anyway, even if I say, didn't make sense, I don't understand what you mean, so I can't help you, I can't answer it. You could just move on, but he's not. He's attacking you. He's saying that you, the person who sent this, are actually one of the people who hate watches him. And now he's going to lump you in with that group. Even if you may have been a legitimate fan, he's going to lump you in with that group now, which means you will take on their role in his society. You will be outcast. You will be the one who is pointed to as the result, as the cause of all Phil's woes. You will be not welcome in his chat. You will be publicly excommunicated. You may even be banned. You may even lean in a minute. Because you said as instead of ask. And he didn't like the content of your question, so...
unspecific generalities at me.
It's not an unspecific generality. You literally... He said, when we give you criticism, you laugh at us. And then you fucking laughed at him. He said, you insult us, you demean us. You're insulting and demeaning him right now. Because it's not... Dear Darkside Phil, on this day, at this time, at this moment, in this, at this timestamp in this video, you said these exact words, justify them. It's not that. And even then, if it was that, he would say, you're taking it out of context. What actually happened was this, and therefore this is why I was justified in saying I would slap an 11-year-old girl. It didn't happen anyway. Never happened. Debunked. Banned. You can't win. You can't win. The only way to win is to not play this game. He will always worm his way out. You can never get him on the hook.
Oh, you laugh if we give legit criticism, and you've been negative lately. You don't respect us. Okay, what are you talking about?
This! They're talking about this. You literally laughed at this. You've insulted them, and you are going now. What are you talking about? Because they didn't say on this day, on this time. You said this. You're literally doing it right now. Oh my God. Fuck. I have 51 seconds left.
Those are all insults. But
Fucking no, they're not. This is insulting. This is insulting. They weren't insults. This is.
nothing with a basis of fact.
Am I just going to have to edit this now? I feel like, and even then, I feel like it's a wasted effort because there is no way that Phil is ever going to see this. And even if he did see this moment where he goes, Phil, you insult your fans. What the fuck are you talking about? Whenever we give you criticism, you laugh at us. Ask us how we feel. What are you saying? You didn't give me a date or time. It's just general, not specific. Even if he did, he would say you're taking it out of context, you've edited it so it's not true, and he would just, there would be a million reasons. You are not a true fan, you are a detractor. So by doing this, you're just trying to stir up drama and shit, and I don't have time for that. Get out of my stream. I'm going to lean in. He will always have a way out.
When you actually say something, you have to back it up with facts.
You literally just proved what he was saying. Or she could have been a girl. Oh, it's probably highly unlikely, given Phil's channel demographics.
You can't just say the sky is green, you know, my thumb is made of banana, and I don't know, this keyboard tastes delicious. Oh, you have to actually back it up with facts.
He has to paint you as ridiculous. You cannot have any alternative position having anything resembling an ounce of credibility or legitimacy or possibility that it may be true, because that would go against what he's saying. And if you go against what he's saying, you're a liar and you're full of shit and you're just trying to stir up drama and there's no factual evidence for your claims. And he's always right. You can't be counter to his position or his opinion or what he's saying to you at that time because he's the one saying it. Everybody should be in lockstep with Darkside Phil because Darkside Phil is perfect as far as Darkside Phil is concerned. And Darkside Phil is always right as far as Darkside Phil is concerned. Even when Darkside Phil is wrong, if Darkside Phil says, no, actually, I was right to be wrong, then Darkside Phil was right. And also, fuck off with that 420 shit.
What a twist!
You know what I'm saying? Like, I could say a bunch of shit too. Like, I can say Apple.
You could say a bunch of shit, could you? He says at 39 minutes and 49 seconds into this video. Could you now? Fuck me. The bit, like the recording that I can see, and granted some of it's going to be edited, but the recording that I can see is longer than this. And I'm only responding to the last, 2-3 minutes I had of it. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life?
AppleBapple, you're a fucking asshole.
Oh! Oh, like I knew it. Oh, look, see, look, even his chat there. I said, hey, you just spent an hour ranting and raving and you're still doing it. Bane do it. Oh, you're still doing it now. Oh. I knew it. I knew he'd call him an asshole. I knew it. I just, because, look, they're northern person. I don't think you can fit a lot of characters in the box, Phil. Maybe you should open a discussion with them. Why? Why would he? That person challenged him. Fuck him. Why should Darkside Phil be open to discussion with somebody who says, you know, when we try to bring points to you, you laugh at us. And you insult and demean us. And you've been very negative recently. Why would Darkside Phil, he's Darkside Phil, bringer of positivity to all?
And you say, well, what's your backup with fact? Well, you super chatted me with a bunch of insults with no backup for that.
Oh! See, again, they're not insults, but he feels insulted by them. His ego has been challenged. What he's saying has been challenged. They're not insults, but he feels insulted by them. So as far as he's concerned, they are. What was said to you, Phil, was not insulting. It's fairly, I would say, no, it's not actually fairly common criticism because most people aren't like this. Most people don't do the things that warrant this sort of criticism. They're capable of assessing their behaviour internally before it reaches the point where this stuff needs to be said.
So that's my proof. You're an asshole. There you go.
Phil, you've been a bit negative recently. You've got no proof. You've just insulted me. You're an asshole. There's my proof. Fuck you, asshole. Don't insult me. That's it. I mean, just what do you say? That was literally it. That's... Phil, you do these 3 things to us. No, I don't. As he does those 3 things to you. You demean us. You insult us. You laugh at us. And he laughed at you. Said no he doesn't. And called you an asshole.
And see how easy it is? I can do it too. It doesn't mean anything. It just means you gave me a $5 super chat and now you look like a fucking asshole on my stream.
Is it visible? Yeah, it fits in, just about. It's running out. But it's alright, because I went to the... I was at an art shop recently, and so I got another pack. The week afterwards, I was back in that art shop for something else, and they were on half price. I was very annoyed. But yeah, 18 seconds to go.
Mission accomplished, bro. The Recluse did a super chat, says, I like you, but this broken record rant is tiring. There's no broken record rant. I'm specifically talking about something that happened yesterday, specific to one stream.
You could say that about them all. Literally every time he's had to stop and beg for super chats, you could say, Phil, we're getting fed up with the constant begging for super chats. Not super chats, tips. It's because the super chats that he's going through, you know. But you could say every time, he's like, guys, really, it's half an hour left, and, you know, support has been a bit low. And they could say, we're getting fed up with saying that. And he would say, but I was only talking about that specific stream. It's not, I don't do it that often because I only did it on that stream. Yeah, but what about when you did it when you were playing this other game? He's like, yeah, but that don't count because that's only for that game and that was only on that stream. We're talking about this one, not that one. He will always find a way. He's a narcissist, and by this point he has had years of being able to he's had years of practice of being able to just reach for anything and everything that sounds good to him. And again, it doesn't have to sound good to his audience. What matters is that it sounds good to him. Because as far as his audience is concerned, they can fuck off for all he cares. He doesn't give a shit whether you believe it or not. What matters is that he believes it. If you happen to believe it because you're one of the people that's emotionally invested in Phil to the point where you are, you know, wailing out on him, then great. In fact, you are probably more likely to believe it because, you know, this shit here. But if you're not, he doesn't care. Because it sounds good to him and that's all that matters. The whales will still come. You on the periphery can fuck off as far as he's concerned. If you don't like it, don't watch his streams. And then he wonders why attendance is low and support is low. Fucking stunning. There are genuinely people with Cotard syndrome who have more cognitive activity than Phil.
I couldn't have possibly talked about it before because the stream hadn't happened until yesterday. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about either.
Does anybody really need me to make the point that when you're going, support was low on the Dying Light 2 stream, and people go, we're fed up of hearing that support was low, and you go, guys, you can't have heard that support was low all the time because I'm talking about the Dying Light 2 stream, and that was only yesterday, so how can you have heard that support was low on the Dying Light 2 stream before? Because it only happened yesterday. Wow, that is not the defense you think it is, Phil. That is not an intelligent response. That is not actually, like, in any way, shape or form sensical. And it's also indicative of, like, something seriously cognitively wrong. That sort of thinking pattern is a fucking huge red flag. It leads to all this shit here. Also, because the video's stopped now, so in my screen I can see, you know, the thumbnails of the next videos, and I can see mine from my newest video, and obviously it's like that in the corner. And I remembered that I've got another one that's like this, like that, for 3.5 hours. It's basically this for like 3 hours. And I think, like, if I was going to do one for this one, it would be Picard.jpg. Fucking hell. That was a fucking ride, wasn't it? I sort of wish I'd stuck around for the last bit. But at the same time, I'm glad I had that break, because it meant I could come back to this knowing full well what else I've done. I'd be able to just go, right, let's get this one finished and over and done with, because now I know what I've spoken about, because I've just edited it all. So, you know, come back to this a bit fresh and look at this. But it does also work that it was basically just that super chat. So it's sort of like a nice little extra bit at the end, as it were. So yeah, let's just go back to the end of the previous meltdown. That's a fucking comment to end on.
They don't want to accept reality.
That's it. That's it for me. I can't. That's just. What do you do? What do you say? We don't accept reality. Holy shit. Holy shit. Coming from him, of all people. Fucking hell. Thank you all for watching this. Oh my god. Big ups to the people who messaged me and tweeted me and generally sort of got in touch and went, dude, you need to cover this. This is fucking crazy. You can also recommend things to me on Twitter. Oh, do shut up, Steve. If you are also watching Phil having on a pre-stream and you feel like, I need a psychological evaluation of this bloke because I feel like it's warranted here, you can contact me there and be like, dude, have you seen this? And I'll put the editing of my next video on pause to have a look. Holy fuck. I feel like I just want to collapse now. I feel like I want to go to bed. That was wild. Fuck me. Thank you for watching, everybody. I will see you all soon. Once this one's out, I'm just going to finish off the part 2 of the other one, and then I'm going to get back to catching up to other stuff. And I am hoping that he doesn't fucking do something stupid again in the meantime, but I do not have faith in that anymore. But thank you for watching, everybody. I really appreciate the likes, the subs, everything, the comments. It's always great for me. I actually do appreciate you. I'm not like this cunt. I should keep account of how many times I've used that word as well. I'm not game monetized. When my dad asked me if I've not made any money from YouTube yet, I'm going to be like, I cannot. So. Anyway, see you later, everybody. I'm going to go and assemble this now. I need an ending for this. So, would you mind? I'm landing on my lap. Could be here all night. I've got several of these. You ought to see the purple one because it comes up very badly on the blackboard. She just really fucking hates these for some reason. You know, like when I tell people you're a dick and they don't believe me because you're just too adorable looking. I've got footage of this now. Oh, there we go. I think we don't know. Just 2 more left. Oh, what are you gonna do? One more. Ooh. You finished. We're done. We're done. Put your paw down. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.